The wedding of Chun Mei and Zhu Changyi was very grand. Although not many people were invited to eat at their house, everyone in Yu Village came to watch. Zhu Zai brought a lot of sugar blocks made from syrup to the family. When the children came to see the celebration at Zhu's house, Zhu Zai gave each of them a piece. A small candy piece about the size of a little fingernail made the children very happy when they received it. All it took was saying a lucky phrase when the bride arrived at the door, and this deal was very cost-effective. All the children in the village ran to Zhu's house to ask for candy. When Chun Mei arrived at Zhu's house, she was so startled by the enthusiasm of the village children that she almost fell off the carriage. At this time of year, the vegetables in the fields are also plentiful. Because of that, Zhu's family prepared a very rich feast. There was braised pork, potato stew with green beans, fried eggplant, scrambled eggs, green pepper stir-fried with meat, small chili peppers stir-fried with cabbage, stir-fried angled gourds, and cold mixed wood ear mushrooms. All the dishes were served in large bowls, making up 8 big bowls. It looked like there were only braised pork and scrambled eggs among the meat dishes, but all the dishes were cooked by Zhu Zai herself, with plenty of seasonings. Not to mention anything else, just the oil. Zhu Zai used a lot of it. Because of that, even the vegetarian dishes tasted very delicious. Chen's family members who came to send the bride over initially wanted to find fault with the eggs. But once they tasted it, they couldn't say anything at all. Only after their stomachs were so full they couldn't eat another bite did they finally relax. Chen's sisters-in-law wiped their mouths and said with some hidden meaning, "Our little sister-in-law really married into a good family. Look at this feast. Though there aren't many meat dishes, the vegetarian dishes are also very well made." How did they do it? Did they use a lot of oil? Of course. The more oil, the tastier it is. Otherwise, what secret recipe for stir-frying could there be? Chen's mother's face darkened as she looked coldly at the 2 sarcastic daughters-in-law. She didn't want her daughters-in-law to embarrass her daughter in her own home, but she also understood what they meant in their words. In this era where satisfying the appetite is hard, being able to make vegetarian dishes as delicious as Zhu's family does is truly a skill. If Zhu's family shared their secret, the Chen family would also benefit. But she also thought that her daughter could privately ask her in-laws about it. There was no need to cause a fuss in front of everyone. Her in-laws' things she could take advantage of, but outsiders, well, that was another matter. However, before she could stop her 2 mischievous daughters-in-law, Zhu's second sister-in-law happened to walk over and, upon hearing this, immediately stopped in her tracks. She spoke in the tone of the Qin family daughter-in-law, saying, "Haha, it's not that we know Xiao Mei's sisters-in-law are picky eaters. Our Zhu family doesn't have that much meat, so we just try to make the food tastier. Since you all know that adding more oil makes it better, why don't you go home and cook for yourselves?" The several Qin sisters-in-law were so angry they almost fell over. They said they only wanted to add more oil to make the food tastier, but did they really not understand why? They had cooked dishes with extra oil before, but they couldn't compare to this table of dishes at all. The Zhu family must have a secret recipe, but they refused to tell them. The women muttered in their hearts, but seeing how bold second sister-in-law Zhu was, even though they were new relatives, they didn't dare to show disrespect. They thought, "Fine, when we go back, we can tell our younger sister-in-law to find out the secret." Now that the harvest was over, everyone had little to do. There was little excitement in the countryside, but when a big happy event happened, everyone would celebrate. After the daytime wedding banquet, a group of young people came to Zhu's house at night to celebrate the wedding. These young men were friends of Zhu Changyi and knew that Chenmei was also a rural girl, but she had a job. Besides their different household registration, she was no different from city girls. These young men didn't dare to cause trouble. They just played harmless pranks on Zhu Changyi. Zhu Changyi was a simple-minded man, and he kept smiling foolishly all night. Chunmei watched the lively scene and felt very happy. She thought that Zhu family was more sincere and warm-hearted compared to the Chen family. When the celebration ended, Zhu's family finally returned to normal. But this calm was only superficial. The real excitement was just beginning in the newlyweds' room. The next day, the young couple woke up still blushing and kept their heads down, afraid to look at anyone. But they kept sneaking glances at each other, and their sweet, shy feelings almost overflowed. The rest of the Zhu family saw this and smiled secretly. The new bride was shy, and even second sister-in-law Zhu didn't tease her. The entire Zhu family showed Chun-Mei endless kindness and patience. Until the day they returned to their own home, Chun-Mei felt like her 3 days of newlywed life had been a dream. On the day of returning, Mrs. Yao also gave her a package of honey cake as a gift. This thing, Zhuzi leaves more for her mother's family because old Master Zhu loves to eat it. As a result, he ended up with a toothache. Mrs. Yao feels sorry for his tooth and quickly suggests giving some away. Chun-Mei happily returns to her mother's house with her new husband. But soon after arriving, a few of her sisters-in-law hint that she should ask her in-laws for the recipe to make vegetarian dishes. Chun-Mei gets very angry and doesn't want to eat anymore. She plans to leave with Chang'e Zhu. Her mother stops her and persuades her gently. Why are you causing trouble today? It's just a recipe. Do you need to make such a big fuss? Are you upset because you want to bring the recipe home so we can cook better food ourselves? Chun-Mei looks at her mother with tears in her eyes. Mom, think carefully. Is there anything in this world that you can get without spending something? Farming takes hard work. If the vegetarian dishes are so tasty, they probably use a lot of seasonings. Even if I tell you the recipe, would you be willing to buy those seasonings? Can our family afford that? Chun-Mei explains carefully to her mother, but her mother doesn't quite like the idea. She understands the logic, but she feels uneasy. Everyone says that daughters who marry out are like water spilled on the ground. It's only been a few days since she married, and she's already leaning towards her mother-in-law. Her mother says somewhat annoyed.
Chun-Mei is speechless.
Mom, think about whether I'm right or not. You can't be unreasonable. Besides, you know I just got married, and you want me to do such things. How am I supposed to get along in my in-laws' house in the future? Thinking about her daughter possibly being treated unfairly by the Zhu family, her mother quickly drops the idea. It's because the Zhu family is too kind and good to Chun-Mei. Under the influence of a few sister-in-laws, she's been misled. No, she absolutely cannot let her daughter be looked down upon by her in-laws. Chun-Mei sees her mother pondering again and slowly speaks. Mom, even though you have your own way of talking and doing things, and the family doesn't dare to contradict you, you need to know that the sisters-in-law are very scheming. You can't be soft-hearted and let them manipulate you, using you against your daughter. I know, I don't need you to remind me. I'm not stupid, Chun-Mei. She's not stupid, but she's not that clever either. Old Luo, look what I brought back. Such a big package. I wonder who sent it to you. A middle-aged man with a loud voice entered the office carrying a large package and shouted. Luo Gang looked confused as well. Who would send him a package? Old Wang, helping him carry the package, shouted. Who cares who sent it? Just open it and see. He then went to find scissors to help open the package. Luo Gang is a calm person, while Wang Chong is more lively. After so many years surviving in the army's dangerous environment, Luo Gang's care is essential. He also pays attention to things Luo Gang might overlook, almost like his personal assistant. His loud shout drew some colleagues from nearby offices to come and see what was happening. Since they had no tasks at the moment, and army training was boring and tough, any little excitement was as interesting as gossip from the village. Now, some comrades at Luo Gang's level, some holding teacups, others smoking pipes, all gathered to see the big package. Open it quickly and see what's inside. Maybe some tasty food. Even us old guys can enjoy a treat. The camaraderie in the army is pure and sincere. Compared to family, it's almost the same. So, no matter what was inside, Luo Gang was happy to share with his comrades. Wang Chong cut open the bag with a knife, revealing what was inside. Wow, who's so generous? Sending you all this delicious food. The big package was full of rare treats. Dried apricots, big red dates, dried plums, dried longan, chestnuts, big hazelnuts, and a large bag of persimmon cakes, mainly persimmons and chestnuts. Wang Chong looked through and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh wow, so much good food. All delicious. Hey, old Luo, there's also a letter." He handed a slightly crumpled piece of paper to Luo Gang. On the rough paper it was written, "Thanks for the help," from the commander. Luo gang, this isn't a telegram, so why so few words? The supplies were quite abundant, but the letter itself was really sloppy. A comrade joked with a smile. Yes, it was indeed very messy. He had received many letters over the years, but this was the first time he saw paper that was irregular, with edges looking like they had been chewed by a dog. Once he saw the letter, Luo gang guessed who might have written it. Recently, he had helped Gu Jinghuai with a small matter. It wasn't anything big for him. He didn't expect that the young man would send so many things to thank him. It seemed he was right when he said his wife and he were very much in love. Feeling happy that he had helped a loving couple, Commander Luo waved his hand and shared the food with his comrades. Commander Luo was usually very steady and good with his comrades. He was generous with sharing things. But his comrades also knew their limits. Everyone took a little, just enough to satisfy their sweet tooth. Although each person didn't take much, there were many of them. He probably gave away about a third of the supplies, then shared some with Wang Cheng before taking the rest home. As an officer of his rank, the army had assigned him a house. His wife and children had come to live with him. Living with the army was considered honorable, but it was also quite hard. He and his wife took care of the family and also sent allowances back to their parents in their hometown. Life was pretty tight. This time, he brought home a big bag of delicious food, and the children were very happy. Everyone had a persimmon cake, eating happily and cherishing it. "Dad, which uncle gave us this? It's so tasty." Luo gang patted his child's head and proudly said, "It was given by an uncle who is very loving to his wife. He had helped build their happiness." Luo gang's youngest son, Luo Xiaolong, said, "Wow. Then I will be very loving to my wife too."
Luogong.
"You're only 13. Thinking about a wife already?" The man spreading rumors in the far southwest had no sense of shame about it. At this moment, he was also planning some mischievous schemes. On the day Zhu Zhongyi got married, Zhu Zai had a little wine, feeling slightly tipsy, with red eyes. Gu Jinghuai looked at his wife, whose eyes sparkled and gaze was gentle, and felt even happier. A sneaky, bad-hearted, scheming, and shameless plan formed in his mind. He wasn't sure if the grand wedding of Zhu Changyi had excited Father Yu, or if Zhu Changming's sincerity moved him. Shortly after Zhu Changyi's wedding, Father Yu agreed to the marriage of the two. The wedding was set for the 3rd day of the lunar month. When Gu Jinghuai heard the date, he suddenly felt his chance had come. He waited eagerly, looking forward to this long-anticipated day. Soon, it was December, and the Zhu family started preparing for Zhu Changming's wedding again. Because Zhu Changming caused a big fuss when marrying Yu Jinji, the Zhu family had already bought 3 sets of wedding gifts and kept them at their home. In this era, the betrothal gifts were different from modern times. The groom's family gave gifts that mostly stayed with the bride's family. Unlike today, where the groom's family gives the bride's family dowry, here the groom's family provided the gifts, and the bride's family provided the dowry. A marriage involved 2 families helping to support a new household. Honestly, in that time it was almost like selling a daughter, just with a different reputation and price. Some families who loved their daughters would give dowry items. Others simply let their daughters leave dressed in rough clothes. For families like Chen Mei's, it was unavoidable to leave behind some gifts, 2 sets of wedding clothes and a few treats. How much her mother-in-law gave her was her own savings, unrelated to the Zhu family. No wonder people said back then, a daughter who gets married is like water spilled out. Once married, she's no longer part of her original family. But because Yu Jinji was quite difficult, the Zhu family deliberately didn't give her anything, leaving it in their new home. They also felt that Yu Yuelon, who used Yu Jinji's belongings, was somewhat at fault, so the Zhu family planned to give Yu Yuelon a wedding gift of 20 yuan. Zhu Zai made 2 sets of clothes and 4 kinds of snacks. This was the same as Chen Mei's wedding. Although they couldn't say everything was perfectly fair, they tried to keep everyone's feelings balanced. Yu Yuelon didn't think much about it. She believed that just being able to stay with Zhu Changming forever was enough happiness. But Father Yu still felt a bit uncomfortable. How could his daughter use what was left over from Eugene? Later, he thought again, since they were an ordinary family, being able to prepare such wedding gifts was already a kind gesture. He also can't say that because it's old, he should replace it with a new one. That would be too harsh. Zhu Chengming got married quickly, and the Zhu family was busy preparing for the wedding. Of course, he needed new clothes, but he still wore the yellow rubber shoes that Zhu Zai had previously given to her family. Zhu Zai thought that her family hadn't had new winter clothes for 2 years. Although she had brought some fabric home before, she didn't have enough cotton to make everyone a new padded jacket. So, Mrs. Yao decided to give the family a new set of simple clothes. Zhu Chengming's wedding was in the 12th lunar month, when it was very cold, and everyone would need to wear padded jackets. Zhu Zai secretly transported a lot of cotton to her home, so Mrs. Yao could make new winter clothes for everyone. "Oh my, girl, where did you get so much new cotton?" Mrs. Yao hurriedly called Zhu Zai into the yard, glancing around as she closed the door. It was already dark, and Zhu Zai had sneaked out while her children were asleep. Before leaving, she also reminded Gu Jinghuai to watch the children for a while. Gu Jinghuai looked at her with some grievance, wanting to follow her but also afraid to disobey her. Zhu Zai didn't bother to care about his feelings and simply left. Only when she reached a quiet place did she secretly take out a large bag of cotton from her space. She didn't know how much cotton was needed to make a full set of padded jacket and pants. Different sizes and thicknesses would affect the amount. She took out about 100 jean from her space. Her mother and sisters-in-law could divide it as they liked. That's how the story of delivering cotton at night started. The Zhu family had already gone to bed, and Zhu Zai deliberately came out during this time. She was also worried that some idle people might still be awake and see what she was doing. If anyone in the village found out about this cotton, it would cause a big fuss. Cotton was very rare in this era. She had suddenly gotten so much, which clearly showed she was up to something, being a housewife focused on raising children, with no job, and secretly doing this. But after so long, her family still trusted her. "Mother, please share some of this cotton with my sisters-in-law, so everyone can make new padded jackets and pants. We can wear them when Chengming gets married." Mrs. Yao looked at the large bag of cotton with a very serious frown. "Year, tell me honestly, what have you done? How did you manage to get so much cotton?" Mrs. Yao feels that if her daughter has been involved in shady dealings, this much cotton could cause big trouble. Zhu Zai doesn't want to tell her family about her affairs. She only brings things to her family when necessary and with a proper reason. Whenever Gu Jinghuai brings fruit home, she also takes some to her family. She often exchanges items from her own space and brings back a lot. Because she has Gu Jinghuai as an excuse, she handles it smoothly. But this time, she really can't think of a good reason. So she decides not to think about it anymore. Any excuse seems unrealistic, especially since Gu Jinghuai's workplace wouldn't give him so much cotton even if they were doing charity work. Zhu Zai scratches her face and quietly says, "Oh, I told you before, I often buy things from the black market. I met someone there who is quite powerful. I buy from him regularly and over time, we became close. The cotton also came from him. I paid him money and gave him a receipt." Mrs. Yao frowns, and old Master Zhu sighs. "Well, you're grown up now. We can't control you completely, but you need to be careful and not do things beyond your ability." Zhu Zai never expected old Master Zhu to be so understanding. "Dad, don't worry, I definitely won't get into trouble." Mrs. Yao glares at old Master Zhu and says angrily, "You spoil her so much, and you don't even stop her from doing shady deals. You're really a terrible father." She can't find the right words to describe her frustration. In short, she is too indulgent with her daughter. Back then, shady dealings were similar to smuggling. But now, which normal parent would tell their daughter involved in smuggling, "Just be careful"? She is already walking on the edge of trouble. How could she know what caution means? It's just a matter of wanting to control her, but fearing she will be upset. Not controlling her might lead to her getting into real trouble. Parents must think carefully for their children's future. Such is the heart of a parent. Now that Zhu Zai has her own child, she understands her parents' feelings even more deeply. At this moment, she patiently reassures her parents. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't get into trouble. I haven't done anything too out of the ordinary, just bought some rare items from him. Mrs. Yao thought about the special snacks, fruits, and the many mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival that her daughter brought home, and suddenly understood. If her daughter didn't have some skills, how could they have those things? But still, Mrs. Yao was worried. Be very careful. It's okay if the family doesn't eat much. We've managed for many years. You must be careful and not get into trouble. She didn't want to go through the pain of losing her daughter again. Mom, don't worry. I will be good to you and Dad, and I will be careful. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I don't know if these cottons are enough, so just divide them as you see fit. I don't understand these things. You don't need to make my clothes. I will ask Deme to do it. Just make the clothes for the family with the cotton and fabric. There's so much cotton, it should be enough. Mom will make you a new padded jacket and pants. No need, I will ask Deme to do it. Deme's work is never as good as yours. Yu Zai was speechless. After persuading her mother to make her own clothes first, then hers, she finally left after chatting with her parents. The other members of the Yu family knew that Yu Zai had left, but only her mother opened the door. She didn't call others, and naturally, they wouldn't go bother her in the main house. The Yu family was good at knowing their boundaries. The next day, when Mrs. Yao distributed the cotton to her 3 daughters-in-law, they also learned what their little sister-in-law had done last night. Looking at the cotton in their hands, the sisters-in-law silently decided that this time, they would save some cotton to make something for their little sister-in-law. Yu Zai didn't know what her sisters-in-law were thinking. At this moment, she carried the cotton and fabric, holding her 3 treasures, and went to Lin Deme's house. De Bao and Air Bao had gone out to play with friends, so she didn't need to worry about them. San Bao had grown up now, looking chubby and adorable, making her even more likable. At this moment, Linda May was praising San Bao, and Yu Zai could accept it happily. After all, her son was really good-looking now. They sat on the kong, a traditional bed, with Linda May's daughter entertaining San Bao, while her 2 close friends sat together chatting. It feels a bit like stealing half a day of leisure, although she is actually quite free every day. You know my sewing skills are not great. Help me make a nice cotton jacket, not a bulky one. I want it to be fitted at the waist. The leftover fabric and cotton are all yours, Zizi explained her request. Linda May looked at the blue fabric with small white flowers and was very excited. She happily said, "No problem. I know you like to look good now, so I will definitely make it fit and slim." This fabric was hard to find from the space, and it suited the style of this era. She felt a bit helpless because the main colors of this time were black, blue, gray, and military green. The more fashionable colors were bright red, purple, and green. Bright colors looked like wildflowers in the fields. If it weren't for that, Gu Jinghuai wouldn't have bought a bright red silk scarf and been so happy. Although Zuzi thought the color was a bit gaudy, it was considered trendy and rare in this era. She couldn't openly show off her beauty, so she only occasionally changed into high-end clothes in the space to admire herself in front of the mirror. Women dress up to please themselves, and they also dress up to please those they love. Her cotton jacket was still the one her mother-in-law Yao made last year. Even though she couldn't indulge in showing off her beauty openly in this era, making a new outfit every year wasn't too much, right? Her mother and sisters-in-law were busy making clothes for their families, so she decided to bother her close friend a little. Linda May didn't think her friend was troublesome at all. On the contrary, she felt that Zuzi trusting her with the clothes was a sign of recognition and trust. Most importantly, she could see San Bao. "I'll start making it for you today. Come every day from now on, so I can keep comparing the measurements. You want it to fit perfectly, right? That's safer." And hold San Bao together, Linda May said. Zuzi. Why did she feel that what Linda May said last was actually what she wanted to express most? Measuring every day seemed a bit exaggerated. Linda May hugged San Bao happily, as if she had absorbed some kind of fairy energy, and then she got excited again to make the clothes. Zuzi looked at San Bao, and then at Linda May. Suddenly, she thought that for Linda May, maybe even a stimulant wouldn't be as effective as San Bao. After spending some time together, the 2 close friends heard noises outside the house. Wang Jinxiu's son, Gu Taizhu, was sniffling and ran in loudly, looking around the room. Seeing nothing special, he turned to Zhu Zai and asked, "What good snacks did you bring this time?" Zhu Zai replied, "Why does it matter to you what I brought?" Zhu Zai responded casually. Gu Taizhu wiped his dirty sleeve across his nose and loudly said, "What did you bring? Hurry up and give it to me. I didn't get enough of the mooncakes last time." Zhu Zai felt disgusted by his behavior and was speechless when she heard his words. "I'm not giving you the mooncakes to eat. Who do you think you are? Do you think you ate enough?" Her eyes saw the figure of Mrs. Huang outside, and she quickly said loudly, "Mrs. Huang, please take your grandson away. You've been separated for so long, and I come to visit my sister and you're still asking for food? What kind of people are you?" Truly uneducated, Mrs. Huang's face turned red with anger. She hurried inside to take Gu Taizhu away. Gu Taizhu struggled and shouted, "I want the good stuff. I want the mooncakes. No more, no more. The mooncakes are all for you to eat." Mrs. Huang tried her best to persuade him and finally managed to send Gu Taizhu away. Lin Damiai's face turned pale, and she no longer looked happy like when she saw Sanbao. All boys are so different." After saying that, she hugged Sanbao, trying to calm down. Zhu Zai asked, "What was that about the mooncakes?" Lin Damiai explained the events that happened after Zhu Zai brought the mooncakes. Zhu Zai had given Lin Damiai 4 mooncakes, 2 with 5-nut filling and 2 with date paste. Although Gu Erniu was unhappy with Mrs. Huang's behavior, she was still his mother. He was very filial, and over time, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his own mother. Lin Damiai also didn't want to break her relationship with her husband over whether she was filial to her mother-in-law. She didn't have a son now, and her husband tolerated her, mainly because she was kind and filial. She knew this in her heart clearly. Also, for mooncakes weren't considered many by Zhu Zai. But in their eyes, it was quite a lot. If they, as a family of 5, eat 4 mooncakes and don't let the elders taste any, people will think their integrity is broken. Because of this, Lin Damiai gave Aunt Huang a mooncake with 5 kinds of nuts. The remaining 3 are definitely for their family of 3. The main household, when they split up, no longer had anything to do with them. But even though the main household isn't very good, they still have the only grandson of the Gu family. So, when the second household gave the mooncake to Aunt Huang as a gift, it ended up in the mouth of the main household's big grandson. Aunt Huang didn't even get to taste the crumbs of the mooncake. Although she was unhappy, she didn't dare to ask the second household for more because of her own greed. But who could resist that big grandson's desire to eat more? Gu Taizhu, spoiled by the main household and Aunt Huang, only cares about himself. When he got the mooncake, he ate it quickly, finishing it in just a few bites. His attitude was like a pig eating a ginseng fruit, no different. Pigsy would finish eating and then ask Monkey King for more, but this big grandson just eats and then asks Grandma for more. Aunt Huang had no choice. She had no way to get mooncakes herself. She could only shamelessly ask her second son for some. She wouldn't lower herself for her own cravings, but she would bow to her big grandson's fussing. From this, you can see she's a good grandma. But Lin Damiai is someone who, giving just 1 mooncake, is already her limit. She wouldn't ask for more. Because of this 1 mooncake, the Gu family yard caused another fight during the usually peaceful Mid-Autumn festival. Gu Erniu was exhausted and secretly discussed with Lin Damiai about saving money to build a house. You don't know how stubborn Taizhu is. When he cries and makes trouble, he even hits his own mother. If things don't go his way, he throws a tantrum, scolding his mother and aunt. Sigh. What is the point of having such a son? He's just a burden, Lin Damiai sighed. Zhu Zai said, "The child is young, so try to control him as much as possible. Otherwise, when he's older, it will be even harder to manage. Now, if he dares to hit his own mother, when he's grown up, he won't know how to behave. It will become a habit." Anyway, from what I saw in past news and current events, I've never seen a child who hits their parents as a kid grow up to be a filial person. The 2 friends sighed for a while, then Zhu Zai carried Sanbao home. On the way home, Zhu Zai suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. Teaching children is truly a big responsibility. After she returned home, she decided to give her children a good lesson. She didn't want to be the kind of mother who gets hit by her son. When the older and younger brothers got home, they noticed the family atmosphere was different from usual. Their mother looked twice as serious as before, her eyes fixed on them, making both children feel nervous. The brothers looked at each other, and the younger one happily went over and snuggled into his sister's arms.
Mom, I'm hungry.
When will we eat? Today, she didn't smell any food cooking when she came back. Zhu Zai looked expressionless and said, I'm tired today, so I won't cook. You can find something to eat yourself. The younger brother pouted, Mom, how can you not cook? What if I get too hungry? Zhu Zai looked at him and said, If you get too hungry, you'll be fine. If I cooked every day, I'd be exhausted long ago. The younger brother had no reply, feeling that his mother's words didn't sound right, but he couldn't argue. Seeing this, the older brother knew something was wrong. His mother probably had some trouble outside and was about to discipline the children. Mom, you rest today. I'll just eat some crispy biscuits with my brother. The younger brother looked at his older brother with a little sadness. He still wanted something salty to eat. The older brother glared at him, telling him not to cause trouble. The two brothers held hands quietly and went to get some walnut cookies to snack on. Zhu Zai, she wondered why she was starting to act strange and discipline her children. She couldn't find a good reason to teach her kids, and she felt very upset. The older brother saw that his mother was hesitant, but no matter how smart he was still young and couldn't handle everything. He took a piece of walnut cookie and gently said, Mom, you should eat too. Zhu Zai quietly replied, I don't want to eat. Maybe it was because of her monthly period, but today she was acting especially sensitive. Mom, is there something you want to say? Just tell us directly, the older brother spoke up. The younger brother also pouted and said, Yeah, Mom, what's wrong? Just tell me and my brother. Honestly, he thought his mother looked a bit like a sheep passing stool, one piece at a time, feeling uncomfortable and unhappy. What he didn't know was that if his mother heard his metaphor, she would probably think it was too sentimental. Zhu Zai clearly wasn't someone who knew how to teach others or guide them gently. She had no experience as a mother. Since saving the country with a curve didn't work, she decided to be straightforward and direct. Big brother, second brother, I ask you, if in the future I do something you don't like, will you hit me? Zhu Zai looked seriously at big brother and second brother, as if their relationship might improve or worsen based on this moment. But before they could answer, a rough man's angry voice came from outside the door. They dare. I'll break their legs. Zhu Zai. You really are a stumbling block on the road of education. Gu Jinghuai didn't realize his own negative effect. Instead, he became more excited and walked in seriously. I've already raised you and your sister enough. I don't force you to be filial to me. Even if you're not filial, just stay away from us. Not taking care of us in old age is fine. But if you dare to hit my wife, I'll crawl to your house and kill you, even if I'm old and worn out. Gu Jinghuai spoke without any awareness of how he was affecting the children. Big brother was okay. He showed no reaction. Second brother looked completely wronged, tears falling down. Daddy, Mommy, big brother, and second brother didn't mean to hit anyone. Big brother raised his hands, hugged Zhu Zai's neck, and said softly, Mom, don't worry. We will definitely be good to you in the future. Don't think crazy. We can't hit you, and if anyone dares to hit you, I will fight them. Yes, fight. Second brother raised his small fist, excited. The sentimental woman was finally comforted by her two sons. As for that self-indulgent man, Zhu Zai just ignored him as if he were letting him drift away with the wind. Gu Jinghuai. He still couldn't have a proper name. Days passed slowly, and soon it was December. After dividing the meat, Zhu Changming's wedding date was set. Because both the bride and groom were from Yujia village, with the two villages linked together, the celebration was even more lively than Zhu Changyi's wedding. Compared to Yu Jinji's wedding, it was even more grand. Amidst a joyful and festive atmosphere, only the house of Yu Jinji remained silent and gloomy. The neighboring house was very different, lively and bright. This situation was very similar to when she married Zhu Changming years ago. Now, it was just a matter of swapping roles. The Zhu family seemed to have arranged a grand and impressive wedding to make up for Yu Yuelon. People from Zhu's side came with drums and gongs to pick up Yu Yuelon, dressed in a brand-new red cotton jacket. Zhu Changming's face was full of a smile he couldn't hide, and tears even shimmered in his eyes. Everyone could see how much he loved and cherished Yu Yuelon. Yu Jinji looked through the door to watch him and others celebrating, once again feeling how much he loved someone. It turned out he had never truly loved her. At this moment, Yu Jinji seemed to have buried all her anger and disappointment deep inside her heart. Her face no longer showed her fierce expression. But when Yu Jinying accidentally saw her face, she felt a shiver down her spine. Her sister was becoming more and more frightening. Yu Jinbao didn't care about others' opinions. Hearing the noise outside, he ignored who was celebrating and insisted on going out. Yu Jinji didn't want him to embarrass her outside, so she stood by the door, blocking him. Since childhood, he had always been obedient, and once opposed, he couldn't accept it. Yu Jinbao, like a lively donkey, rolled on the ground in the yard. "You're a useless good-for-nothing. Open the door quickly. I want to go out and play." "You're asking for death." Yu Jinji looked at him expressionlessly, silent but firm. Seeing she wouldn't agree, Yu Jinbao made a fuss even more, crying until his throat was hoarse. Yu Jinying couldn't provoke anyone, so she took the opportunity to sneak away when no one was paying attention. Soon, Yu's mother returned from the back door of the house, fixing her hair as she walked, with a cheerful expression on her face. This small door was her usual way out, near the backyard toilet, blocked by firewood. Yu's children didn't know about it. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard her precious sons crying and immediately headed toward the front yard. Seeing her son rolling in the middle of the yard, Yu Jinji stood silently in front, unmoved, while Yu's mother was instantly furious. Such a disgrace. "You useless good-for-nothing, still daring to bully Jinbao. Watch me teach you a lesson." He took off his shoe and swung it toward Yu Jinji. Perhaps because Yu's mother was very protective of her son, or maybe Yu Jinji's thoughts were elsewhere, she didn't dodge the. With a loud smack, Yu Jinji was hit squarely. "You brat, eating my food, drinking my stuff, and daring to be mean to my son. Get out of here and don't stay in my house anymore." Seeing her mother come to support her, Yu Jinbao immediately stopped causing trouble. She quickly stood up and ran over to punch and kick Yu Jinji. "Good-for-nothing girl, get out of here. Stop bothering my family." Yu Jinji's spirit seemed to be knocked back by the fierce mother and son. Suddenly, she pushed them away, turned around, and ran out the door. At this moment, Zhu Changming had already gone to pick up his bride. Yu Yuelon's brothers had gone to see the bride, while others stayed behind. Seeing Yu Jinji's attitude, they quickly pulled their children aside. They hurriedly warned, "Go tell your second aunt." Yu Jinji ran out. "Be careful. Don't fall for her tricks, or she might ruin your sister's wedding." Yu Yuelon's nephew, feeling like he was facing a big threat, nodded quickly. "Yes, I understand." Then he ran outside. Last time, her brother-in-law was interrupted by Yu Jinji. This time, they had to be more careful. His parents, uncles, and aunts all said Yu Jinji was very cunning. At first, she seemed friendly with his sister-in-law, but it was all to steal her good marriage. He was really worried that this time, she might scheme against his sister-in-law and take her place at the wedding bed. His mind drifted to some distant child in the sky, and he shivered, running even faster. Like a whirlwind, he reached Zhu's house. Fortunately, he didn't see Yu Jinji there. He thought she must have finally lost face and dared not show up in front of people. He let out a big sigh of relief, but didn't forget what his father had said. He told his aunt. He was still a child, and these things weren't his concern. After running this errand, he was already hungry. Zhu Changzhong happened to see his figure, his eyes brightening. The two brothers approached him, and he patted his shoulder, saying, "Hey, buddy, come on, let's go inside and join the feast." Yu Guangrui looked confused and felt something was off. Although he was about the same age as Zhu Changzhong, this brave man seemed much older than him. Zhu Changzhong carried a strong sense of a martial arts world aura. No matter what generation you are from, Once you reached his house, only close relatives could walk out easily. His new sister-in-law was so kind, and he couldn't afford to embarrass his older brother. Before getting married, he had already learned everything about his sister-in-law's family. Now, when this person came to his door, he naturally caught her. Let's get this arranged quickly. In the countryside, there is a custom. Not all relatives from the bride's family attend the wedding feast. Only those designated as the bride's family members who are sent to the groom's house can attend. When Yu Jinji got married, the whole family showed up together, which was rare. Yu Guangrui was also quite clever. Since his parents didn't arrange for him to go with the bride's family, he couldn't go to the feast. He planned to just deliver the message and leave. But unexpectedly, Zhu Changzhong caught him. Now, he was stuck, he couldn't leave, but he also couldn't stay. He was torn, until he saw the feast at Zhu's house. Then, he suddenly wasn't conflicted anymore. Oh my, the aroma of Zhu's food. It was just too tempting. He had thought that the feast would have good food, but since the elders already brought his younger siblings, he couldn't join anymore. But human reason couldn't ultimately resist the craving for delicious food. At that moment, he chose to give in. This time, Zhu's feast was even better than before. The signature dish, braised pork, was always present. Besides that, there were soybeans stewed with pig's trotters, scallion scrambled eggs, vinegar-flavored cabbage, stir-fried lung strips, sautéed liver tips, yellow braised chicken with potatoes, and pickled radish. It was also 8 big bowls, but with more meat dishes than last time. Again, Zhu Ziyi was in charge of cooking, and the taste was just as good. It wasn't that they had to treat everyone differently. After the autumn harvest, before the meat was divided, every family had little or none. Zhu's family could provide these dishes, which others understood as being bought for the wedding. But if they showed more, it would definitely attract attention. Anyway, her vegetarian dishes were just as delicious, so there was no need to compete or cause trouble over who was better. The situation outside is very tense. If someone accidentally hurts a little person, who knows what kind of sneaky tricks they might play behind the scenes. Also, looking at how the daughters-in-law of the Qin family behave, they seem greedy. She doesn't want them to get involved with the Zhu family. As long as she doesn't embarrass Qin Mei, that's her bottom line. Now, after everyone has finished sharing the meat, and each family has their portion, showing off the meat isn't obvious. Outsiders might think the Zhu family is very generous and truly values this daughter-in-law. Moreover, the Yu family is more considerate than the Qin family. For such good in-laws, Zhu Zai is happy to give them some face. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Yu Guangrui ate until his stomach was round. During the meal, he quickly became good friends with Zhu Changzhong. Of course, it wasn't just because of the food. Before eating, something small but important happened. The adults were busy with their own things and didn't notice that an outsider had sneaked into the Zhu yard. Yu Guangrui was already watching over his young aunt, and he saw Yu Jinbao's figure. He rushed over angrily and stared at Yu Jinbao. "What are you doing here?" "Today is my young aunt's wedding." Yu Jinbao held her head high and said confidently, "I'm here to eat the feast." Yu Guangrui was stunned. "You're here to eat? What kind of feast are you talking about?" Even as a child, he knew that his family didn't get along well with Yu Jinji's family. Yu Jinbao's sister had taken her own brother-in-law, and her young and married Yu Jinbao's former brother-in-law. The relationships were so tangled that they were practically enemies. Could she be crazy? Yu Jinbao didn't know what he was thinking. All he could see and smell was the delicious aroma of food. No one should stop him. Seeing that Yu Guangrui was about to rush forward, he quickly grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Let me go. I want to eat meat." "Are you shameless? What does your family have to do with mine? Why are you here to eat meat?" Yu Jinbao struggled to pull her clothes out of Yu Guangrui's hand and said impatiently, "What does your family have to do with mine? Why should I come to eat meat with my brother-in-law? Let go of me. I want to eat meat." While the two kids argued, there wasn't much noise. Only Zhu Changzhong turned around and saw that his brother was gone, so he looked around for him. "I looked and saw 2 people fighting in that corner. When I saw who he was arguing with, Zhu Changzhong immediately looked furious and rushed over. He shouted angrily, Eugene Bao, what are you doing in my house? Just here to eat some meat. What's wrong with that? Eugene Bao replied bravely but nervously. He didn't look confident when facing Zhu Changzhong, and his tough act couldn't hide his shaky eyes, showing his lack of confidence. Zhu Changzhong was very annoyed with Eugene Bao's family. In the past, he tolerated them because of his older brother, but now that they are divorced, he thought it was rude for them to come to his house just to eat and drink. He yelled, "Get out. Your sister is divorced from my brother, and you still come here to freeload? How shameless. Are your family's faces made of pigskin?" A person with the surname Yu, who was accidentally caught in the crossfire, said nothing. Zhu Changzhong quickly turned to Guang Rui with a different smile and said, "Brother, don't mind him. I was talking about him, not you. Don't take it the wrong way." Guang Rui replied quietly, "It's okay. I don't take it to heart." Eugene Bao, who was being grabbed by Zhu Changzhong by the collar, looked a bit scared. He said, "No, it's just a piece of meat from your house. Why are you so stingy?" He remembered they used to send wild chickens before. Now, suddenly they were so mean. Eugene Bao felt confused and a little wronged. Zhu Changzhong didn't care about his fragile feelings and scolded roughly. The meat in my house is just for decoration. I won't give you any." After that, he didn't want to argue anymore and pulled Eugene Bao out of the Zhu family's gate. "Get lost. If I see you again later, I'll break your legs." Eugene Bao was typical of someone who was tough at home. His mother always supported him, so he thought he was the boss, even hitting his older sister. But once outside the Zhu family's door, no one would tolerate that. Now, facing Zhu Changzhong, who was several years older than him, he didn't dare to say a word and quietly left. Without Eugene Bao polluting the air, Zhu Changzhong and his brother happily took Yu Guangrui out to eat. Perhaps Zhu Changzhong's firm attitude in rejecting Eugene Bao made Yu Guangrui feel a sense of camaraderie, like close allies. As a result, two people from different generations actually became good brothers. Although this didn't attract much attention, some sharp-eyed people noticed. Li Changgui's wife and her daughter, neighbors of the Zhu family, watched the whole scene. They quietly whispered to her daughter, "You know that word we learned in school? What do you call people who drink tea and it gets cold?" Li Xiaolian rolled her eyes and said, "That's called people leaving tea to cool." Yes, that's the word. I remember the meaning, but I can't recall the word itself." "Do you think the situation is like that?" Li Xiaolian scoffed. "That's not really people leaving tea to cool. It's more like they deserve to get what's coming to them." Yu Jinji was acting like a queen in the Zhu family, and now she's getting her just desserts. Her brother isn't a good person either, so he doesn't deserve that word. Li Changgui's wife sighed. It's true. There aren't many people as easy to bully as the Zhu family. Even orphaned women can be arrogant, but if it were someone else, they'd be even more controlling. Why didn't you marry into the Zhu family back then? Now, all the suitable young men in the Zhu family are married, and the oldest, Zhu Changxin, is only 18 and still in middle school. He wouldn't look at a girl from the countryside. Li Xiaolian was tired of hearing her mother talk about her marrying into the Zhu family. She was almost numb. She impatiently said, "Do you think they're really that naive? They just don't want to argue with an orphaned woman. Look at how normal families behave. Would they dare to challenge you?" Remember when old Gu's family had a divorce with Zhu Xiaogua? Li Changgui's wife thought about it and agreed. It was better to eat quickly. This was the first time she had such a fancy meal in her life. After this, she didn't know when the next one would be. Thinking of that, she waved her chopsticks more vigorously, grabbing meat. The Zhu family was full of happiness and joy, but Yu Jinji, who was being discussed by the mother and daughter, was alone in an unknown corner, licking her wounds. Since her divorce from Zhu Changming and returning to her mother's house, she deeply felt what it was like to go from heaven to. The Zhu family members are kind and forgiving. They believe that Zhu Changming was at fault, so they have always been patient with her. She took this kindness for granted and thought of the Zhu family as gentle and harmless. When she returned to the Yu family, her own mother and brother once again taught her a hard lesson about how to behave. She kept telling herself she had no regrets and that she was not sorry about the divorce. But at this moment, seeing the lively celebration at the Zhu house, she had to admit she regretted it. However, her kind of regret was not about reflecting on herself. It was about missing the life she once had. Even within this regret, there was a hint of resentment that Zhu Changming did not love her. She thought that because he didn't treat her as well as he treated Yu Yulan, she made mistakes and was forced into the divorce. Yu Jinji grew angrier and more resentful the more she thought about it. She hid behind a pile of firewood at the end of the village and started crying in anger. "Are you okay? Is there anything I can do for you?" Suddenly, she heard a beautiful, soothing voice. The man's voice was gentle and warm, fulfilling all her lovely ideas about men. She looked up through her messy hair and saw a young man wearing a white shirt, army green pants, and glasses. Her cheeks were red and swollen, her hair messy, and her eyes teary. She didn't notice the look of dislike on his face when she looked up, as she was still lost in the initial feeling of his gentle voice. Just as Yu Jinji was stunned, the refined man asked again, "Are you okay?" His voice was softer this time, but she couldn't tell the difference from before. When she came back to herself, she felt shy.
I'm fine.
"Oh, if you're fine, I'll go now." He said this and left without stopping. Even so, Yu Jinji's weathered heart seemed to feel a new kind of warmth. Some people are like that. You do many things for them, but they don't see it. When others just say a polite word to her, she feels like she's receiving VIP treatment. Very lucky indeed. Her heart, like that of a young woman, suddenly felt renewed. She realized she looked a bit messy and quickly stood up to go home. Zhu Changming married someone else, so she can find another partner too. With her looks, she probably won't have trouble finding someone. Fortunately, the child belongs to the Zhu family, so she won't be a burden. Even Zhu Changming has people eager to be a stepmother for his child, so she is light and carefree. Surely many people are interested. Yu Jinji's confidence isn't unfounded. She can always compare herself to Yu Yuelan because she believes her looks are just as good, if not better. She wonders why Yu Yuelan is so much luckier than she is. In fact, she does look quite good. Of course, she still falls a bit short compared to Yu Yuelan. She thinks they are evenly matched, and her confidence is mostly based on this belief. At this moment, a call from a man reignites Yu Jinji's confidence, as if she is about to start a new path. The guests leave, and the Zhu family begins to clear the dining table. Compared to modern banquets, the difference is huge. There's no chance to pack leftovers. Everyone is very careful about saving food. Zhu Zai doesn't like doing dishes, so at home, Gu Jinghuai usually washes them. When she returns to her parents' house, she definitely won't do it either. Earlier, during the banquet, she sat at the table with the newlyweds while preparing dinner. Zhu Changming and Yu Yuelan are both very grateful and respectful toward Zhu Zai. Actually, Zhu Changming doesn't know about the plans and schemes between Yu Yuelan and Zhu Zai that day. But he deeply feels that being able to reunite with his beloved is mostly thanks to his little aunt. "Little aunt, I toast you." The Zhu family's wedding wine was brought out from Zhu Zai's space, white liquor. It's not a famous brand, but it has a strong alcohol content. She isn't really good at drinking white liquor, but since her nephew offered a toast, she had to accept. "From now on, treat your wife well." After saying this, Zhu Zai took a drink. As she put down her cup, Yu Yuelan stood up. She wore a red cotton jacket, a red cloth flower in her hair, and a joyful, gentle smile on her face, no longer showing her previous worries. Her gentle voice was full of gratitude and respect. "Thank you, little aunt. I toast you." Zhu Zai looked at her and smiled, drinking her toast, and also advised, "Forget about the past. From now on, live happily with Changming." "Yes, I will remember, little aunt." Yu Yuelan's attitude toward Zhu Zai truly made Zhu Changming happy. Little aunt's position in his heart was special, almost like the parents who gave him life. Yu Yuelan sincerely respected her, which made Zhu Changming feel that he had not been betrayed. Actually, Yu Yuelan also used to respect Zhu Zai in the past. But at that time, there was no comparison with Yu Jinji, who looked down on Zhu Zai, so Zhu Changming didn't realize how precious Yu Yuelan was in this regard. People fear comparison. Only after comparing can they see how rare another person truly is. Zhu Changming was immersed in the deep love between Yu Yuelon and himself, unaware of the tacit understanding between the two women. When Zhu Zai worked with Yu Yuelon, she once told her that their plans didn't need to be shared with Zhu Changming. She didn't mind, but it might affect their relationship. When a man loves you, he considers others carefully. When he doesn't love you, his scheming is seen as cunning. She didn't want what Yu Yuelon did today to become a reason for Zhu Changming to hold a grudge against her in the future. Although she had some confidence in Zhu Changming's moral standards, she still wouldn't fully trust him. She simply didn't trust men in general, and she didn't want Yu Yuelon, a good girl, to be treated poorly. Yu Yuelon understood her worries. At first, she felt a bit guilty. But as things developed exactly as Zhu Zai predicted, Yu Jinji really hired someone to harm her. She no longer felt guilty. Such things only speed up losing happiness. Zhu Changming was her man. Now, she was just letting things return to their natural state. As long as she could be with the man she loved, what was wrong with scheming a little? Moreover, she had never intentionally harmed anyone. If Changming loved her, he would surely understand. Now that everything was heading in a good direction, she saw no need to say anything more, to let Changming worry again. Perhaps she was a selfish woman after all. Yu Yuelon finished her toast, and then brother Zhu and sister Zhu also stood up. Little sister Changming and Chang'e being able to marry successfully is thanks to you. You are our great benefactor. Today, this toast is for you from brother Zhu and sister Zhu. Zhu Zai, big brother, sister-in-law, you are being too kind. Changming and Chang'e are my nephews, and I help them because I should. I haven't done much, just a little matchmaking. Mainly, my two nephews are excellent, and their wives have good judgment. That's why they found true love and got married. Big brother Zhu and sister-in-law Zhu smiled happily after hearing her words, and they all shared a drink. Then, Mrs. Yao and old master Zhu also raised their cups. Zhu Zai felt a burning pain in her chest. Respect from elders must be accepted. What could she do? It was her second brother Zhu and his wife, her third brother Zhu and his wife, and her two nephews. After a round, Zhu Zai was a bit dizzy from drinking. Suddenly, she heard a voice. "Wife, you haven't drunk with me yet." Turning her head, she saw Gu Jinghuai, with 3 heads, looking at her with a sad face. She wanted to argue back immediately, but then she remembered Gu Jinghuai was helping Zhu Chang'e find a job. This man was no longer someone she could easily argue with. Someone who has helped her Zhu family deserves some respect. So, she drank in one gulp. Afterward, she heard her eldest son, Gu Erbao, raise his cup too. "Mom, Erbao to you. Thank you for cooking for Erbao and my brother every day. You've worked hard. Cheers to you, becoming more beautiful, more charming, and soon, you'll be able to fly and enjoy happiness every day, Zhu Zai. Baby, your sweet words are nice, but don't try to fool me with plain water." But at least her eldest son had used all his little brain, trying his best to give her good wishes. She decided to drink a cup. Too much alcohol won't make her itchy or dizzy. Whether it's one more or one less, she no longer cared. Zhu Zai had drunk quite a lot, and she slept all afternoon. The alcohol still hadn't worn off. In the evening, when Zhu Changming caused a fuss about the wedding chamber, his friends called Zhu Zai to join them for drinks again. Many of the furniture in her new home was made by Zhu Changming. When he needed wood to make furniture, he couldn't do it alone, so he asked his good friends to help. As a result, Zhu Changming shared some of the money he received from Zhu Zai with his friends. He obviously refused to accept his sister-in-law's offer of payment, but Zhu Zai couldn't take advantage of him either. As long as he did a good job for himself, everything was fine. Over time, Zhu Changming's friends became very grateful to Zhu Zai. Soon, their enthusiasm grew, and they even caused some trouble together. Gu Jinghuai was originally reluctant, but then he suddenly stopped trying to stop and quietly watched Zhu Zai being served drinks. Today, Zhu Zai drank quite a lot, more than she did at Zhu Chang'e's wedding. When her figure had already reached 6 shadows, Gu Jinghuai rushed over. "All right, my wife is drunk. No more drinking." He said this as he gently picked Zhu Zai up like a princess. Gu Jinghuai gently pressed his face to Zhu Zai's forehead, turned slightly, and secretly kissed her. Sweetheart, my dear, you're feeling really bad. Don't cause trouble. I'll take you home, he spoke softly, so no one else heard, and Zhu Zai, feeling dizzy, didn't catch what he said. Yao Shi came out and said, maybe we shouldn't go back. Let's stay at home. Gu Jinghuai raised an eyebrow. Was that okay? If she stayed at her parents' house, he would be letting his wife drink so much for nothing. Then he turned around and said, Mom, no. I'll take a Zhu with me. Sanbao is still at Grandma's house. Maybe we should leave Daba and Erbao here. I'll take care of Sanbao and them tonight. Yao Shi listened and agreed quickly, saying to her son-in-law holding his daughter, all right, you can take Yer home. Daba and Erbao will stay tonight. I'll soothe them to sleep. Gu Jinghuai couldn't hold back and suddenly smiled, then quickly stopped. Seeing the scene, Erbao asked, Brother, why do I feel like Dad's smile looks a little strange? Daba said helplessly, yeah, it does seem strange. He didn't leave his wife, but he's sending the 2 kids away. He's not happy about that. He remembered his mother mentioning the 2-person world, where couples enjoy spending time together. Maybe his dad also wanted to experience that legendary 2-person world with his mom? Sigh, he and his brother decided not to bother them. Thinking this, Daba took Erbao's small hand and comforted him, calming his restless desire to go home. The lively celebration at Zhu family's house was still going on, but Zhu Zai, carried home by Gu Jinghuai, was already feeling sleepy. Gu Jinghuai had been carrying her on his back all along. In a time when even holding hands with a spouse could attract attention, his way of carrying a woman was a bit unusual. Fortunately, everyone's eyes were on the newlyweds, so few noticed him. At home, Gu Jinghuai laid a thick quilt on the kong, a traditional bed, heated it up, and then went to his mother-in-law's house to bring back Sanbao. Sanbao was already asleep, so he simply placed him on the western side of the kong. He slept on the edge of the bed, while Zhu Zai slept at the head, with about 2 meters between them. Seeing their son far from their space as a couple, Gu Jinghuai felt satisfied. After getting on the bed, he still felt something was missing. So, he took off all his clothes, entered the space, and used the tools inside to wash himself. Finally finished, he came out feeling fresh and clean, lying beside Zhu Zai. Perhaps because they hadn't been close for a long time, Gu Jinghuai was so excited that he was trembling. Ah Zhu, I never thought we'd have a day like this. I'm so happy, he whispered softly, slowly moving closer to Zhu Zai. Zhu Zai frowned, feeling a bit impatient, a long-lost desire rising in her heart. She knew she was drunk, but also felt she wasn't. She felt very hot, but didn't know how to make herself cooler. Feeling uncomfortable and restless, suddenly, she encountered something icy. That ice seemed to have a spirit, knowing exactly where she was restless. Just holding it made her feel comfortable. So, Zhu Zai tightly hugged the ice cube. Though cool, the ice wasn't without melting moments. She didn't know how long she held the ice, but her inner fire seemed to melt it, and warm streams flowed through her body. Fortunately, as the ice melted, her fiery feelings also cooled down, no longer roaring inside her. The next morning, Zhu Zai woke up holding her head, feeling something was wrong. Wait, what is that slippery, hard thing next to her? Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Zhu Zai slowly turned around and looked back. Then, a face more handsome and radiant in the morning light gradually appeared before her eyes. The man's eyelashes fluttered gently as he slowly opened his eyes. Tender feelings gathered in his gaze. Just as he was about to smile and say, "Good morning, wife," a loud scream from outside suddenly interrupted him. They say 3 women make a show, and this family of 3 certainly had plenty of drama. Gu Jinghuai's gentle expression hadn't even fully appeared before Zhu Zai, surprised and angry, kicked him. She kicked him from the bed to the edge of the bed, hitting their young son, who was lying far away. The little boy, Sanbao, let out a loud cry, waking up with a scream, adding fiery energy to this chaotic scene. "Wife, you kicked me. You weren't like this last night. You were so gentle then, holding me. Shut up. Don't let go. Gu Jinghui held the edge of the blanket, looking sad and shaking his head. I won't say anything. Zhu Zai didn't know how to vent her anger. She could only shout at the man in front of her, who still looked a bit naive and had a faint fresh tea scent. Your son is almost crying himself hoarse behind you. Why are you just staring? Hurry up and comfort him. Oh, okay, I got it, wife. Don't be angry. After saying that, the man turned around to soothe his son. However, the two of them were covered with a large quilt. Although the quilt was big enough to cover the entire bed, when Gu Jinghui turned around, the quilt slipped off, revealing a large patch of smooth skin. Zhu Zai, was he doing it on purpose? At this moment, she had calmed down a little. Actually, she wasn't a very strict or pure woman. She had experience from her past life, and in this life, she had also given birth. She wouldn't be so delicate and pretentious. But it was different now. If she had slept with any other man today, she wouldn't have been so excited. Even if she dreamed of supporting 10 men in the future, Gu Jinghui's name wouldn't be among them. But today, last night, at this very moment, she had actually slept with this man. What a sin! What could she say? What else could she say? Silently, she dressed herself, got out of bed, and quietly went to the kitchen to cook, pretending to make dinner alone, then eating it all by myself. In reality, I took out 2 baskets of steamed dumplings and a box of milk from the space to have breakfast. Afterward, I closed the kitchen door and ran into the large space of the storage, found the pharmacy, searched for the medicines I needed, opened a bottle of mineral water, and drank it. This dog is worse than old third Gu. When Zhu Zai finished tidying up outside and came into the house, Gu Jinghui had already dressed and folded the quilt. Sanbao was already awake, mumbling with a small mouth, making baby sounds only he could understand. Gu Jinghui held him, sitting quietly on the Kong bed, acting out a scene of father and son suffering in the bitter cabbage flour. When Zhu Zai looked over, both father and son looked at her with similar faces, their eyes showing the same meaning. Wife, I am leaving. Mom, I am hungry. Zhu Zai ignored the big one and took away the small one. She said impatiently, Go make your own food. Gu Jinghui pouted sadly, feeling like he was invisible in her eyes. In the end, he quietly got up and went to cook. Gu Jinghui felt very wronged. Both of them were like this, and his wife still ignored him. Why was life so hard? Sigh. He chose this wife himself. What could he do? Even if he kneels, he will spoil her. After filling his stomach, Gu Jinghui silently went to his mother-in-law's house to pick up the 2 sons. He thought with sons around, his wife would probably care a little more. No matter how much she disliked him, she wouldn't explode completely. Big and second sons grew up in old Gu's family, so they seemed to have a natural sensitivity to others' emotions. Even though second son was later cultivated by Zhu Zai to be more innocent, the skills he learned early in life were not easy to let go. So, when they returned home, they immediately noticed the strange atmosphere between their parents. This family was too quiet. Usually, second son still dared to act spoiled, but today, seeing his mother's face as if she owed him 80,000 yuan, he didn't dare to speak at all. Brother, let's go out and play. Adults matters, we kids should stay out of it. Dabao thought for a moment and felt that nothing serious had happened between his parents, so he said, Okay, you take the notebook, and we'll go to Grandma Yu's house. Write each of the numbers I taught you yesterday 10 times. Second Bao. Can I still choose to stay now? No matter how Second Bao struggled, he was eventually pulled by his diligent older brother to the next room. Mother said that the elderly need company. Today, he not only supervised his younger brother's studies, but also spent time with Grandma Yu. It's truly a perfect day. Thinking that his 2 sons returning might help him out, Gu Jinghui said, his warm fatherly love was ultimately misplaced finally. After enduring until noon and then evening, Gu Jinghui prepared the meals for his 2 children and brought them over. However, even such caring fatherly love couldn't change his 2 rock-solid sons. After a day of silence, Gu Jinghui finally couldn't hold back and grabbed Zhu Zai, who was about to go back to bed. Wife, you haven't spoken to me all day. Can you stop being angry? Tell me where I went wrong, and I'll definitely change in the future. Zhu Zai had initially planned to forget about this matter and not talk about it anymore. As a mature woman, would she still be upset just because she slept with a man? So, when Gu Jinghuai stopped her, Zhu Zai only slightly raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "What am I angry about?" Gu Jinghuai thought Zhu Zai was still upset and said softly, "If you're not angry, why haven't you spoken to me all day?" Zhu Zai was surprised. "Did I used to care about you a lot?" Gu Jinghuai: "I am speechless. But, wife, I still think you're angry." "Oh, just think what you want. Wife, tell me, what are you angry about? Can I change in the future?" Zhu Zai felt very bored and helpless, saying, "What am I angry about? I'm just tired. Why do you think I should be angry? Did you take advantage of my drunkenness and sleep with me? No way. Even if I'm angry, it's only because I found out the result but didn't enjoy the process." After saying this, Zhu Zai, like a careless woman who doesn't care anymore, swaggered into the house, leaving Gu Jinghuai looking like he'd been struck by lightning. Then, Gu Jinghuai frantically knocked on the door. Honey, can I let you experience something tonight? I promise you'll be happy with both the process and the result." "Honey, open the door." Inside, Zhu Zai muttered angrily, "Such a shameless face. Saying you're fat and out of breath. What I really dislike is your face. Dogs are better than men. So handsome. If he looked a little less ugly, I would definitely hit him. Sai, on the other hand, if he were the soul of a scumbag from a past life, I would definitely hit him too." But Gu Laosan and Gu Jinghuai are clearly two different people. In the past, Gu Jinghuai deserved to die, but in this life, Gu Laosan is innocent. From his perspective, it was his negligence that caused his wife and child's tragedy. But he has always loved his wife and believed that they could be happy and loving now, finally living a sweet life. From his point of view, sleeping with his wife isn't wrong. They haven't divorced, and during this time, he's been very respectful and has helped her family a lot. How could she get angry and punish him just because they slept together once? After calming down, she realized she didn't know how to face him besides giving him the cold shoulder. Now, she can clearly distinguish between Gu Jinghuai from her past life and Gu Laosan from this life. With Gu Laosan's gentle attitude, her resentment toward that dead scumbag from her past seems to be gradually fading. Of course, she doesn't forgive him. She's just decided to let it go. In her eyes, Gu Laosan and Gu Jinghuai are two completely different men. Although they share the same name, their figures are different. They look similar, but their personalities are not. Of course, she firmly believes that the current Gu Laosan is not the Gu Jinghuai from her past life, and most importantly, as Zhu Zai had thoughtfully considered before, that scumbag. What credit does he have? Why should he be able to travel through time? She is beautiful and smart, talented and successful, earning money and doing good deeds. When she was challenged by that scumbag's mistress, even heaven couldn't bear to see her fall, so it gave her this chance to travel. What about Gu Jinghuai? He's just a joke. Yes, he's somewhat handsome and wealthy, but he's got a dark heart. And she didn't cheat on him. So why should heaven give him another chance at life? Therefore, that big fool outside definitely isn't that scumbag. Maybe he's still the ancestor of that bad man. So, she wasn't reading the script for traveling back to the 1960s to love you again, but rather, traveling back to the 1960s to marry your ancestor? Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so hard to accept. And because she slept with the ancestor of the bad man, she actually felt a strange sense of excitement. Zhu Zai. What kind of strange logic is this? Zhu Zai seemed to start a new story in her time-traveling drama, opening the door to a new world. When she looked at Gu Jinghuai again, he was completely different. Gu Jinghuai had stood outside all night waiting, but he didn't get to see his wife. Moreover, the two sons he had gone to pick up from the neighbor's house had taken over his big bed in the east room. With nowhere else to go, Gu Jinghuai seemed to find a reason to openly wait for his wife. But things in this world are rarely that simple. Gu Jinghuai stood outside all night and caught a cold. "Wife, I have a headache." Zhu Zai felt a bit helpless and said, What should we do? You still have to go to work today. Wife, how about you ride your bike and take me to the factory to ask for leave? Last night, the woman who had already used her strange logic to win herself over was no longer so resistant to Gu Jinghuai. Hearing this suggestion, she only felt it was a little troublesome, but since she could also go to the county town and handle some business, she agreed. Okay, you wear your coat, dress warmly. I'll ride my bike and take you there. Gu Jinghuai was deeply moved. He went back inside, put on his military coat, and came out sniffling. Zhu Zai took her 3 sons to her mother-in-law's house next door, put on a thick cotton-padded jacket, a hat, scarf, and gloves, then rode her bike with Gu Jinghuai. Gu Jinghuai was tall, so he didn't look very big when he rode his bike alone, but when Zhu Zai carried him, he looked all curled up and very pitiful. Fortunately, Zhu Zai had her special abilities, or else her small frame wouldn't be able to support his large body. At this moment, Zhu Zai couldn't help but feel that traveling through time definitely had its benefits. Despite her small size, after a night of indulgence, she felt no different today. If it weren't for the numerous love marks on her body that made her a little nervous, she might have even suspected that Gu Lao Sand was a mushroom. However, looking at his tall stature, high nose bridge, and long arms and legs, perhaps, he probably isn't. Right? While Zhu Zai was lost in thought, Gu Jinghuai had already arrived at the county town. When parking, Gu Jinghuai always felt that Zhu Zai's gaze on him seemed a bit strange. What's wrong with it? He couldn't tell, but he felt like his wife looked at him with a hint of pity and sympathy. Why would she pity him? Could it be because she felt sorry that he caught a cold? Or that she felt bad for his discomfort? As expected of his wife, she still cares about him deep inside. Zhu Zai parked the car, locked it, and asked the security guard at the steel factory to watch over it. Then she took Gu Jinghuai to their boss's office to ask for leave. This was Zhu Zai's first appearance at the steel factory. Before, she was just a person of legend. Now she was finally seen in real life. Some of the people in the shadows looked at her, dressed in a blue cotton jacket with white small flowers, black cotton pants, a red scarf around her neck, and a navy blue wool hat. Their eyes brightened instantly. That splash of red scarf was like the most charming color of winter, walking under the steel factory sky, attracting many eyes. Someone whispered, "That must be Comrade Gu's wife. Wow, she's really well dressed. No wonder Comrade Gu cares so much about his wife. Turns out she's so fashionable. Not only fashionable, but she's also pretty. No wonder he keeps a close watch on her. Haha, don't say it. Look around. Everyone's looking at her, and Comrade Gu is even more attentive to her." Gu Jinghuai, feeling dizzy from the cold wind, suddenly felt a bit more alert. Seeing the gazes around that looked at his wife, he felt annoyed. What are they looking at? He's her husband. Zhu Zai didn't know what kind of waves were hidden beneath the seemingly calm steel factory. Right now, she just wanted to quickly take Gu Jinghuai to the boss's office to ask for leave and then take him to the county hospital for an injection. With Gu Jinghuai guiding her, they quickly arrived at his direct supervisor's office. Cough, cough, Director Chow, cough, cough, I have caught a cold. I want to ask for a day off. Can you please help me out? Director Chow saw it was Gu Jinghuai and immediately stood up, letting him and Zhu Zai in. He knew a little about Gu Jinghuai's past. Since coming to the steel factory, his work has been very good. If he wasn't truly unwell, he wouldn't skip work. He could tell right away that Gu Jinghuai was special, so he was willing to give him personal care. All right, no problem. I'll approve your leave today. Go to the county hospital for a good checkup and get some medicine. You young people are strong, you'll recover quickly. Thank you, Director Chow. No need to thank me. It's just a small matter. Oh, is this your wife? Your comrade looks nice. No wonder she's always on your mind. Zhu Zai didn't say anything, just smiled silently. Comma? Gu Jinghuai's cough grew louder. What's going on with this leader? Better not say more, or it might give us away. Fortunately, this leader seemed to be good at reading people and didn't tease the young couple further. Director Chow thought, I heard that Comrade Gu was fighting outside for the past few years and only came back last year. Being away for so long, it's like he's newly married. Newlyweds are usually shy, so I won't tease them anymore. The leave was approved smoothly. Slightly suspicious, Zhu Zai and the guilty-looking Gu Jinghuai headed outside. But just halfway there, they met Leader Wang and Leader Li. These two were basically Gu Jinghuai's biggest fans. They were very disappointed that they couldn't turn Gu Jinghuai into relatives. This made them very curious about Gu Jinghuai's wife. What kind of woman could win over such an outstanding comrade? Today, when they heard Zhu Zai was here, they were so excited. They immediately put down their work and came out to see them. This is typical of middle managers who have some freedom. Lower-level workers would have been noticed long ago. Seeing Zhu Zai and his wife from afar, the two greeted them warmly. "Little Gu, why are you so late today?" "I didn't see you this morning." Cough, cough. "Leader Li, I caught a cold. I just asked Director Chow for leave and will go to the county hospital soon." "Oh dear, you're sick. Hurry to the hospital and get some medicine. With your health, you'll recover quickly." Cough, cough. Leader Li is right, and Director Chow just said the same thing. Leader Wang subtly looked at Zhu Zai and smiled at Gu Jinghuai, saying, "Little Gu, I heard from the factory people that you came here with a female colleague. I guess this lady is your wife." Gu Jinghuai had a bad feeling, but he was happy to hear that Zhu Zai was his wife. "Yes, this is my wife, Zhu Zai." He said this while holding her hand. His pride and happiness felt like a powerful force overflowing from him as he puffed out his chest. Leader Wang smiled and said, "Little Gu and Comrade Zhu are a perfect match, very well suited." At this moment, Leader Li looked at Zhu Zai's appearance and seemed to understand why Gu Jinghuai loved his wife. Zhu Zai wore a hat that covered her scar on her forehead. Her slim figure was shown by her well-fitted cotton jacket, and the red scarf around her neck made her look even healthier. Her overall appearance was truly beautiful. Seeing Zhu Zai, no one would doubt that Gu Jinghuai was a good match for her. Old Wang is right. If it weren't for Gu catching a cold today, I would have invited you all to my house for a meal. Usually, I hear about you from little Gu, and now that I see you, I can tell the stories are true. My daughter is about your age. When you come to my house someday, I'm sure you'll become good friends." Zhu Zai looked at Leader Li a bit confused and asked, "Did he mention me at the factory?" Gu Jinghuai coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Leader Wang answered, "Of course, he talks about you every day. He's reflecting on himself 3 times a day, and little Gu mentions his wife 3 times daily." "Oh, after so many years, I've never seen someone love their wife this much." Gu Jinghuai coughed wildly. Cough, cough, cough. "Please, stop talking." But the enthusiastic leaders Li and Wang didn't seem to notice his discomfort. Instead, they seemed to open some kind of secret door. They smiled and said, "There's a good reason why he loves his wife so much. It's because Comrade Zhu is very clingy to little Gu." Zhu Zai's eyes widened. "I love to cling to him." Leader Wang naturally said, "Of course, Xiao Gu says you can't even meet him late once a day. If it weren't for this reason, we would have already invited his family to dinner. But we're still worried you'll be angry, and you might come home late from work and not want to see him." "Zhu Zai, what are you talking about? I understand every word you said, but I don't understand how they connect." Leader Wang's words are actually a way of scolding Zhu Zai. How can a woman control her man so strictly? Being clingy also has limits. It affects the man's normal social life. It's good that the couple loves each other, but some things shouldn't be delayed because of the woman. He and Lao Li both think highly of Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu repeatedly refused them, and they were tolerant. But with others, it might be different. In this era, it's not always about accidentally saying something or doing something that offends a villain. Offending a gentleman isn't scary, but offending a villain can lead to trouble later. So, his words are both a warning and advice. Unexpectedly, he played Gao Shan Lu Shui for the ox to listen to and danced a charming dance for the blind to see. Zhu Zai didn't understand anything. She was just shocked by what he said earlier. Does she love sticking close to Gu Jinghuai? Can't even meet him a little later? What kind of crazy rumor is this? Gu Jinghuai's heart sank. It's over, barbecue. Leader Wang and Li didn't understand Gu's pain. Seeing Zhu Zai stunned, they thought she understood and felt very pleased. "All right, Comrade Zhu. quickly take Xiaogu to the county hospital for a checkup. If medicine doesn't work, get an injection. This illness must be treated early. Gu Jinghuai, now you finally have some sense. Do you think you can hurt me and just smile it off? But no matter what, Gu Jinghuai definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly now. After Zhu Zai reacted, she smiled and said goodbye to leaders Li and Wang, then took Gu Jinghuai and left. Gu Jinghuai felt that, even in her smile, he sensed a hint of impending storm. They walked in silence. Zhu Zai led the way, and Gu Jinghuai followed behind like a little wife. She led him to the consultation room, and Zhu Zai was about to leave. "Wife, where are you going?" Gu Jinghuai quickly grabbed Zhu Zai's sleeve and looked at her pitifully. "I'm going out for a little while. You stay here and prescribe the medicine. I'll be back soon." Zhu Zai spoke expressionlessly. Gu Jinghuai looked a bit wronged and asked, "Are you coming back to find me? Do you want to leave me behind and make me walk back alone?" Zhu Zai's heart was pounding. He really is the biological father of the second child. This habit of causing trouble for no reason is just in his blood. The nurse nearby started to look at them strangely. The young nurse held the small medicine spoon, calm on the outside but internally complaining. No way, no way, no way. Could these two be wearing their clothes backwards? Gu Jinghuai was still acting sentimental with Zhu Zai. The nurse couldn't hold back and said, "Enough already. He's your husband, not your son. Why do you have to be so dependent on your mother?" "Oh, I mean on your wife, Gu Jinghuai. I just can't do without her." Thanks to the nurse's understanding, Zhu Zai managed to slip away smoothly. She plans to give a batch of millet and yellow millet to the tall, bearded man. Winter is coming and people here love making bean buns. The yellow millet in her space is of good quality. She will produce this batch, and the rest she will eat herself later. Not many people in the city know how to steam bean buns, so her space's large stock of yellow millet isn't that much. In the future, she should focus on producing rice and white flour. Having worked with the big bearded man for a long time, he already knew her habits. He specially found her a yard in the county town, where she could store her goods when she had time. She kept track of how many jeans she stored. Initially, they agreed that she would set the price with the big bearded man, then deliver the goods, and pay her during their next meeting. But the big bearded man, worried about losing such a big business partner, started paying her a lot each time. She just needed to put enough goods in that yard. So, the payment method changed from cash on delivery to paying first and delivering later. Business between sincere people is always more enjoyable. With the big bearded man, Zhu Zai didn't bother looking for other partners. After she became a wealthy person, she also asked the big bearded man to find ancient objects and gold for her. The big bearded man was not foolish. Seeing Zhu Zai's interest, he secretly collected some items himself. He knew gold was valuable, but he didn't care much about ancient objects. With his help, Zhu Zai had already gathered many good things in her space. When she finished her work and returned to the county hospital, Gu Jinghuai had already finished the medicine. He stood with his hands in his sleeves, leaning against the wall outside the hospital, waiting for her. From this angle, he really looked like a local resident. That sleeve-rolling action made it impossible to see that in his past life, he was a proud, elegant man. It was truly the previous life and present life that deceived Zhu Zai for 2 generations. His acting skills were really on point. In his past life, to become the type Zhu Zai liked, he transformed from a cold, rebellious into an elegant, noble man. In this life, to prevent Zhu Zai from discovering his true identity and rejecting him, he became a loyal, obedient husband, more rustic than the locals. No wonder Zhu Zai, with her shallow understanding, was fooled. It was all the scheming of a clever man. Zhu Zai, despite feeling annoyed, finally stepped forward and pulled away the man who looked completely different but shared the same face in both lives. "Can you pay attention to your image?" Gu Jinghuai kept his mouth shut, thinking, if I cared about my image, I would have lost my disguise long ago. He responded with a hum and a nod. "Okay, I got it, dear." Seeing his honest, obedient face, Zhu Zai couldn't stay angry anymore. Plus, he was sick, and she didn't want to say harsh words to him. Did you get the medicine? Go home and take it, then drink a bowl of soup. You'll feel better soon. Gu Jinghuai's eyes flickered, and he mumbled. Yes, I did. He was feeling lonely. Zhu Zai didn't know that as soon as she left, the nurse couldn't hold back the crazy man anymore. Hey, where are you going? Your cold is pretty serious. You need to get an injection quickly. Gu Jinghuai didn't listen and chased after his wife. But since he was sick now, feeling dizzy and confused, compared to Zhu Zai, who had a special advantage, he couldn't catch up. After standing outside in the cold wind for a while, Gu Jinghuai's head hurt even more. At that moment, he remembered to drink a little of the spirit spring water. He found a place behind someone and poured himself a sip of the water. After a while, his headache and fever started to get better. The sunlight shone on him, and he couldn't help but want to roll up his sleeves. Just as he did that, Zhu Zai returned. One action made Zhu Zai more certain that he was not the Gu Jinghuai from the past. But it also made Zhu Zai feel annoyed, and he didn't know if that was good or bad. Zhu Zai rode his bike back home with Gu Jinghuai. He brewed some soup for him and said, "Remember to take your medicine." Then he stopped worrying about him. Gu Jinghuai felt guilty. He held the soup bowl and drank for a while. It seemed that after finishing the warm soup, he felt a surge of courage. He put down the bowl and went to the restroom. "Sweetheart, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Now, Gu Jinghuai said this so smoothly it was like a child saying, "I'm hungry" or "I need to go to the bathroom." Zhu Zai was also very annoyed with this. This man was always like this. He admitted his mistakes easily, but then caused big trouble again in some unknown corner. In summary, I know I was wrong, but I'll do it again next time. What kind of man is raised by such a place? Really, hitting him isn't necessary, and there's no need to be angry. If you scold him, he might look more innocent than you. It's just speechless. Where do you think you went wrong? Although Zhu Zai was already very tired, he still asked. Who would have thought Gu Jinghuai would feel wronged again? I was just being vain. I heard others say how good and close they are with their wives, and I was jealous. Wife, I also want to be close to you. So when others asked me, I lied. I know lying is wrong, but after you said you loved being close to me, I was so happy. Later, I just couldn't stop myself from talking. After saying this, Gu Jinghuai blinked innocently at her. Zhu Zai. So, what does this mean? Lying for a moment of happiness. Lying all the time for happiness? The situation with the special brew is really outrageous. All right, stop blinking those big, beautiful eyes of yours. Gu Jinghuai instinctively almost smiled, then suddenly stiffened and asked, "What big blue eyes?" "It's nothing." Gu Jinghuai wisely chose not to ask further. "Go out now. I want to rest for a while." Gu Jinghuai was surprised. "Wife, aren't you going to ask anything else? You're just going to let me go like that?" Zhu Zai looked speechless. "What else do I need to ask? The rumors are already out. What more can I dig into? Can I just ignore them?" Zhu Zai's laid-back attitude, though a bit detached from the world, is actually quite clear-sighted. Even if she doesn't bother to clear things up, what difference does it make how much she asks Gu Jinghuai? Unexpectedly, when faced with such a husband who is not meddlesome and often manages his own affairs, Gu Jinghuai not only feels unappreciated, but also starts to feel wronged. He suddenly rushed over and tightly hugged Zhu Zai. "Wife, do you not have me in your heart? I know, after all these years of traveling outside, you've suffered at home. If I could be with you, I wouldn't want you to suffer even a little. I know you haven't fully accepted me yet, but can you give me a chance? Wife, look at me, look at my efforts, okay? Don't let me keep running to you alone. At least, just turn around and look at me. Just one glance, just one look is enough." It's unclear whether Gu Jinghuai's nasal voice after catching a cold, which sounds magnetic, or his burning embrace after a fever, affected Zhu Zai. For a moment, she didn't push him away, feeling the sadness in his words. Maybe it's because Gu Laosan's behavior over the past year is completely different from her late husband's, and she has long separated the two in her mind. She has no aversion to any man except for scoundrels. This Gu Laosan is clearly a good man, so she just. After all, with that face, she definitely wouldn't fall for him sincerely. It's just loneliness in her deep chambers, wanting to find a man to have some fun. In her current environment, she just happens to have a decent legal option. But can she really do this? For her own selfish desires, she temporarily accepted a man's sincere feelings? She is not naturally a bad girl. How could she have such thoughts? Zhu's eyes shivered, and Gu Jinghui held her even tighter. Her surroundings were filled with strong masculine energy, making her feel nervous and confused. Forget it, if he's a bad guy, so be it. After all, Gu Laosan is Gu Jinghui's ancestor. If he raised an unworthy descendant, could burning some incense at his grave solve the problem? Thinking this way, Zhu Zai softly said, Gu Jinghui didn't react at first, but when Zhu Zai nudged him with her elbow, he snapped out of it. Baby Yu, forget it if you didn't hear me, she interrupted. As she spoke, Zhu Zai was about to get up and leave. Gu Jinghui, like a child whose toy was taken away, tightly held onto her and refused to let go. He pleaded, I heard you. Baby, you nodded, you agreed. From now on, we will be good together. Zhu Zai ignored him, but she didn't push him away. At this moment, she only saw Gu Laosan as just another man besides Gu Jinghui. She enjoyed the warmth of his broad chest. If time could stop here, they would remember their similar features and gentle expressions. Baby, I'll come to the West Room tonight and sleep with you. Zhu Zai's brief moment of warmth shattered instantly. No, baby, listen to my explanation. I noticed it's getting colder these days. It must be snowing soon. I'm strong. I'll come keep you warm. No need. I have my son. That's enough. Although she mentally set Gu Laosan as a cowherd figure, starting to act on it so quickly felt a bit hasty. Even the new girl, Zhu Zai, couldn't quite handle it. Gu Jinghui kept whining, trying to persuade Zhu Zai. Baby, our son is still so young. Look how big I am. If I come, I'll make the bed even warmer for you. Zhu Zai, is this business already becoming competitive? Forget it, let's not bother. You're sick now. What if you pass it to the child? Go sleep in your own room. Gu Jinghui's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, wife, if I get over my cold, I can come and sleep with you? That's great, Zhu Zai. With such understanding, he probably always scores full marks in reading comprehension, right? Copying others' words and acting arrogantly. It's just like that. Zhu Zai was worried about how to deal with this big troublemaker when suddenly, his two sons came back from next door. With the sons here, Gu Jinghui, who can't pursue his cowherd business anymore, has to take on the role of super dad. The Zhu family has been quite lively lately. With the marriages of the two grandsons settled, the shame Zhu Zai felt after her divorce seemed to fade away. People who are not in the storm never realize how loud it is. Outsiders might see the Zhu family's lively scene and say congratulations. But to the old Gu family, who are rivals of Zhu family, it's like a thorn in their side, stabbing at their hearts. Since they learned that Zhao Cuihua sent a letter to her sister in the capital, the Gu family has been waiting eagerly. They hoped that the reply from the capital would give them strength to fight back against Gu Laosan's family and the Zhu family. But as they waited and waited, winter turned to spring and cold to heat. Almost a year passed. Even from so far away, the reply should have arrived by now. The Gu family members felt disappointed, and Zhao Cuihua was a bit anxious. Thoughts raced through her mind. Maybe it was something, maybe not. That's strange. It's been so long. Why haven't we received a reply? Could it be that they didn't get my letter? Gu Laosi frowned and hesitated before asking his mother, Mom, could Auntie and the others have moved? Changed places? That's why they haven't received the letter. Zhao Cuihua firmly denied it.
Impossible.
Your auntie lives in a government-provided apartment. As long as she's working, she'll stay there. She wouldn't move. Work is hard to find now. Your auntie wouldn't give up such a good job. Sometimes, Zhao Cuihua felt unbalanced inside. Why was her sister so talented in everything, while she was just ordinary? Her sister went to the capital for studies, found a job there, and settled down. And what about her? From one poor family to another. In her whole life, she never experienced such glory. However, She suddenly thought of something and looked kindly at old Fourth Gu, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. No matter how skilled she was at work, she knew there was one thing she could never have, something that belonged only to herself. Old Fourth Gu had no idea what his mother was thinking in that brief moment. He was just worried about the reply letter that had disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Mother, why don't we write another letter? Maybe the outside is too chaotic and the letter got lost. Jingfenggu hurriedly agreed. Yes, it must have been lost in the mail. Let's send another one. She really didn't want that aunt from the capital to ignore them. She was also hoping to marry into the capital and become a housekeeper's wife someday. So, she didn't even dare to think about the possibility that she might not succeed. Zhao Cuihua also seemed convinced by their words. She asked old Fourth Gu to take some paper and a pen, and then she recited instructions for him to write a letter. The letter mainly said she missed her and hoped for a reply. Her nephew and niece all missed her very much and asked when she might come back. If she couldn't, they could come to the capital instead. They talked about these things over and over. Fortunately, it was a letter, not a telegram. Otherwise, Zhao Cuihua might have spent all her money rushing to send a telegram, which would be a big waste. After finishing the letter, old Fourth Gu waited a while. When he didn't receive any money from his mother, he pursed his lips and left with a cold, indifferent face. Most likely, he had to pay for the postage again. This kind of thing had happened many times over the past half-year. At first, Zhao Cuihua felt a bit embarrassed and sorry for her fourth son. But when she bought a lot of fresh meat with his money, she felt it was worth it. She didn't want old Fourth Gu's salary, but it was right for him to help support his mother each month. What seemed natural to Zhao Cuihua felt like overstepping boundaries to old Fourth Gu. In the past, his salary was his private money. Now, their family savings had been stolen by some thief, and he felt like the family's bloodsucker. At first, his mother tried to stop him and felt embarrassed. But in the end, she also became addicted to taking what she wanted. Old Fourth Gu returned to his room. Songshur glanced at the letter in his hand and sneered coldly. Still writing to that aunt you haven't contacted in over 800 years. She hasn't replied to any letters all year, probably because she doesn't want to acknowledge this relative at all. Yet you all keep rushing to get closer. I'm really annoyed on your behalf. Old Fourth Gu kept a cold face and said nothing. Mrs. Song, however, continued to mock. This time, let you spend money to send the letter. I see through your whole family. Whoever has money, they take from others. Your salary is being taken advantage of, and every month, there's barely anything left. Poor my son, how many good things has he missed out on? She hugged her eldest son, who was born earlier than Gu Sanbao and was given the name Gu Zhong by Zhao Cuihua. This child was born full term, while Sanbao was premature. Compared to each other, they're just different sizes. But after a year, things have changed. The once big one has become small, and the small one has now grown into a big one. Actually, compared to this era, Mrs. Song has also fed her children quite well. She still hasn't weaned them and feeds only milk. She always tries to give them good food, worried about shortchanging her son. This can definitely be called luxurious feeding for this time. But good things are limited in this era. With the family conditions as they are, what else can she do? So, here, except for the cooks at the state-run restaurant, very few people get fat. For the children, it's even less likely to have chubby babies. Zhu Zai, because of a big space bug, often prepared small meals for his 3 sons so they could catch up quickly. Sanbao, who had never had milk, was fed well and became a chubby little boy, loved by many old, middle-aged, and young women. People generally think that fat people are lucky because being fat was so rare in this era. For example, Daba and Erbao, they might still be growing, or maybe Zhu Zai's small meals just met their daily needs without excess. Anyway, even with this kind of feeding, Daba and Erbao are not fat. So, Sanbao was very proud to be the first chubby one in the family. Now, Zhu Zai lives in Yu's village and doesn't often visit Gu's village, and Mrs. Song doesn't want to carry her son out to visit. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to see Sanbao, who is fatter than her son. I don't know if she could still say back then that she was a lucky person, while Zhu Zai was just a servant girl. At this moment, Mrs. Song was talking more and more fiercely. Old Fourth Gu was tired of her nagging, so he took the letter and left the room. Mrs. Song saw this and became even angrier. I really have the worst luck. I married such a man. Others saw her marriage as very glamorous, but only she knew whether her husband was good or not. Old Fourth Gu was a selfish man. He used to give her only a little money and kept the rest for himself. He also only cared about appearances and never showed warmth or concern for his wife. When Mrs. Song blamed Old Fourth Gu, she couldn't help but think about the matchmaking story from the beginning. At first, the match was arranged for the Gu family's young man. She was so excited, she thought it was for Old Third Gu. After all, among the unmarried men in the Gu family, Old Third Gu was the most prominent. Who would have thought that Zhao Cuihua, silently, directly arranged for Old Third Gu to marry Zhu Zai's daughter in Yu family village? She was so angry, she went to argue with the matchmaker. But the matchmaker told her she had been talking about Old Fourth Gu all along, and her mother knew it too. She went back to ask her mother, only to find out she had been mistaken from the start. But by then, the marriage had already been arranged. Old Third Gu was about to marry her into the Yu family village, and she couldn't back out. Her family also agreed. Even if she wasn't a pushover at home, she wasn't the type to have everything her way and control her parents and brothers-in-law. Later, she married without making a big fuss, just going along with her family's wishes. She thought Old Third Gu would marry some kind of wonderful person, but it turned out to be someone like Zhu Zai. She looked pretty, but had a scar on her forehead. She was timid and shy. She didn't even understand what Zhao Cuihua saw in her. But the longer she stayed in the Gu family, the clearer it became. She realized that Zhao Cuihua probably liked her because she was weak and easy to control. If she had married a strong wife, would Old Third Gu's allowance even reach Zhao Cuihua? She also had to admit she was impressed by Zhu Zai's personality. Sometimes, Zhao Cuihua and Gu Jingfang bullied her, and Mrs. Song couldn't stand it anymore. But from the very beginning, when she married in, she carried a stubborn attitude and was unlikely to help Zhu Zai. Over the years, she probably also became influenced by her surroundings. Not to mention helping Zhu Zai, she would be satisfied just stepping on him once. Watching the fun from the side is her greatest kindness. Dealing with evil people is like entering a seafood market. After a long time, you won't notice the smell. Song's situation was probably like this. She not only lost her ability to reflect on her conscience, but also became more and more influenced by negative surroundings. When Gu Jinghuai returned, her life was still quite good. But since Zhu Zai separated from the Gu family, and Old Third Gu came back to stand with Zhu Zai against the old Gu family, Song's feelings grew more uncomfortable. Adding to that, the family's money was stolen, and Zhao Cuihua and others started to drain her resources. Her marriage with Old Fourth Gu also faced more and more conflicts. Not only did she feel her marriage was becoming stifling and wanted to leave home in anger, but Old Fourth Gu also felt tired and worried. He wanted to go to the county to send a letter, and at this moment, he was a bit jealous that Old Third Gu could ride a bicycle to work. He must send a reply quickly this time. He didn't want to be manipulated by Old Third Gu anymore. He wanted a good, formal job. And he still wanted to ride a bicycle to work. Old Third Gu had been riding for so long, that was already a sign of their family's kindness. This was the result of Zhao Cuihua's long-term distorted education. She always took Old Third Gu's things as her own. When she wanted something, she didn't think about how to earn money to get it but wondered when she could take it from Old Third Gu. Animals don't eat raw meat. They are used to it because of humans. Coveting what originally belonged to someone else, she didn't even worry about whether she could get it, treating it as her own. People like this are shameless. Old Fourth Gu was thinking about his plans and didn't watch where he was going. When he reached Yu's village, he suddenly bumped into someone. Oh, it hurts so much. Old Fourth Gu instinctively wanted to curse, "Are you blind?" But when he heard the soft voice of a girl, he immediately stopped his curse. At the same time, most of his anger dissipated. are you okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhao Xiaoqi covered her sore nose and, upon hearing the gentle male voice, looked up immediately. Gu Laosi has a kind, gentle face. Although he is not as handsome as Gu Jinghai, he is very clean and usually takes good care of himself. He is slightly taller than average, and with his grooming, his appearance has improved a lot. Especially for a rural man who usually has a simple or rough look, Gu Laoxi's clean and gentle style makes him stand out. This made Zhao Xiaoqi, who was sent to the countryside as a youth, feel a bit surprised. She slowly lowered her hand from her nose and softly said, "I'm fine." Although she said that, tears were already forming in her eyes. Fate can be just a moment, and bad luck is also part of it. Gu Laosi, feeling upset for a long time, suddenly felt a flower bloom in his chest. Zhao Xiaoqi felt like she was attracting love today. First, she saw a handsome man with a good aura, and now she saw a clean, friendly man. She had been in Yujia village for almost a year, but never noticed any particularly attractive men around. But today, she met two. "I see your nose is red. Maybe I can help on it," Gu Laosi said softly, looking around to make sure no one was nearby. Zhao Xiaoqi blushed and lowered her head shyly. She said, no need. Men and women shouldn't touch, comrade." Although she refused, Gu Laosi didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he thought the girl was very pure and decent. She could stand firm even with such a charming man in front of her. He was glad no one else heard his words. If anyone wise had heard, they might have spat and called him a pompous man. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoqi, though appearing delicate and innocent like a white lotus flower, was secretly thinking, "This man looks friendly, but his behavior is so flirtatious. He's probably just another follower falling for her charm." She decided to go back and find out more about these two men and what their true intentions were. At first, she definitely didn't think much of these rural men. Last time, when she wrote, her mother told her about her father's report, and the family was no longer as strong as before. Right now, they are like a clay figure crossing a river, unable to protect themselves, let alone take care of her. If that's the case, she might have to find a long-term support in the countryside. Otherwise, she can't endure the hard life there anymore. Gu Laosi looked at the delicate but tough Zhao Xiaoqi and felt a happiness he had never experienced before. He immediately started a conversation. "Comrade, my name is Gu Jinghai, and I am the accountant of Gujia village. Sorry for bumping into you. Look, I need to go to the county town. I don't have much to do now. Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to a state-run restaurant for a meal, just as a small apology." It was funny. In this time when even minor injuries didn't usually come with compensation, he bumped into someone and then invited her to a state restaurant to eat and apologize. Clearly, he had other intentions. But Zhao Xiaoqi believed him. Maybe, even if she didn't trust him, she couldn't resist the temptation of the restaurant. Since coming to the countryside, her food had gotten worse. Before, her mother would send her money for treats. But 2 months ago, that support was cut significantly. She was tempted, so she didn't want to think too much about Gu Laosi's real intentions. Anyway, her goal wasn't simple. Both of them had hidden motives and bad intentions. Together, they were willing participants in this game. So, Zhao Xiaoqi shyly said, "No need. Thank you, Brother Gu. You don't have to call me comrade anymore. My name is Zhao Xiaoqi. I was a youth sent to the countryside from your village last year. I also need to go to the county town to see if I have a letter from my mother." "Really? That's great. I happen to be going to the post office to send a letter. Let's go together," Gu Laosi said happily. Zhao Xiaoqi nodded and agreed. Okay. They talked along the way, and by the time they reached the county town, their relationship had changed from Brother Gu and Comrade Xiaoqi to Brother Hai and Sister Qi. In this world, love between a man and a woman often develops so quickly. While others hesitate and toss and turn, they already had affectionate nicknames. First, they went to the post office. Gu Laosi sent his letter, and Zhao Xiaoqi looked for her own. But she found nothing. Then they went to the state-run restaurant. Although Zhao Xiaoqi tried hard to refuse, Gu Laosi was too deeply involved and didn't notice her little scheme. He kept urging her to go, even reaching out to pull her. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoqi kept watching around, worried about being spotted by patrols. Otherwise, since they weren't truly a married couple, they would definitely be called bad couple or cheaters. Then Zhao Xiaoqi reminded him, "Brother Hai, don't pull me anymore. If someone sees us, we might get caught." Gu Laosi had been living in the countryside and didn't realize how serious the outside situation was. But Zhao Xiaoqi knew from her mother's letter how tough things outside were. Since their family was affected, she didn't dare to be so bold anymore. Hearing this, Gu Laosi immediately let go of her hand. He secretly rubbed his fingers, feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed that if he wanted to develop closer with her, they could only do it in the countryside. But there are many people in the countryside, mostly familiar faces. In the city, things are so strict, and he's afraid of getting caught. It's really hard to find a perfect solution in the world. Gu Laosi silently sighed, feeling a bit bitter, then took Zhao Xiaoqi to a state-run restaurant. At the same time, when they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Xiaoqi didn't dare to eat in the main hall with him. Gu Laosi endured the pain, bought a few steamed buns and some braised pork. Then he borrowed a kitchen knife, cut the buns open, put the braised pork inside, and made meat sandwiches. When Gu Laosi's allowance was sent to the county, he would always save a few coins. Then he would use the remaining money to treat himself to a good meal at the state-run restaurant. After returning home, he would bring such meat sandwiches to Zhao Cuihua and Gu Jingfeng, showing he was a very caring son. He not only thought of his parents but also loved his sister. His visits to the restaurant were always approved by Zhao Cuihua, because every time she would send him to get money, which was quite troublesome. The bond between mother and son was truly touching. Even when eating blood buns, they would complain that the buns were too hard and biting them was tiring. No wonder most people said, "Serves them right," after their money was stolen. While cutting the buns, Gu Laosi was still feeling nostalgic. He remembered that he used to be a man who could at least order 3 dishes. Now, I feel guilty about treating my beloved woman to a meal. I hope this time, Andy from the capital will reply soon. Just now, when he was sending the letter, he specifically told Zhao Xiaoqi that he was writing to his dear aunt in the capital. It was only a few words, but he highlighted 2 key nouns. Of course, Zhao Xiaoqi's reaction was just as he expected. She showed surprise and admiration at the right moment. Seeing her expression just now, Old Forgu's actions became even faster. After they left, Old Forgu, holding back his saliva, pretended to be generous and handed Zhao Xiaoqi the wrapped meat sandwich. Zhao Xiaoqi declined, saying, "Brother Hai, I really appreciate you treating me to a meal. How can I take it all? Let's find a quiet place and eat together." After saying that, she looked at Gu Jinghai with her gentle, sincere eyes. "Okay, Sister Qi, you're so kind." Old Forgu was moved and said. Both of them endured their hunger and craving until they left the town and found a quiet place to eat. Sometimes, there's a reason why scoundrels and unkind women can attract others. Their willpower is quite strong in some ways. They found a sheltered spot and wolfed down the slightly cooled meat sandwich. After about an hour and a half, Zhao Xiaoqi felt a bit embarrassed. She calmed herself and slowed down, trying to maintain her ladylike image. Old Forgu did the same. Only after they finished the 2 meat sandwiches and their hungry stomachs were satisfied did he start to pay attention to her appearance. Watching her eat delicately, Old Forgu thought she looked so refined even while eating. She was very beautiful. Love can make people blind. This saying is truly justified. Old Forgu, suppressing his craving, didn't eat the remaining 2 meat sandwiches and let Zhao Xiaoqi take them back to the youth camp. Zhao Xiaoqi was naturally very grateful. They left each other with a promise to meet again someday, reluctant to part. When Zhao Xiaoqi returned to the youth camp, Li Xiaoying happily followed her. Seeing Zhao Xiaoqi holding the paper package, her eyes shone even brighter. At this time, Li Xiaoying, who usually tries to flatter Zhao Xiaoqi, became even more eager and servile. Zhao Xiaoqi's family is better off than hers, and her family members spoil her. They send her gifts every month. Sometimes it's fabric or cotton, sometimes milk candies. No matter what it is, Li Xiaoying guesses there must be money or notes inside. Because every time Zhao Xiaoqi goes to the county town to pick up letters and packages, her meals improve visibly. Both are rural-educated youths, but their living standards are worlds apart. Her family favors boys over girls. They don't even let her send things home, not to mention sending her anything. She doesn't want to be overly friendly with others or act like a sycophant. But she also wants to live well, to eat fine flour and white bread, to have meat, not just wild vegetables in summer or radish soup in winter. So she must work hard herself, fight for her own food. In this countryside, as a girl with little strength, what can she do? Flattering Zhao Xiaoqi and getting a little something from her is her skill. But since 2 months ago, Zhao Xiaoqi, who is already hard to fool, has become even more stingy. Often, she does a lot of work but gets nothing in return. Over time, Li Xiaoying stopped trying. Today, when she learned that Zhao Xiaoqi went to the county town again to pick up mail, Li Xiaoying became more diligent. Zhao Xiaoqi isn't foolish. She wouldn't let others easily take advantage of her. But if just giving a little could get her free help like a maid, why not? However, 2 months ago, her family had a mishap, and she was busy saving herself, so she had no time to care for her. Her own meals declined sharply, so naturally she couldn't give anything to Li Xiaoying. When 2 women with different intentions clash, no one knows what sparks might fly. For now, Zhao Xiaoqi, seeing Li Xiaoying, returned to her initial polite but distant attitude. Li Xiaoying, actually my clothes are just left there, no need to wash them. But I would be very grateful if you helped me wash them. Li Xiaoying's face stiffened and she cursed silently. That dirty sleeve on that shirt could be used to forge iron, yet you still have the nerve to say it doesn't need washing? If it doesn't need washing, why did you leave it in the place where dirty clothes are usually kept? Of course, Li Xiaoying knew Zhao Xiaoqi was just pretending to be polite, but she could only hold back her anger and smile politely. Oh, look at me. I just wanted to stretch my body today, so I helped wash it. You don't need to thank me. Alright, I won't be polite then. Sister Xiaoying, I went to the county town today. I'm very tired. I'm going to rest in my room now. You don't need to call me if there's nothing urgent. Li Xiaoying wanted to stop her, but Zhao Xiaoqi quickly went inside and shut the door, leaving Li Xiaoying outside, full of hope but disappointed. Li Xiaoying. All her effort today was wasted. She raised her hands, which were red and swollen from the cold and even cracked, and cursed Zhao Xiaoqi angrily in her heart. At this moment, Gao Wenxiu returned. Seeing him, Li Xiaoying quickly hid her fierce expression and smiled sweetly. Brother Wenxiu, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook something for you now? Oh, no need. I already ate at Xiaobin's house. You can just cook for yourself. In the youth workers' courtyard, meals were prepared in shifts by groups of 2 or 3 women. When it was time to cook, everyone took out their ration bags and handed over the amount they wanted to eat that day to the person cooking. Then the person on duty would cook. Whenever it was Li Xiaoying's turn, she was especially attentive to Gao Wenxiu and Zhao Xiaoqi. After all, they were the 2 best-off people in the youth workers' courtyard. Gao Wenxiu came from a wealthy family, looked refined, and Li Xiaoying couldn't help but develop feelings for him. But Gao Wenxiu had high standards and didn't look at Li Xiaoying's dark skin with a bit of a Highland flush. So, he was very attentive to her, but ignored her friendliness. Li Xiaoying was very perceptive and knew Gao Wenxiu didn't like her. But she only felt sad that she couldn't catch his eye, and she didn't blame Gao Wenxiu. Because, although Gao Wenxiu didn't like her, he also didn't like anyone else in the courtyard. He didn't even look at Zhao Xiaoqi, which made Li Xiaoying feel a strange sense of pride and happiness. She didn't know where this inexplicable feeling came from. Recently, Li Xiaoying noticed something strange about Gao Wenxiu. Gao Wenxiu has been going out very often lately. It's cold outside and she should stay indoors, so why does she keep going out? Also, Gao Wenxiu's face had a faint, playful smile that made Li Xiaoying feel uncomfortable. That smile clearly looked like a man thinking about a woman. But obviously, the woman wasn't her. While Li Xiaoying was thinking about Gao Wenxiu, Gao Wenxiu was thinking about another woman. Inside the house, Gao Wenxiu took off his delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and his refined appearance suddenly looked sharper. He rubbed his chin with his hand, quietly recalling what happened that morning. He never expected that the woman, who looked so messy and awkward, actually looked quite good after tidying up. And, of course, she smelled nice too. It all started on the day Zhu Changming got married, when Yu Jinji painfully ran away from home. She hid somewhere quiet and cried, and by chance, she met Gao Wenxiu. That day, Gao Wenxiu didn't pay attention to the woman who was crying so badly, with a red and swollen face. But he didn't realize that Yu Jinji remembered him, and she even saw him as someone she wanted to get close to. By chance, Yu Jinji found out that he was friends with Yu Xiaoyan's brother. So, she resumed her close relationship with Yu Xiaoyan. Yu Xiaoyan was a carefree person who didn't have much genuine feelings for women. The little sincerity she had was only for handsome men. Because of this, she didn't mind Yu Jinji's intentions to get close. As long as she didn't encourage herself to scheme or plot, she wasn't so opposed to her. One woman tried hard to flirt, and the other, slightly attractive, didn't refuse. Gradually, Yu Jinji and Gao Wenxiu actually started to get close. Today, both went to Yu Xiaoyan's house for dinner, each bringing some food. Gao Wenxiu brought a box of canned meat, which was very precious and made everyone at Yu's family admire it. Yu Jinji brought 4 eggs, which she secretly took from her mother. No matter how her mother might react when she got home, she had to get through this moment first. Today's dinner caused their relationship to break through the barriers and develop rapidly. During the meal, Gao Wenxiu drank a little wine. This small amount of wine definitely wouldn't make him drunk, but it made him feel a bit lightheaded. When he went outside to use the restroom, Yu Jinji saw her chance. She accidentally fell into his arms in a quiet corner. The woman was in his arms, and she smelled of alcohol. Unable to hold back, Gao Wenxiu kissed Yu Jinji on the lips. Yu Jinji got what she wanted and responded gently. Their relationship was now confirmed. After Gao Wenxiu left Yu's house, Yu Xiaoyan said to the hopeful Yu Jinji, "Are you sure? After divorcing Zhu Changming, you've set your sights on the village's educated youth?" Yu Jinji confidently replied, "What's wrong with educated youth? They are more cultured. Can a rough guy like Zhu Changming compare?" Yu Xiaoyan didn't say anything. "Zhu Changming is rough, but aren't you also a village girl? You haven't even taken off your cloth shoes yet. Why look down on rural folks? Are you trying to get close to educated youth and think you're about to move to the city?" Of course, she wouldn't say these words aloud. Anyway, they weren't close friends, and she wouldn't risk being called a bad person just to wake her up. Yu Xiaoyan had no such resolve. Anyway, Zhu Changming is married now. People are looking forward, and you should start a new life too. No matter who you find, as long as you're happy. Yu Jinji didn't catch Yu Xiaoyan's subtle sarcasm and was immersed in her happiness with Gao Wenxiu. "Yes, I think being with Wenxiu makes me happier than I ever was with Zhu. I feel like I've finally fallen for someone truly," Yu Xiaoyan silently thought. "That's how I feel every time I meet a new man. The Zhu family is deliberately humiliating me. When they held my wedding, they only served 6 big bowls. Now, for Yu Yuelan's wedding, they served 8. Who are they looking down on?" Yu Xiaoyan was silent. "Don't you know who you're looking down on? Think about why you married into this family. Why do they have to treat you like a queen? When I marry Wenxiu, it will be more grand and plentiful than theirs. We'll have 10 big bowls." Yu Xiaoyan. "Haha, you can still marry him, just wait and see. Men who are unfaithful and unreliable can't be trusted, and you're still dreaming of a happy life? What kind of sweet dreams are you having?" Yu Jinji said one thing, and Yu Xiaoyan responded with a sarcastic remark. Maybe today's confirmation of her relationship with Gao Wenxiu made Yu Jinji finally feel proud. All the frustration she had been holding inside was finally released, and she was eager to vent it in front of Yu Xiaoyan. She saw this as her chance to turn things around, to become the heroine. But in Yu Xiaoyan's eyes, she just looked like a foolish person talking nonsense. She was almost bored listening to her. Finally, after yawning 12 times, Eugenie finished her long talk and went home. At home, Yu's mother naturally scolded her for losing 4 eggs. But her words immediately stopped Yu's mother from speaking. "What did you say?" "The educated youth from the Jiqing courtyard is interested in you," Yu's mother asked in surprise. Eugenie nodded shyly and proudly. "Yes. Oh, that's great. Someone finally wants you. Did he say when he'll marry you? How much bride price will he give?" The happiness and sweetness in Eugenie's heart suddenly faded. She couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking that her mother was just being discouraging. "Oh, we just started dating. How could we be talking about marriage so soon?" What she didn't want to admit was that deep down, she was eager to know the answers to those questions. Yu's mother immediately frowned and said impatiently, "You'd better ask clearly before you talk to him. You're not a young girl anymore. You can't let others take advantage of you, and you have no reason to argue." Eugenie suddenly shouted, "Oh, I get it. Can you say something nice for once?" "Really?" After saying that, she pushed her mother away and went back to her room. Yu's mother was angry and cursed behind her. That girl, thinking she's so clever now, daring to show her attitude to me, but she didn't dare to barge into Eugenie's room to scold her like before. She was still hoping to sell her daughter for a good price. Meanwhile, inside the room, Eugenie began to end her sweet daydreams and started thinking about her future. Of course, she also wanted to know how much bride price Gao Wenxiu could give her. But since their relationship was only just confirmed, she didn't dare to ask about it rashly. What if Gao Wenxiu gets angry with her and doesn't want her anymore? Her cautious and careful behavior now is very different from how she acted when facing the Zhu family before. In this way, she really is like her mother from outside the door, weak and afraid of the strong, just like her. This deep-rooted submissiveness and inability to recognize kindness make her unworthy of anyone's care. I wonder if the Zhu family, who always treats others politely, will find this situation ironic. Sometimes, politeness isn't meant for everyone. If you're too polite to someone, they might think you're weak and easy to bully. The first people to know about Eugenie and Gao Wenxiu's romance weren't the young people in the Knowledge Youth Courtyard or the villagers from Yujiazwang. It was the few outsiders staying in the Zhu family courtyard. People say children have pure eyes and can see things adults can't. This saying is often used in superstitions about spirits and ghosts, but surprisingly, it also applies to strange situations. That day, the winter sun finally appeared, and Debao took her bow out to catch sparrows. He listened to Gu Jinghua explain how to catch sparrows and wanted to try it himself. But as soon as they hid, they saw a man and woman hugging near a pile of firewood. They were hiding on a small hill, with a wide view of the firewood below. Although they were a bit far away, their natural, clear eyesight, unspoiled by screens, made it easy to see that the two were pressed close together. Debao was more sensible than Erbao. Although he didn't understand what they were doing, his instinct told him it wasn't good. Quick as a flash, he covered Erbao's eyes. "Close your eyes quickly, don't look, or you'll get an eye infection," Debao said seriously in a hushed voice. Erbao blinked and whispered in a small voice, "Brother, are they kissing?" "Debao, is my little brother a bit too mature?" His face turned red as he carefully scolded his younger brother. "Don't say that. Otherwise, Mom'll spank you." Thinking about the feeling of being spanked, Erbao immediately held his little bottom tightly. At the same time, he pursed his lips tightly. He refuses to speak. He absolutely won't say anything. The two little kids originally planned to wait until the romantic couple left before coming out. Anyway, the place where they catch sparrows is separated from the couple by a pile of firewood. As long as the couple doesn't walk around the firewood pile, they won't see the kids. But who would have thought that the sparrows had already arrived and the couple still hadn't left? "Big brother, I need to go," the second boy said in a soft voice. Hearing this, the older brother's face turned green. But seeing the couple still lingering near the firewood, he could only sadly coax the second boy. "Wait a little longer. Once the couple leaves, I'll take you home to go." But the second boy, using his cutest little voice, gave the most cruel refusal. "I can't wait anymore, brother. If you don't take me now, I might in my pants." The older brother looked shocked. Don't do that. These are new cotton pants this year. The second boy blinked and stared at him intently, meaning, so, when do you want me to hold it? The older brother felt exhausted. He thought today's trip was a mistake. Seeing the sparrows almost finished eating the grains and flying away, they knew they definitely couldn't catch them now. Now, the little brother might in his pants. This was truly a dilemma, so unlucky. Forget it. If we stay here, they'll definitely notice us. Just here. Later, when they leave, I'll run home and get some paper for you. Hearing this, the second boy quickly took off his pants and started to. The older brother was proud of his quick thinking, feeling he had handled everything perfectly, turning a tricky situation into a good outcome. But he forgot that their diet was different from the other villagers. Last night they had eaten meat, so it was especially smelly. And on this sunny, breezy day, a wind was blowing from the mountain. The breeze was small but fast. The smell from the second boys quickly drifted with the wind, reaching Eugenie and Gao Wenxiu nearby. What's that smell? Gao Wenxiu asked, holding Eugenie's soft waist and frowning. Eugenie also smelled it. They were in this sheltered spot, having a sweet, romantic moment with their loved ones. Everything just perfect. The feelings were strong, and the two of them had their heads close together, faces touching, about to share their heartfelt words. Suddenly, a foul smell of waste drifted through the air. Eugenie felt a surge of anger inside, but on her face, she remained gentle as she said to her lover, I don't know either. Maybe it's the rural animals' manure that wasn't cleaned up in the fall. It can't be. It can't be. Could someone be defecating there? She didn't want to think about it, but the idea startled her. Eugenie suddenly felt chills run down her spine. Could someone really be defecating on the hilltop? Gao Wenxiu also seemed to have thought of this possibility. Both of them looked toward the hilltop at the same time, since the wind had been blowing from that direction. Gao Wenxiu's eyes flickered, and he said, Jinji, I should go back now. We've been out long enough. If others see us, it won't be good. Eugenie didn't want her lover to leave. There were still many women living in the youth camp. Although they weren't as pretty as her, they were more educated. If men and women lived together for a long time, what if they fell in love? But she didn't dare stop Gao Wenxiu directly. She could only look at him with sad eyes, hoping he would understand her feelings and stay. However, Gao Wenxiu didn't seem as in sync with her as when he first was attracted to her. His departure was graceful but cold. Eugenie was annoyed and blamed the foul smell for ruining her mood. She looked up at the small hill nearby, her eyes flashing with a fierce look. I want to see which scoundrel dares to ruin my plans. Thinking this, Eugenie stepped up onto the small hill.
Da Bao was panicked.
Seeing Eugenie coming this way, he quickly whispered to Air Bao. Air Bao, when she gets here, don't show anything about seeing her with that man. Just pretend you're pooping here, got it? Air Bao nodded seriously. Yes, I understand, brother. Then, when Eugenie arrived, she saw Air Bao squatting too, while Da Bao was looking around for a stick. The frustration from being humiliated earlier on the branch still burned inside Eugenie. She looked around and, seeing no adults nearby, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. So, it's you two little brats. What are you doing here? Pooping? Two younger siblings pursed their lips and said nothing. The older sibling looked straight at her, refusing to speak. They hoped she would find the situation boring and leave. But unexpectedly, Eugenie looked around and saw a sieve and some rope on the other side of the firewood pile from her perspective. Oh, so you came here to catch sparrows. Suddenly, her face changed. Did you two see something just now? Eugenie was narrow-minded. If the older and younger siblings hadn't caught her doing something wrong, she might have secretly hurt them. Now, they had seen her secret. You two little rascals, tell the truth right now. The older sibling tightly pressed his lips, determined not to speak. But the younger sibling was not so patient. Before he finished wiping his bottom, he stood up and angrily shouted at Eugenie, We didn't see you kissing that man. You should leave now. The older sibling covered his head in frustration. What does it mean to be brave like a young calf? No, it's more like a silly little calf. When she heard this, Eugeniji's eyes turned fierce. Sure enough, you two little brats saw everything. Just wait. I won't let you go. She lunged at the younger sibling. The older sibling, worried for his brother, quickly ran toward him on his short legs. But this younger sibling, raised by a woman from another time, was fearless and daring. As Eugenji charged at him, he crouched down and grabbed a yellow unknown object, then threw it at her. The older sibling, with good eyesight and standing farther away, saw his brother's fierce move and immediately stopped. But Eugenji, being closer, was not so lucky. She was angry and quick. She moved closer to the younger sibling. Unfortunately, her advantage turned into a disadvantage in this situation. Seeing the object flying toward her, she had no time to dodge. The younger sibling couldn't throw very far, as he was only good at throwing high. So, the yellow unknown flying object hit Eugenji's face directly. She accidentally inhaled a breath and nearly fainted from the strong, foul smell. Oh, you little brat, I will hurt you. Eugenji didn't bother to wipe the dirt off her face and tried to rush at her bow again. Dabao, who was quick to react, also came up behind Eugenji. Hearing her shouting, he trembled with fear. He absolutely couldn't let this wicked woman hurt his brother. His brother's safety was his responsibility, so he pushed her from behind. Eugenji, blinded by her view, was pushed over. Seeing the bad person fall, Dabao quickly grabbed Erbao's arm and ran. Big brother, Erbao's pants aren't pulled up yet, don't mention it. Your bottom is covered in dirt, it probably got on your cotton pants. Those are new, Erbao. Wah, but Erbao's bottom is cold, Dabao. You're so fierce you even grab dirt. What's wrong with a cold bottom for a while? Erbao, it's not the first time I've grabbed dirt. What's so special about it? Dabao was speechless. Well, last time he taught that bad woman Gu Jingfang a lesson, Erbao even threw chicken at her.
He was quite experienced now.
But what kind of weird habit is this? Dabao was about to lose it, holding Erbao's small hand tightly. Compared to being caught by that wicked woman Eugenji, what's a cold bottom? It'll be over soon. Safety is the most important. But before long, Erbao couldn't take it anymore. Big brother, wait a moment. That bad woman isn't chasing us anymore. Please let me pull up my pants. Erbao suddenly pulled away from Dabao and quickly pulled up his pants. Dabao's eyes widened like bells, and inside he screamed like a prairie dog. You didn't wipe your bottom. After pulling up his pants, Erbao calmly reached out his small hand to hold his brother's. Dabao shook his head firmly, refusing to hold hands. You're already a big kid. You can walk by yourself without holding hands. After saying that, he ran ahead. Of course, as a brother, that sense of responsibility was ingrained in him from a young age. Even while running ahead, he kept an eye on his brother. Erbao pouted, feeling a bit sad that his brother didn't hold his hand, but he still took small steps forward. What he didn't say was that his bottom was almost frozen dry from the dirt, and he couldn't even get it on his cotton pants. Two young brothers, after going through many hardships, finally returned home. The moment they saw the door, they felt like they had reached a distant land, as if they had arrived at a sacred place. Zuzi saw Dabo running back breathlessly and asked, "What happened? Why are you running so fast today? Be careful not to sweat too much, or the wind might give you a headache." "Where is your younger brother?" Dabo replied. "Erbao is behind." Only then did Zuzi notice that her second son was walking with a strange gait. "Erbao, what's wrong? Why are you walking with your hips tilted? Did you fall?" Erbao blinked innocently and said the most cruel words in the most innocent tone. "Mom, I got my pants dirty, snap." Zuzi hesitated and asked, "What did you say?" Erbao said, "I think I got some on my pants." Zuzi was speechless. Don't think that changing a statement from a definite sentence to a hesitant one can hide the fact that you did something wrong. She was about to lose her temper. She really disliked cleaning things that were dirty with, and during her postpartum period, her third son's diapers were washed by Yao and her sisters-in-law. After her postpartum period, she moved out on her own. Sometimes Dabo would insist on washing them, or she would throw them into the space washing machine, or just throw them away and replace them with new ones from the space. She didn't want to touch even a small piece of cloth stained with, and now a whole big pair of cotton pants. Tell me, what exactly happened? Didn't I tell you to take off your pants quickly when you needed to go? You used to do that well. Why is it like this now? Dabo saw his younger brother being scolded and stepped forward to speak up. Mom, this isn't my brother's fault. When we went to catch the sparrows, we accidentally saw Eugenie with a man. Then, Erbao was about to do his business on the hill, but after that man left, Eugenie went up the hill and came after us. And then my brother. He didn't finish, and we ran away. Although Dabo's story was vague, Zuzi, knowing about Eugenie, could guess how tense the situation was at that moment. Her anger quickly faded, replaced by concern for her children. Baby, did you get hurt? Did she hit you? Seeing the sky clear up after the clouds, Erbao finally dared to start talking more. Mom, don't worry. I smeared on her face, and my brother even pushed her down. Zhuzai, you actually smeared on someone again. Now she realizes that her second son is just a little werewolf. She sighed, feeling a bit tired, and said, All right, it's okay. Go find your dad later, and let him wash you. After all, he's the one who encouraged you to go out and catch sparrows. Gu Jinghuai, hiding inside and listening but never daring to come out. He knew he couldn't escape. But he sent the kids out so he could have some time alone with his wife. However, their quiet time didn't happen. Sanbao, who ate too much, had an accident and soiled his pants. He just finished cleaning up. Then Erbao, who had been out playing, came back with a pair of cotton pants covered in dirt. What kind of luck does he have today? Did he have a bad dream last night? In the end, Erbao was taken away by Gu Jinghuai. Zhu Zai, the mother, only played her part by boiling a pot of hot water and providing a bar of soap. Gu Jinghuai looked at the familiar soap and felt a strange feeling inside. It turns out his wife's space might be like a supermarket. Diligently washing the kids, Gu Jinghuai decided to go thank his wife in the evening. Good wife, did I do well today? Zhu Zai thought about it. Her husband had done something she didn't like, using some dirty words, so she praised him. Not bad. Gu Jinghuai immediately looked like a happy dog, wagging his tail as if he was about to fly. Wife, can I get a little reward today? They are adults and married, so he spoke in that tone. Zhu Zai knew what he meant. More importantly, under the dim night, a handsome man could speak softly and tempt her. Zhu Zai felt like she was a female version of Tang Sung. She couldn't stay calm and keep her composure. Yes, give me everything. In her past life, she was a powerful CEO, so she couldn't act shy or pretentious. Since she was thinking about it, she decided not to hold back anymore. She reached out, wrapped her arms around Gu Jinghuai's neck, and kissed him. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Gu Jinghuai, I still want to. Zhu Zai, expressionless. Still want to? Well, what? Gu Jinghuai, his silly wife always has strange ideas. Talking more won't help. Just do it. Zhu Zai struggles. No, I can't handle this. Only the moon knows if he's crazy or not. No, the quilt and the bed no. This couple never stops. Only when the baby cries and wets the bed at midnight does Zhu Zai push Gu Jinghuai away, telling him to change the diaper. The rest of the time, this long-married couple is busy. As Zhu Zai falls into a deep sleep, a sudden thought flashes through his mind. Good wine is nice, but don't drink too much. Yes, men are the same. The cold wind howls, snow flies. Gu Jinghuai happily walks out of the room, only to see that it's snowing outside. Today is the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, a day when the village shares meat. Gu Jinghuai first prepares breakfast in the kitchen, then comes inside to dress his two just-woken sons. Father's already served you some dumpling soup. After washing your faces, you can eat it yourself. Later, I'll bring out the 3 treasures, and you two can watch your little brother. Don't go to the West Room to bother your mother, and don't make a big fuss so she can sleep a little longer. Second son yawns and looks confused. Why can't we go to the West Room? Mom is sleeping in today, and she's extra lazy. Gu Jinghuai looks at his face, which resembles Zhu Zai's, confused and cute, and feels his heart soften. He gently pats his second son's head and says softly, Be good, listen to me. Your mother was tired last night. Second son's eyes widen. Did mom have a nightmare last night? I and my brother heard her crying. I wanted to protect her, but my brother said she has dad to take care of her, so I shouldn't go. Big brother looks a bit embarrassed. He doesn't know what his parents are doing, but he instinctively feels it's not good to go over. So, when his brother asks to go to the West Room, he stops him. Although he hasn't called Gu Jinghuai Dad yet in his heart, this man is already almost his father. And from what he observes, Dad wouldn't hurt Mom. Instead, he's reluctant for himself and his brother to disturb the couple's private time. However, at this moment, the second son boldly spoke out, and for some reason, the eldest son felt a strange sense of shame. Gu Jinghuai looked at the shy eldest son and gently patted his head with kindness. Your older brother is right. When Dad is here, he will take good care of Mom. When Dad is not at home, you two should take good care of your mother. Okay, Dad. We understand, the two boys replied.
Good.
Today, the village is sharing meat. Dad is going out to buy some. You two stay at home and behave. After giving instructions to his two sons, Gu Jinghuai returned to the East Room. He looked at Zhu Zai, who was still sleeping peacefully, and his eyes were full of happiness and affection. Unconsciously, he was lost in the moment. It wasn't until the third son turned over beside him that Gu Jinghuai snapped out of his reverie. He gently tucked Zhu Zai's blanket and softly kissed her forehead, whispering, My dear wife, I'm going out now. Sleep well, okay? Zhu Zai didn't react at all. Gu Jinghuai carried the third son and left the room. He placed him on the bed in the East Room, then told his two older sons to watch over their younger brother carefully before carrying a basket and leaving the house. When Gu Jinghuai went out to buy meat with a basket, he also ran into the Zhu family. He quickly went over to greet his brothers-in-law. Big brother, second brother, are you here to share meat too? Big brother Zhu didn't notice anything unusual and just nodded politely, yes, you're here too. Second brother Zhu looked at Gu Jinghuai with some suspicion, thinking to himself, what good news has happened to this Gu family kid? His smile looked so sly. Could he be working outside and secretly seeing other women? Second brother Zhu felt like he was on high alert, and his gaze at Gu Jinghuai grew more unfriendly. Gu Jinghuai felt a bit guilty, rubbing his nose, and thought to himself, my wife's family treats her so well. I've been trying to behave for over a year, and her family still isn't relaxed around me. But that's okay. The more people who love and care for my wife, the happier I am. The thoughts of the two men were completely different, but seeing Gu Jinghuai's guilty expression, second brother Zhu suddenly felt like he had sharp eyes. How long have you been honest? Are you starting to act up again? Look at me holding your weakness. How I will deal with you. Thinking of this, second uncle Zhu has not been kind to Gu Jinghuai. When he saw Gu Jinghuai buy a pig's head for pig's trotters, a rack of ribs, and 3 jean of pork belly, second uncle Zhu was again unhappy. That Gu family member is really too much. He earns so much money, and he clearly has enough, but what kind of meat is he buying? My little sister's marriage with him is really a waste. Gu Jinghuai doesn't know what second uncle Zhu is thinking. After buying the meat and greeting the two brothers-in-law, he hurried home. His wife is about to wake up, and he needs to help her get dressed. Back at Zhu's small courtyard, Zhu Zai hasn't gotten up yet. Gu Jinghuai puts the meat in the kitchen, tidies up a bit, then goes to the West Room to wait on his wife. He doesn't do much, just takes off his shoes, gets on the Kong bed, sits cross-legged, and stares at Zhu Zai, who is sleeping peacefully. Honestly, with such a gaze, if his face were any less attractive, it would look like harassment. Anyone under such intense stare might find it hard to sleep peacefully. Zhu Zai, still asleep, doesn't know what's watching her, but she feels a bit uneasy. She opens her eyes drowsily and sees a familiar figure. Gu Jinghuai's eyes light up, and he throws himself into her arms. His big head nuzzles her neck, and his voice is so gentle it could melt. Baby, are you awake? Still sleepy? Your husband will help you get dressed. Zhu Zai, just waking up, is still confused and doesn't realize there's anything unusual about him calling her husband. Plus, after last night and this morning's gentle behavior from Gu Jinghuai, she feels like she's fallen into a sweet love. It's a completely new experience, neither the sourness and caution of secret love nor the calm routine after marriage. This feeling is like a jar of wine stored for many years. Taking a sip, it feels fresh and clear, yet rich and full-bodied, with a lingering aftertaste. She has an inexplicable feeling that she and Gu Jinghua have been apart for many years, finally falling in love. Zhu Zai suddenly thinks, maybe she was meant to be the one to tame this scoundrel ancestor. Gu Jinghua pressed his forehead against hers, nose to nose, gently saying, "They're all in that room. Don't worry. They've been fed. I made some vegetable soup when I went out and Daba and Erbao ate it. I bought some meat and also fed Sambao some rice porridge." Zhu Zai replied. Gu Jinghua said, "Sweetheart, they are all full but I haven't eaten yet." Zhu Zai, feeling sleepy, asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Make something for yourself." Gu Jinghua smiled and said, "I want to eat you." Zhu Zai blushed suddenly, rolled her eyes at him, and said annoyed, "After last night, you still want more? Don't you have any shame?" Gu Jinghua looked at her with a smile and said, "Hee, no shame anymore. I want my wife." "What shame?" Zhu Zai, tired of teasing him, fully woke up and reached out her hand like an old monk. "Help me up. I want to get dressed." "Yes, Your Majesty." The two adults, just starting their love, acted like little children playing pretend, having fun. No wonder people say that in love, a person's IQ drops to negative. Gu Jinghua took care of Zhu Zai, first helping her put on her inner clothes, then a cotton-padded jacket. Zhu Zai exclaimed, "Wow, is this cotton jacket warm?" Gu Jinghua grinned proudly. "Of course. I opened it up before leaving and put it near the coal stove to warm it for you." Zhu Zai was touched by his carefulness.
Yeah, not bad.
"I'll reward you with a kiss." She then kissed Gu Jinghua on the cheek. Gu Jinghua instantly looked happy and said eagerly, "Wife, I also warmed your cotton pants and over here." He took the cotton pants and leaned in to kiss her other cheek. Zhu Zai hesitated, then gave him another kiss, making Gu Jinghua happy. After finishing dressing his wife, he went to fetch water and wash her face. "Wife, it's snowing outside. Don't go out. It's too cold. I'll get water for you." He then happily ran out. With Gu Jinghuai's attentive service, Zhu Zai finished brushing her teeth and washing her face. If she hadn't firmly refused, Gu Jinghua would have done it for her himself. Zhu Zai sighed. Really, there's no need to be so clingy. Although she was complaining inwardly, she couldn't help but feel a deep, hidden happiness inside her heart. Oh, dear, she was just a worldly woman who enjoyed being loved by a man. Their marriage was sweet and loving, as if they had entered a new, joyful phase. In the following days, even the two children seemed to sense a different atmosphere. The pink bubbles of love were invisible, but the sour, jealous feelings that come with love were unmistakable. Surviving in this tricky situation was also hard for the children. Meanwhile, the Zhu family seemed to be on high alert, like during a time of war. When second brother Zhu returned home, after dividing the meat, he told his wife his suspicions. Second sister Zhu, who has a loud voice, immediately exclaimed, "What? Is my brother-in-law cheating outside? Does he want to die, or what?" Second brother Zhu. Now, the couple's private talk turned into a family meeting. The whole family was panicking and about to start discussing what to do. Mrs. Yao was so anxious she developed blisters on her lips, muttering, "We just had a few good days, and now this happens again?" Big brother Zhu disagreed, saying, "Mom, don't listen to what second brother is saying. Nothing is certain yet." "I think Jinghua isn't like that, he wouldn't cheat outside," second brother Zhu retorted stubbornly. "How can you say nothing is certain?" I saw that smile on his face, it was obvious. Big brother Zhu sighed. "So you're saying he can't smile?" "Why are you so bossy, second brother Zhu?" "No, it's not just a normal smile. It's that kind of smile. Sigh, I can't explain it to you." He turned angrily to look at his wife. Everyone else in the family was too serious and didn't notice the subtle, sneaky signs he observed. Especially his older brother, who was too honest. Only his wife could understand him. Second sister Zhu, having been married to second brother Zhu for many years, quickly gave him a reassuring look from a hidden corner. "Don't worry, I understand you." Second brother Zhu instantly felt satisfied. The two of them, in a secret corner unknown to everyone, shared a little moment of affection. They were truly a perfect match. The Zhu family's family meetings have always followed the principle of the minority obeying the majority. After everyone analyzed and discussed, they all agreed that Gu Jinghuai didn't seem like that kind of person. They decided to give him a trial period to observe how he interacts with Zhu Zai. If they still notice anything suspicious, they will send the men in the family to check at his workplace. Therefore, even if second brother Zhu makes a fuss, he can only hold back and not oppose the family. But this brother has already made up his mind. After the new year, he plans to go and investigate secretly, catching Gu Jinghuai off guard. He doesn't dare underestimate Gu Jinghuai, who is a former soldier. His observation skills and sharpness are definitely not lacking. He believes Gu Jinghuai can see through his little tricks easily. If Gu Jinghuai becomes cautious, how can he find out his true intentions? With this in mind, second brother Zhu plans to go and check secretly after the new year, surprising Gu Jinghuai. He's confident he can catch him off guard. He's not worried about being caught because Gu Jinghuai is a former soldier and his alertness is high. That's why second brother Zhu is planning his move quietly. Meanwhile, in the third room, Sister Zhu is also starting to worry. Are we going to have to prepare our bags again? Third brother Zhu is silent for a moment and says, better to be prepared in advance, just in case. Sister Zhu responds, yes, this time we can take Changhe to see the outside world. Third brother Zhu agrees, yes, this time we won't wait until night. Changhe can go, and maybe he'll even learn a few things. Sister Zhu smiles, good, that way he'll see new things and gain some experience. The little sister-in-law's idea of combining theory and practice is just like this. This couple follows the principle of being tough and speaking little, and their efficiency is surprisingly high. While Gu Jinghuai's guilt has not yet been confirmed, they're already discussing how to prepare the bags again. They're quite clever. Perhaps it's because Sister Zhu was a bit envious after the last time she tried to set a trap for old fourth Gu, but couldn't take her children along. So this time, she quietly started planning again. Unaware that someone is secretly thinking about setting a trap for him, Gu Jinghuai is happily living his small life in the Zhu family's courtyard. Recently, he's been feeling very proud and is enjoying his days quite well. Gu Jinghuai is busy cooking for his wife, washing clothes, and humming happily every day. Big brother Zhu is doing fine, but little brother Zhu, noticing how overly happy Gu Jinghuai has been these days, can't help but wonder aloud, brother, do you think Dad is secretly collecting money? De Bao, Dad, I don't know. Bao, if he finds some money, can he share a little with us? I want to eat that crispy candy. De Bao, why do you love candy so much? You don't like brushing your teeth. Mom said eating too much sugar will ruin your teeth. If your teeth hurt later, don't come to me. Bao doesn't care. It's okay. If they get bad, I can just pull them out. No teeth, no pain. Anyway, teeth will fall out and grow back. De Bao is speechless. But before they get bad, they turn black. At that time, the teeth are very strong and won't fall out. Later, you'll have a mouthful of black teeth. Bao thinks about that image and immediately feels creeped out. Then I won't eat it in the future. He thinks for a moment and adds, just eat a little less, De Bao. Sure enough, compared to pain, his vain little brother is more afraid of looking ugly. The two kids talk about whether to eat candy and how much to eat. Inside the house, Gu Jinghuai is back to comfort his wife. Baby, I've washed all your clothes. Is there anything else you need me to do? Zhu Zai leans against the quilt pile, giving him a tired look. There's still the steamed bean buns. They should have been steamed earlier. It's all your fault. You're always so restless. I don't have the strength to do anything anymore. Gu Jinghuai smiles and says, don't be angry. I'll do it. It's just steaming bean buns. Tell me how to do it and I can do it. Although she complains about Gu Jinghuai, Zhu Zai can't help but admire his strong learning ability. He's become a versatile husband. Whatever she tells him, he can learn and do. So much, so that she can't even use her excuse of working during the day to refuse his love at night. During the day, he finishes all the chores. Not only that, when you say your whole body hurts, he also gives you a full body massage. The massage is very relaxing, and then he can feed you into his mouth. Zhu Zai feels a little regretful. Should she have not provoked this man? He uses his military combat skills in love and courtship. On the battlefield, you must hold your ground and never retreat. In love, he's the same. If Zhu Zai shows a little of her bottom line, he keeps testing it, bouncing along the edge, gradually lowering her limits. However, once Zhu Zai's bottom line is compromised, it will never be restored. For example, now, sleeping separately is impossible. His two sons have already been moved to the East Room by Gu Jinghuai. Even the day before yesterday, he boldly announced that from now on, this room belongs to their brothers. Poor second son is only 4 years old and has to part from his mother. But what can he do? His father bribed him with 2 coins, and it's hard for him not to agree. It's all because his father gave too much. Gu Jinghuai, who has taken control of his son, won't back down even when the second son pleads softly. Anyway, the territory in the West Room, the closest spot to Zhu Zai, is now under his control. He knows his wife is from the north and likes to eat bean buns in winter. It's not really a hobby, just that in winter, not eating bean buns feels like not truly experiencing winter. It's like how during the New Year, not setting off firecrackers or not putting up red decorations and festive pictures isn't considered celebrating. At this time, even families with a little extra food wouldn't steam many bean buns. They'd just steam a few to satisfy their cravings. Last year, Zhu Zai steamed yellow bean buns. This year, she wants to steam some white bean buns. With her decision, Gu Jinghuai immediately went to wash his hands and steam the buns. He looks like a model husband. It's the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Gu Jinghuai has been busy all day inside and outside the house, steaming 5 pots of bean buns. Each pot has about 30 buns, so in total, over 150 buns. Zhu Zai plans to send 90 to her family, 10 to Lin Damei, and doesn't intend to give any to others. Like village head Yu and uncle Yu, their relationship is okay, but they are a bit distant. Now, customs are strict, and she doesn't want to risk any trouble from neglect. So, she simply cuts off from the source, no more giving to distant relatives. Grandmother Yu now almost eats with them. When the buns just come out of the steamer, she sends 2 to the old lady. Older people can't eat too many sticky foods, as they're hard to digest. She didn't send many, anyway. She can eat whenever she wants in the future. Gu Jinghuai is busy working at home, while Zhu Zai carries her basket out to deliver the buns. Finally, she can go out for a day. If she doesn't, she feels like she's about to rot away on the bed. When carrying the bean buns to Zhu's house, Zhu Zai keenly sensed her family's cautiousness and their probing questions. "Mom, what exactly is going on with my older brother and sister-in-law?" Yao was a bit nervous but still asked cautiously. "Cough, nothing serious, just. I feel like you and your husband are a little different lately." Zhu Zai's face flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, asking in a muffled voice, "Is it that obvious?" "Honestly, it's all because of that untrustworthy man, Gu Jinghuai." While Zhu Zai was feeling shy and embarrassed, Yao's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, could it be that her second daughter was right? Looking at her daughter, who was quietly lowering her head with a sad look, it was clear she was afraid her mother would see her feelings of sadness. Yao didn't dare ask more, worried she might hurt her daughter's sensitive feelings or damage her pride. She knew her daughter had a very strong sense of self-respect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured so many hardships at the Gu family without wanting to go back home and talk about it. Just as she was about to change the subject, Zhu Zai seemed to have regained her composure and said awkwardly, "Mom, I brought 2 kinds of bean buns, white and yellow. I need to go deliver some to Damei now." Yao immediately said, "Don't keep bringing things home. If your husband sees these, he might get angry with you." Yao didn't want her family to become a burden for her daughter. If these provisions caused trouble between her daughter and son-in-law, she would rather her family go hungry than cause any conflict. Zhu Zai replied impatiently, "He dares. I've let everything else go, but he still dares to argue with me over this." Yao suddenly felt bitter, like she had eaten bitter herbs, and her tongue went numb. Oh no. Does her daughter really agree that Gu Laosand is seeing other women outside? Could it be that she's just compromising and giving in to help her family? Year, stop bringing things home. Take them back quickly. Mom doesn't need you to do this. Zhu Zai looked at her mother, who suddenly seemed a bit agitated, and asked confusedly, Mom, what's wrong? Yao hurriedly replied, Nothing, nothing. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll go now. People say that children traveling 1,000 miles worry their mothers, and even if a daughter gets married, a mother who cares for her daughter will always worry. Watching Zizi leave quickly, Mrs. Yao had many words in her heart, but finally only let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Zizi sneaked back to Gujia village to give Lin Damei 5 yellow bean buns and 5 white bean buns. During this time, she naturally attracted the jealousy of Lin Damei's older sister-in-law, Wang Jinxiu. But now, Wang Jinxiu had learned to be clever. She knew that Zizi came mostly to bring good food to Lin Damei, so she stopped causing trouble. After all, Zizi's temper was obvious. The more she threw a tantrum, the less she would give. Anyway, they weren't wasting their energy on Zizi, and the shame wasn't theirs either, so why should they care? At this moment, even if Wang Jinxiu was jealous and envious, she couldn't help but feel lucky for Lin Damei. Initially, no one looked up to her for being kind and helping a helpless person. Who would have thought that now, in the Gu family, Lin Damei often had snacks, mostly sent by Zizi. Sigh, when will she have someone like that for her? Zizi didn't know her thoughts. After delivering the buns, she slipped back home. Her body was sore and tired. A quick walk was enough. She needed to rest soon. It was almost evening, and Gu Jinghuai was finishing cooking. After dinner, he still had to give himself a massage. Honestly, his skills weren't bad. On New Year's Eve, Gu Jinghuai and Zizi started pasting couplets and making dumplings. Last year at this time, Sanbao could only lie on the Kong and babble. This year, he could already climb onto the table and play with the dough. Erbao looked like a little brother. He couldn't do much, so he took on the task of watching Sanbao. Whenever Sanbao reached for the dough, Erbao would hold his hand back and sternly warn, No, you can't go. Don't ruin the food, understand? Sanbao looked at him happily. When he let go, he reached again. Angrily, Erbao held his hand back and warned him again. This cycle repeated endlessly. Debao glanced at his 2 not-so-bright brothers and sighed helplessly. Really, what kind of reasoning can you have with a little over 1-year-old? He also thought that the second child was just joking with him. Never mind, he decided not to worry about it. He needed to make good dumplings. Last year, his dumplings had some flaws, but this year, he was determined to do better. Zhuzi looked at her 6-year-old son, who was serious and focused on making dumplings, and suddenly thought of a saying, Who is the best at rolling? Zhu family's small yard finds a lang. I roll myself. This is the first time our family has celebrated the new year neatly together. Today, Dad is cooking himself to prepare a nice meal for you all. The second child hugged the third child and said confidently, Haven't you been cooking lately? Why does it seem so special today? Gu Jinghuai. Zhuzi, who is the best at breaking things? Zhu family's small yard finds Erlang. Gu Jinghuai took a deep breath, calming his restless, strict father's heart. He secretly kissed his wife to soothe himself and decided not to argue with his second son. He, the old ox, went back to work diligently. The dumplings they made were saved for dinner, and at noon, Gu Jinghuai cooked a whole old hen. In the kitchen, Zhu Ziyi took mushrooms from her space, but Gu Jinghuai's space also grew various kinds of mushrooms, all collected from the mountains during summer. The soil in his space was magical, not only supporting unusual growth conditions, but also making the mushrooms grow very quickly. Gu Jinghuai compared the mushrooms in the kitchen with the ones from his space, took out a matching variety, and added it in. Celebrating the new year now is different from later generations. They set up a big table of dishes, some even luxurious enough to rival a full banquet. It was enough for a family to cook a pot of meat for everyone to share. But now, every household has many people, so even a big pot of meat doesn't give each person much. Whenever they ate meat, it was like a fight with chopsticks. For someone like Gu Jinghuai, who had split from his family and had only his small family with few people and a steady income, he was the envy of the whole village. Therefore, Even though they planned to raise chickens now, Zhu Ziya's family, with 3 children and 5 people, could only raise 3 chickens, which was enough for them. Besides chicken stew with mushrooms, Gu Jinghuai also used dried beans from his space to replace those dried in autumn by Zhu Ziyi, making a dish called white bone stew with beans. When he was making this dish, Zhu Ziyi happened to come into the kitchen. "Hey, I will teach you a dish. Last night, we had both a main course and a side dish. Look, I still have some dough left from making dumplings. I'll go make some noodles." Gu Jinghuai knew which dish she was talking about but asked with interest. "Oh, what dish is my wife talking about? It's called pork ribs with green beans and steamed buns. It's really delicious." "All right, I got it. I'll learn how to make it today and cook it for you later." Zhu Zai enjoyed this new feeling of closeness in their marriage, feeling very happy inside. She didn't realize she was falling deeper into Gu Jinghuai's love. The couple worked together and made 2 big dishes. Zhu Zai soaked some wood ear mushrooms in soy sauce and vinegar to eat, and also brought out a plate of pickled cucumbers. Winter is tough. It's hard to find fresh leafy greens to eat. At this moment, Zhu Zai deeply missed the time when the greenhouse technology was well developed. Technological innovation really improves people's lives. By around 2 p.m., the family finally sat down to eat. They moved the table to the west room, and everyone gathered around. Even the 3 treasures sat on chairs specially made by Zhu Chengming, following Zhu Zai's drawings. "Eat, eat, eat." He held a small wooden spoon and called out to the big bowl filled with pork ribs. "Haha, you're still young, but you know meat is good." Zhu Zai was fastening a bib on her son while teasing him. Bao, hearing this, defended his younger brother, saying, "Of course. The little brother isn't stupid. He can tell which meat tastes the best." Zhu Zai raised an eyebrow and joked, "Oh, so it's not just that your younger brother hasn't grown up yet and you always think he's ugly. Now you're protecting him." Bao felt a little shy and pouted, saying, "It's what Big Brother said. As an older brother, I should take care of my younger brother." Hearing this, Zhu Zai felt very touched. Her eldest son was truly a good boy. 1 child is better than 10. "Good big son, you're really great. Here, this big chicken leg is for you. Next year, when you go to school, I hope you get full marks. Here, this is for you. You'll be a year older next year. Your big brother is taking another step forward. In the future, help take care of your younger brother. You're my precious treasure." Zhu Zai gave Bao a big chicken leg and also gave Bao one. Turning around, she saw Gu Jinghuai holding a bowl and looking at her with a sad face, as if asking, "What about me?" In the past, Zhu Zai would have ignored him. But now, they are at least roommates, and having shared a bed and close moments makes things a bit different. "Here, I brought you a chicken claw. Next year, try to earn more money for the family." Gu Jinghuai, as if he had received a reward, happily agreed. "Yes, I promise to follow my wife's orders." Bao looked at his father and then at his mother. He picked up his cup filled with grape juice and said to Gu Jinghuai, "Dad, Mom, I wish you happiness and good health. After I start school next year, I will study hard and not let you worry." Seeing the respect and admiration in his eldest son's eyes and hearing him call him Dad for the first time, Gu Jinghuai knew he had finally gained his approval. For a moment, he felt a little touched. Being able to enjoy family happiness with Zhu Zai in his lifetime was the greatest wish he had in his previous life. Gu Jinghuai raised his glass of fruit wine and clinked it with his son's, saying, "Good son, study hard in the future. Your mother and I will love each other forever." Zhu Zai rolled his eyes at him, feeling annoyed. Why say such things in front of the children? Gu Jinghuai smiled and patted his wife's hand, then drank with his eldest son. His eldest child was sensitive, and he knew very well whether his parents' relationship was good or not. Before Zhu Zai accepted him, this boy hadn't called him Dad for over a year. That clearly showed his attitude. He would protect his mother at all costs. Looking at his son, who was trying to act grown-up despite still being a child, Gu Jinghuai felt a soft warmth inside. He was a child who knew how to protect his mother. Seeing his older brother interact with their father, Bao also raised his cup, mimicking his brother, and said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, Bao wishes you love and happiness." Next year, give me a big chubby brother. Zhu Zai spat out his drink. Gu Jinghuai's face turned green. De Bao covered his forehead with his small hand, looking helpless. Next time, let your older brother teach you about family relationships and seniority. You keep talking nonsense every day. Gu Jinghuai said with a sigh. But it was just a clink with my second son. However, I emphasized, my wife and I can give you a younger brother or sister, but that is my daughter or son. Second son stuck out his tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed about his slip of the tongue. Really, he had been hearing people in the village say, big fat son, every day, so he remembered that phrase. He blurted it out without thinking. Just as he was quieting down, third son watched his parents and brothers clink glasses, and he wanted to join in by raising his little hand to have fun. But he didn't have a cup. He looked around his small head, noticing that there were 5 people at the table, and he was the only one without a cup. His growing young boy's heart immediately felt sad. He pouted his little mouth, about to start crying loudly. Gu Jinghuai saw this and quickly turned around, took a small cup from the cabinet, and handed it to him. Here, here, here. This is yours, your special cup. Third son spoke awkwardly, but he understood what was said. Seeing Gu Jinghuai give him a delicate, small cup, his mood instantly brightened.
Gu.
Yes, cup.
Cheers too.
Gu Jinghuai comforted him, pretending to pour 3 drops of fruit wine into his cup. He made third son happy, smiling so much that you could see his teeth. Zhu Zai. Sigh, he's easy to coax. If only he had a kindergarten diploma, he wouldn't have been tricked like this. The whole family happily finished their meal and stayed up late together. Grandmother Yu still didn't want to leave her yard, so De Bao took second Bao to deliver the food. After the New Year's dinner and dumplings, the year was considered over. The next day was the first day of the new year. Zhu Zai usually didn't like going out and wasn't very familiar with the villagers. So, he let the children go out to pay New Year visits and he stayed home. Zhu Zai put pine nut candies, oranges, 5-spice sunflower seeds, and peanuts in his fruit tray. Last year, he hadn't put so much. Back then, he had no income, and if he lived so luxuriously, everyone would notice something unusual. But this year is different. Everyone knows that Gu Jinghuai receives a salary every month. What's wrong with him eating a little better? Anyway, earning money legally is good. Maybe this is the benefit of having a man? The first to visit the Zhu family courtyard for New Year's greetings was Zhu Changzhong and his family, a group of children rushing over happily. Gu Jinghuai handed out red envelopes to each of them. This time, he was more careful than before. The red envelopes prepared in advance each contained 50 cents, including those for Zhu Changming and his wife, and Zhu Changyi and his wife. This made Zhu Changming and Zhu Changyi blush with embarrassment. Little uncle, we're all married now, so you don't need to give us anything. Gu Jinghuai looked indifferent and said, it's not really for you. It's for your little aunt to give to her daughter-in-law. When a new wife comes home, it's a sign of good luck. You shouldn't refuse it. Zhu Zai was giving oranges, sunflower seeds, and other snacks to the 2 daughters-in-law, saying, did you finish the oranges I gave you last time? Your little uncle bought new ones, super tasty. Try some. Thanks, little aunt. Aside from that, Zhu Zai thought the fruits Gu Jinghuai bought were really excellent. Much better than the fruits in her space. With him occasionally bringing fruits home, she almost achieved a visible fruit freedom even in winter. In Yuechelin's family, they hardly saw fresh fruit in winter. Usually they ate frozen pears and persimmons when craving something sweet. Now they only got to taste fresh oranges after marrying into the Zhu family. Seeing these oranges now, they were truly rare and precious. Even Chun Mei felt the same. She sold things at the supply and marketing cooperative, but didn't have fruit. Still, she liked to eat it. After marrying into the Zhu family, she could occasionally satisfy her craving. In the past, her mother and sisters-in-law looked down on the Zhu family, thinking that since their relatives were supply and marketing cooperative managers and they had jobs, they were somehow better than the Zhu family. But after she married into the Zhu family, she realized that the Zhu family was truly low-key but wealthy. They didn't show off what they had, and their children were successful but humble. Such a family, with good manners and grace, was truly out of reach. She once again felt very lucky about her decisive choice to marry into such a good family. After the Zhu family left, Daba and Erbao went with their cousins to visit other villages for New Year's greetings. Soon after, the children from Yuechelin's family also came one after another to Zhu Zai's house to pay New Year's visits. When they saw the candies and sunflower seeds on the Kong, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhu Zai was not stingy. Children of this time find it hard to get good treats, so she gave them each 3 pieces of pine nut candy and also grabbed some peanuts and sunflower seeds. Some children felt shy, but didn't want to refuse, blushing as they thanked Zhu Zai and said a few lucky words before leaving. Some children were more confident, like the grandchildren of village head Yu and Uncle Yu San, who often played with Dabao and others. They were familiar with Zhu Zai and didn't act so shy or polite. But some children just sat down at Zhu Zai's house and didn't want to leave. They quickly stuffed all 3 pieces of candy into their mouths and also opened the peanuts and sunflower seeds to eat. It looked like they planned to eat everything before taking more. Seeing this, the grandchildren of village head Yu and Uncle Yu San took charge as the big brothers, grabbing the necks of the 2 naughty kids and leading them away. As they walked, they scolded. "Do you have no shame? Just for a little treat, you come here to visit during the New Year and see which family is willing to give things away? If you don't know how to be grateful, that's fine. But do you have to eat and take? You're really something." Zhu Zai watched from behind, smiling as she said to Gu Jinghuai, "Those 3 kids usually aren't spoiled for nothing. Now, they're helping me solve a problem." Gu Jinghuai hugged her waist, teasing her affectionately. "Of course. Who is my wife?" The most amazing one. By the 2nd year of middle school, Zhu Zai took her husband and children back to her parents' house to celebrate the New Year. Gu Jinghuai carried a jar of wine. Zhu Zai brought 4 jin of date cakes, 5 jin of 5-spice sunflower seeds, 5 jin of garlic-flavored peanuts, and also took 20 large oranges from her space. Gu Jinghuai didn't see the oranges because she kept some of her own fruits hidden. She knew how many she had bought. She wanted to help her family but couldn't reveal everything to avoid exposing her secrets. The Zhu family had been waiting for this day. Last time, they discussed continuing to observe Gu Jinghuai to see if he was acting strangely. But by the end of the year, they had no reason to keep visiting her daughters-in-laws. Yesterday, when the children went to pay New Year visits, the adults reminded them to carefully watch the interactions and possible disagreements between the young aunt and her husband. A big group of children went out happily, but they didn't notice anything unusual. He saw his younger uncle happily watching his younger aunt and insisted on giving them red envelopes. They secretly asked Dabao and Erbao questions, but didn't get clear answers. Dabao is very sensitive and suspicious. When he saw their expressions, he said seriously, "My dad and mom love each other very much." Although Dabao always smiles, the Zhu family siblings are actually quite afraid of him. No one dares to underestimate him. Erbao, on the other hand, is simple and sweet. He always asks questions and can find out quite a bit. The information the Zhu children shared with the adults was a bit too uncomfortable to hear. Zhu Zhenjin said, "Erbao said that his younger uncle now makes him and Dabao sleep in the east room. The younger uncle and younger aunt sleep with Sanbao. He feels like he's lost favor." Zhu Zhongzhong said, "Erbao said that the younger uncle no longer likes him. Early in the morning, he didn't dress his 4-year-old son, but instead dressed the younger aunt." Zhu Zhonghe said, "Erbao said that the younger aunt doesn't want to sleep with the younger uncle. She wants to sleep with Erbao, but the younger uncle won't let her. So, the younger aunt keeps having nightmares, and Erbao has heard her crying many nights." Zhu Qianqian said, "Erbao, my little brother, said that next year the younger uncle will have a chubby baby." All these confusing and false stories made the Zhu family members' faces turn green with worry. What kind of messy stories are these? Big brother Zhu said, "They both went to sleep in the same room, so their relationship must be better." "I told you," the second brother was overthinking that day. Second brother Zhu said, "Impossible. I am not overthinking. I am just paying close attention." "Right, wife." Second brother Zhu was quickly dismissed by his whole family and hurriedly called his wife as an ally. Second sister, Zhu rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, she still kept some reason and didn't let her husband act foolishly. But didn't Bao say that the younger uncle dresses the younger aunt? I think their relationship is getting better, second brother Zhu argued, but Bao also said he heard his mother crying at night. I don't believe what Bao said about wanting children. There must be another reason. Oh my gosh, his face changed dramatically, and everyone looked at him. He anxiously and angrily said, Gu Jinghuai, that scoundrel, probably got caught by my sister. Did he hit Year in the middle of the night? No, I can't stand it anymore. I must go find him. Hearing his suspicion, Mrs. Yu also became worried. No matter if the son-in-law was with a woman, she absolutely couldn't hurt her daughter. Seeing Mrs. Yu stand up to follow brother Zhu outside, old Master Zhu quickly held her back and scolded his second son, who looked like he was about to run off. Nothing is decided yet, and you're already so reckless. Look at you, guessing blindly, making your mother so anxious. His father's shout finally calmed his son down and made him come back. Second brother Zhu looked at old Master Zhu, still worried, but no longer shouting. Big sister Zhu hurried to mediate and said, Dad, Mom, don't be angry or worried. Second brother, you too, don't rush. Didn't Qian just say that second baby's father plans to have another big, chubby son next year? It shows he's close to his younger sister, and they're planning to have another child next year. Hearing this, Mrs. Yu's heart gradually calmed. But then second brother Zhu suddenly exclaimed, could it be that the wild woman outside is pregnant with his child? No wonder second baby heard his little sister crying at midnight. She must be upset and crying out of sadness. Big sister Zhu said, you just said she was crying because she was beaten. Now you're guessing she's crying out of anger. I think you should stop guessing wildly. Suddenly, second brother Zhu's eyes lit up and he loudly said, I know. Gu Jinghuai, that is cheating outside. The woman got pregnant, and she's going to have his illegitimate child. Little sister found out and wants to divorce him. But this greedy guy, he's eyeing what he has and what he wants. He doesn't want her to leave him. They argued in the middle of the night, and that made little sister cry. Afraid the children would see her injuries the next day, he dressed her himself and threatened her to cover for him outside, so we wouldn't see his ugly face. That's it, exactly. Everyone. The Zhu family was stunned by second brother Zhu's wild imagination. At the start, it was just a story made up out of thin air. If second brother Zhu didn't pursue a career in literature or art, he would be wasting his talent. Everyone didn't know what to say. In the silence, only second sister Zhu slowly started to speak. You really make it sound like that's how it is. That logic makes sense. Sister-in-law Zhu angrily patted second sister-in-law and said, at this time, don't keep pretending to be a perfect couple. Everyone finally came back to their senses and started persuading second brother Zhu not to think too much. Most importantly, they advised Mrs. Yao not to believe second brother Zhu's strange ideas. While everyone was busy and distracted, no one noticed the strange look in a quiet corner of the room, sister-in-law Zhu's unusual gaze. Third brother Zhu sat beside her. She looked at him, and he looked back at her. The couple exchanged glances, each understanding what the other was thinking. Sister-in-law Zhu's face turned red, but she didn't say anything. It wasn't because of anything else. Her second uncle was jumping around over a serious and frightening guess. If she brought up her own silly guess, it might insult her second uncle. Anyway, they would find out tomorrow. The couple decided to stick to their principle of saying little. In the Zhu family, there was a lot of noise and fuss. Amidst feelings of worry, unease, anxiety, and irritation, finally, the long-awaited second son arrived. This year, Zhu Zai's family of 5 came to pay New Year's visits, and their appearance was very different from last year. Of course, Zhu Zai's mother and the 3 children still wore new cotton clothes and pants. The biggest difference was Gu Jinghuai. He was no longer wearing patched clothes when he visited his father-in-law. Another difference was the atmosphere among the 5 family members. Last year, when Gu Jinghuai came to visit, he looked like a hired worker who was hired to hold the baby, someone the family didn't like. He was trying to win the lady's favor, hoping to become her son-in-law. But the lady didn't even bother to look at him. This year, things had changed. He had succeeded. He carried a big basket on his back and held his old son in front. He was accompanied by his young wife, who led their two older sons. From a distance, you could tell their life was good just by looking at his big, bright smile. Everyone in the Zhu family could see that Zhu Zai's family was doing well, but second brother Zhu was hiding near sister-in-law Zhu, whispering, "This good-for-nothing man is good at pretending. He should have become an actor instead of wasting his talent. But no matter how well he pretends, my sharp eyes see right through him." Seeing him smile with his teeth showing, clearly a man with a deep mind. Zhu Er's wife carefully looked at Gu Jinghuai's neat row of big white teeth and said nothing. "Did he offend you at some point? I feel like you're targeting him a bit." Zhu Er's brother's eyes nearly popped out. He never expected that even his wife wouldn't trust him now. He felt wronged and said, "Now, even you don't trust me." Zhu Er's wife helplessly comforted him. "No, it's not that. I trust you. But you can't just guess. You need to have proof." Zhu Er's brother said, I just have a feeling. I feel like he's hiding something from my little sister." Zhu Er's wife was speechless. This is truly a man's instinct. Zhu Zai didn't know her second brother's strange ideas, nor did she expect that this year her family would be so organized. From afar, she saw everyone standing in the yard waiting. She was quite happy inside. When she entered, she led her husband and children to greet her family. "Father, mother, brothers, and sisters-in-law, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" Gu Jinghuai also held his son to greet his parents-in-law. He tried to smile as a good son-in-law, but he quickly noticed that the way the Yu family looked at him was a bit strange. Gu Jinghuai tried to ignore the subtle difference and handed the basket to brother Zhu. "Brother, this is the New Year's gifts that Ye and I brought for the family. Don't mind if it's a bit small." Yao's wife was very soft-hearted. Whatever anyone said, she was easily affected. Seeing her son-in-law so thoughtful, her previous worries, stirred up by brother Zhu, eased away. She smiled and said, "How could we dislike it? We're happy you came." Then, the elders started giving red envelopes to the three children. Zhu Zai wanted to stop them. The family was earning money hard. When would it end? But then she thought, she also often brought things to her family. Her family wasn't the kind to take things without feeling guilty. If she stopped now, they'd feel even worse. So she decided not to stop them. Anyway, Gu Jinghuai had already given red envelopes to his nephews and nieces. It was all about sharing blessings. Usually, Zhu Zai would go home and try to prepare a big meal for her family using the space available. Since it's very cold outside now, she decided to stay indoors and eat at home. But this time, after just a little while outside, Yao Shi pulled her into her room. "Girl, I want to ask you, what's going on with you and Jinghuai lately?" Yao Shi was feeling anxious. She wasn't good at talking, so she just asked directly. Zhu Zai's face immediately turned red. What's going on? Did her relationship with Gu Jinghuai change so much? Why is her mother still asking about it? She hesitated and said, "Nothing, it's nothing." Yao Shi said a few more words but didn't get any answers, so she left. Just as Zhu Zai was about to follow her, her older sister-in-law came in and said a few words to her. At first, she was talking here and there, and Zhu Zai didn't understand what she really wanted to say. Until her sister-in-law asked, "How are things between you and Gu Jinghuai now?" Zhu Zai felt something was a bit off. This honest sister-in-law wouldn't ask without a reason. When her second sister-in-law came in later, Zhu Zai was sure that her family was hiding something from her. "Second sister-in-law, don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what's going on." The second sister-in-law looked embarrassed but knew that her little sister-in-law wasn't naive and couldn't be fooled with a few words. So she decided to be straightforward. "Well, actually, there's nothing much. It's just your second brother guessing things. He suspects that your brother-in-law is seeing other women outside." Zhu Zai was shocked.
"What?"
"He dares to see other women outside," the second sister-in-law said. "You didn't know?" Zhu Zai replied, "I don't know. How could I know?"
"That."
I really gave him face. Probably more than half of the women in the world are very sensitive when it comes to the topic of infidelity. So, they tend to ignore some words or phrases. Like now, Zhu Zai was thinking about the word suspect, but then she heard her sister-in-law say, "Huh? You didn't know? Then why are you crying?" Zhu Zai was confused. "When did I cry?" Her sister-in-law was even more puzzled. "Oh, wasn't it Bao who said that you've been crying late at night these days?" Zhu Zi suddenly blushed deeply, as if something had come to mind. That mischievous kid. Really, why did he say such honest things out loud? He knew his second son was unreliable, but he didn't expect him to be this careless. Why does he keep blabbering everything out? Even his parents' little matters are spilled by him. Cough, cough, second sister-in-law. Is it because of these things that you suspect Gu Jinghuai is involved with women? Not exactly, and also, he helped you put on your clothes this morning. Your second brother suspects that he was the one who hit you in the middle of the night, and he's hiding it so the children wouldn't see your injuries. Zhu Ziyi looked expressionless. Anything else? Second sister-in-law didn't know what was happening but suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Still, she forced herself to keep talking. Bao said that his little uncle plans to have a big, chubby baby next year. Your second brother suspects that there's a woman outside who is already pregnant. Zhu Zi went numb. Anything else? Cough, cough, no, that's all. Probably. For a moment, Zhu Zi didn't know whether to be more annoyed at her second brother's wild imagination or at Bao's big mouth. She just found out today that ever since Bao stopped bragging outside, he turned into the family's little announcer? Is this a mobile news station broadcasting live? Zhu Zi was furious with her second son. But at this moment, she still needed to comfort her overly worried family members. Sister-in-law, Gu Jinghuai didn't hit me. Second sister-in-law was surprised. He didn't hit you? Then why were you crying in the middle of the night? Zhu Zi fell silent, blushing. Today was a day of major social embarrassment. A few seconds later, second sister-in-law came out blushing. Seeing her, third sister-in-law guessed that her suspicion from yesterday was probably correct. She silently went inside, looking at her little sister-in-law's flushed cheeks, and calmly asked, "You weren't crying in the middle of the night because you got hit, right?" Zhu Zi clenched her teeth and spat out the words, "No, I wasn't." "Oh, then I won't ask why you were crying." Zhu Zi's cheeks turned even redder. Third sister-in-law thought it would have been better if she hadn't added that last sentence. Zhu Zi, you can imagine what kind of big social embarrassment she would face if this news were shared among them. Gu Jinghuai outside also feels quite confused. At first, Zhu Urge treated him coldly. He even called Bao aside, as if he didn't want Bao to associate with him, the father. Others didn't seem to have much hostility toward him, but they also seemed to be holding something back. Until Zhu Daisao called Zhu Dage out once. Zhu Urseo called Zhu Urge out once. Zhu Sansao leaned close to Zhu Sange's ear and said, "You guessed right." The three brothers-in-law looked at him differently again. Zhu Dage looked embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. Zhu Urge doubted himself and hesitated. Zhu Sange was the calmest, but he didn't say much the whole time. Gu Jinghuai didn't know what kind of trouble they had gotten into until his wife came out of the house. He felt like he had found a support. He was about to show his usual shy, sweet, and slightly aggrieved expression, but he saw his wife's gaze pass over him and look at his second uncle and Bao behind him. As if with a deadly stare? "Bao, what did you do again?" Bao didn't know what he had done either. Feeling a chill behind him, he quickly turned around. He saw his mother looking at him with a creepy stare, so he quickly gave a soft, innocent smile. Zhu Urge saw him smiling at Zhu Ziyi and also gave a silly, loving smile to his sister. Zhu Ziyi saw their smiles and almost exploded with anger. "Wow, you two still dare to team up?" Thinking a silly smile could fool her? She really thought she was easy to deceive? Zhu Ziyi was so angry she wanted to immediately drag Bao out and give him a bamboo shoot stir-fry. She wanted him to understand why the flower was so red and whether he dared to act like a little troublemaker again. But today was the second day of the Lunar New Year, the first month, and she couldn't hit the kids at her parents' house. So, she held back her anger and went to the kitchen to cook a real bamboo shoot stir-fry. The dried bamboo shoots were from her space, brought back earlier to add to her family's dishes. Since there were no outsiders at home today, she made a hearty meal. braised pork, soy braised pig's trotters, bamboo shoot stir-fry, yellow braised chicken with potatoes, and a refreshing pickled radish. The chicken was already cooked by Yao's family, waiting for the daughter and son-in-law's family to come and eat. Although they plan to raise chickens, the Zhu family has many members. With 2 people sharing 1 chicken, they could have 9 chickens to slaughter. Moreover, this year the new daughter-in-law joined the family, adding 2 more people, so next year they could raise 1 more chicken. There are 5 dishes in total, and each dish has a generous portion. Gu Jinghuai was eating the familiar braised chicken with potatoes and became more curious about what the daughter-in-law's space was like. Everyone was once again impressed by Zhu Zai's cooking skills. Chunmei held her bowl and said happily, "Chang'e, I really married the right person. My sister-in-law's cooking is amazing. I feel like the best meals I've ever had in my life are made by her." Zhu Chang'e proudly replied, "Of course. If you didn't marry me, where would you find such good food?" He then scooped a piece of chicken onto Chunmei's plate. This young couple wasn't very clever, but their genuine happiness and joy always made those around them feel warm. Compared to them, Yu Yulan and Zhu Changming seemed more like a typical newlywed couple. Their tender affection was obvious to anyone sharing the same space with them. At first, Zhu Zai was a bit worried that Yu Yulan might not get along with Dia, so he also reminded Yao's family to take good care of Dia. But later, Zhu Desa said that Yu Yulan was very kind to Dia. Dia was still very young. She might not remember much yet, but she definitely had some impression of her own mother. In the first few days after Yu Jinjue left home, Dia cried every night. It was only when Zhu Changming personally took her in that she calmed down. But after Zhu Changming married Yu Yulan, Dia was again cared for by Zhu Desa. One day, during the daytime, Zhu Desa went out to prepare pig feed. Dia was supposed to be sleeping, but when she woke up and saw no one in the room, she didn't cry and tried to crawl onto the bed. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Yu Yulan quickly rushed over to prevent her from falling. Zhu Jinjin saw this scene by chance. Later, Yu Yulan simply placed Dia on the bed and left after Zhu Desa returned to the room, never mentioning that she had saved Dia. It was only when Zhu Jinjin told Zhu Desa that she learned about it. Undoubtedly, such actions made the Zhu family more grateful and appreciative of her. Everyone knows that Dia's presence cannot make her feel completely at ease. The Zhu family would never force the new daughter-in-law to be obedient and act as a good stepmother right after moving in. She keeps her distance, just acting as a loving wife to Zhu Changming, and the Zhu family is grateful for that. Now, she remains kind-hearted and calm. The Zhu family looks up to her even more. Later, sister-in-law Zhu secretly told Zhu Changming about the incident. He was very touched and loved Yulan even more. Zhu Zai didn't think about whether Yulan knew that Zhu Jinjin saw everything. As long as the family stays peaceful and no one causes trouble, he doesn't care about others' little thoughts. Because of the funny mistake made by the silly duo, the whole Zhu family seemed happy on the surface, but there was always a faint feeling of awkwardness. After all, when Zhu Zai went to the kitchen to cook, news about the family spread quickly. Everyone knew that they had a late-night gathering. Zhu Zai tried to keep a brave face, but felt more determined to give the 2 little ones a good talking to when he got home. Big brother Zhu thought there was a misunderstanding about Gu Jinghuai and felt guilty. He and old master Zhu took turns trying to persuade Gu Jinghuai to drink. Honestly, Gu Jinghuai wasn't that afraid of his father-in-law and older brother-in-law because they were both polite and well-mannered, and their persuasion usually involved long conversations or offering good food. Either they would serve him a nice meal or chat with him for a while. Second brother-in-law had some opinions about him and didn't pay much attention. He was most afraid of the strict third brother-in-law, who was quiet but intense. When drinking with him, he really didn't talk much, just one word, drink. Gu Jinghuai felt like if he didn't drink, he would be stared down to death. By the end of the meal, his father-in-law and older brother-in-law hadn't persuaded him much, but they all ended up drinking with the strict third brother-in-law. After finishing dinner at her parents' house, Zhu Zai didn't stay long. Since it was so close, there would be plenty of time to visit later. Right now, she had more important things to do, namely, teaching her children at home. When the second child returned home, he was scolded by his mother to reflect alone, but he didn't even know what he had done wrong. Still happily shouting, "Mom, the second little one is innocent," Zhu Zai listened inside the house and said to Gu Jinghuai with a blank face, "In the future, stop telling silly stories in front of the children. They will learn from you. Just listen to what he's saying." Gu Jinghuai touched his nose and admitted to his wife's scolding. He didn't expect his son to be so wild. Throughout the story, he kept repeating, "I was wrong," and he only remembered to complain. Zhu Zai took a moment to calm down inside the house before coming out to teach her son. "Gu Bei, do you know you were wrong?" Gu Bei is the second little one's full name. Whenever he makes a mistake, Zhu Zai calls him that. The second little one looked upset and teary, still not understanding what he did wrong. "Mom, I don't know, please tell me, I beg you." Sigh. Zhu Zai felt tired. Teaching the second little one was really hard, especially since the oldest was so clever. She found it difficult to communicate with the second little one. Maybe because the oldest was too smart, he understood many things without needing to be told directly. But the second little one wasn't like that. Although he was a clever kid, under the shadow of the oldest, his cleverness seemed ordinary. So, Zhu Zai felt that teaching the second little one was becoming more difficult. Thinking about the third little one, who was not very smart, made her even more tired. She decided not to guide him and simply said, "Did you tell your cousins and siblings that your dad dressed me in the morning? I cried in the middle of the night, and next year your dad will have a chubby baby?" The second little one blinked twice, suddenly realizing something was wrong.
Yes.
"Right?" Zhu Zai squinted her eyes and said dangerously, "Right?" The second little one looked guilty, pouting, and finally lowered his head in remorse. Yes, in the end, his honest mouth still slipped out words it shouldn't have. Zhu Zai asked, "Do you think it's right to tell everyone about your parents' matters?" The second little one looked upset and said, "Not right, but my cousins and siblings are worried about you and Dad." Zhu Zai patted his little head and comforted him. "After you tell them, remember to tell your parents too. And you need to know what you can say and what you can't," the second little one asked humbly. "Oh, so what can I say and what can't I say?" Zhu Zai suddenly hesitated. Yes, what can be said and what can't be said? Even if she told him, would Bao understand? The key is, does she understand what she can say? For a moment, mother and son stared at each other in silence, and their conversation reached an impasse. Gu Jinghuai and Bao, who were hiding in the east and west rooms observing, also looked on silently. Really, they were speechless about this unreliable mother and son pair. Bao covered his little head, feeling almost unable to bear to look at his mother and younger brother. It was better that Gu Jinghuai, the biological father, stepped in. He knelt in front of Bao and said seriously, "You can talk about what happened during the day, but not what happened at night." Zhu Zai, that was really straightforward. "Do you understand?" Bao. "Got it." Gu Jinghuai nodded with satisfaction. "Good, then go reflect on your actions and accept your punishment." Bao. He felt a bit wronged but didn't know how to argue. If only he had learned the phrase, "innocent until proven guilty," maybe he could persuade his parents next time they scolded him. But he didn't even have a kindergarten diploma now. He only remembered the phrase, 6 months of snow, as being unfair. It was like he was just in first grade and already facing problems that second graders would encounter. Since he hadn't learned second grade knowledge, how could he solve it? In other words, this question was beyond his level. He could only admit defeat. Back in the house, the couple carefully discussed their child's education. Zhu Zai said, "Your words are too rough." "Can he understand?" Gu Jinghuai, smelling of alcohol, replied, "Rough words, but the meaning is clear."
It's okay.
Kids grow up through bumps and setbacks. Zhu Zai worried, but are we teaching him in a way that he'll fall behind others? Gu Jinghuai frowned. Fall behind? If he has parents like us, he should be grateful. Who isn't a first-time parent? No one is perfect. Doing the best we can within our limits is enough. We don't even know how to teach more than that. Hearing Gu Jinghuai say this, Zhu Zai felt a bit better and less anxious. Suddenly, she realized she was in this era, not in the later, overly competitive education age. She constantly insisted that children should not lose at the starting line. As a first-time parent, she felt a lot of pressure. She was worried about raising an unworthy descendant and feared she would regret it later. She didn't know if women, when in love, tend to rely heavily on the man beside them. Anyway, with Gu Jinghui helping her shoulder the responsibilities, her worries about education seemed to lessen a bit. It felt like if she ended up raising a fool, it would be partly his fault too.
No, no, no.
Her little one is so adorable and clever. When she grows up, she will definitely be a good person. Zhu Zai looked at the time. It was almost half an hour later. He went outside to pick up the second child, who had been silently facing the wall. The moment Zhu Zai held him in his arms, the second child suddenly burst into loud crying after quietly shedding tears. Zhu Zai felt heartbroken and tried to comfort his little second child. When they reached the east room, the older brother had already prepared a cloth to wipe his brother's face, which was covered in tears. The second child saw his brother and looked very wronged. Although he was at fault, he also felt wronged. He thought his caring older brother would comfort him, but instead, "Enough, stop crying. You've learned your lesson this time. From now on, watch your words. After going out, you can't brag or act like a little loudspeaker. Someone like you, in the past, would be considered a traitor." The second child cried loudly. "Second child is not a traitor. Brother is mean. Second child is not a traitor." Zhu Zai hurriedly comforted him. Okay, you're not a traitor." After a while of fussing, he finally managed to soothe the child. Today, because he needed to teach the second child a lesson, Mrs. Yao missed her third child, so Zhu Zai left the third child at his mother's house. The third child isn't clingy. As long as he's with familiar people, he can sleep anywhere. This child is also very easygoing. So, Zhu Zai pretended to go home but actually took a small jar of milk powder from his space, planning to give it to the third child when he was hungry. Although he now eats solid food, he still drinks milk powder. With the third child not at home, the older and second children were in the east room. Therefore, the west room became Gu Jinghui's territory. This man had a drink at his father-in-law's house during the day. The alcohol wasn't enough to make him drunk, but it did boost his courage. That night, Gu Jinghui tried to be charming, acted silly, and used all his tricks to persuade Zhu Zai to try some new ideas. It's good to be creative, but if things go wrong, it's not so nice. Zhu Zai thought that the day of her second year in middle school was the worst social embarrassment of the year. But she never expected that something even more embarrassing would happen that night. She and Gu Jinghui actually broke the bed. Zhu Zai, oh my gosh, what kind of quality is this bed made of? It just collapsed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhu Zai wouldn't believe such a strange thing could happen to her. She glared angrily at the man standing in the corner, trying to hide himself. "It's all your fault." Gu Jinghui quickly came over, hugged his wife, and apologized. Yes, it's all my fault. Don't be mad. I'll fix the bed tomorrow. Please don't be angry. How are we going to sleep tonight? Although only the middle of the bed collapsed, it seemed only the sides and the head of the bed could be used. Don't worry, I'll put a wooden board in the middle, and we can sleep. Forget it, I'll sleep in the other room. Gu Jinghui immediately hugged his wife. If you go there, they'll figure out what's going on. Don't go. The bed is big enough. I'll put a wooden board on the middle, and I'll sleep there. Tomorrow morning, I'll secretly fix the bed, so no one will know. Isn't that better? Think about how talkative Bao is. Gu Jinghui was talking, but Zhu Zai hesitated until the last sentence, then immediately nodded in agreement. She was really tired of Bao's chatter. This bed collapsing thing must not get out. Bao, half asleep, mumbled and asked, "Brother, what's that noise in the other room?" Bao patted him and tried to soothe him to sleep. "There's no noise, you're dreaming." At the same time, she thought to herself, what are Mom and Dad up to? Such a big commotion? It's not like they're fighting a guerrilla war. Gu Jinghui prepared the bedding for her and lay down on the Kong bed for a short rest. As for Gu Jinghui, this guy is truly remarkable. In his eyes, nothing can stop him from getting close to his wife. Even if the cowherd and weaver girl are separated by the Milky Way, they still meet once a year. What is this simple Kong bed compared to that? Quietly, he took a wide wooden board from the yard and placed it on the Kong, then slept directly on top. The couple had a good plan. Early in the morning, they set up the bed without anyone knowing, completely unnoticed. But it seems the heavens enjoy watching short people get into trouble. The next morning, Sister Zhu San surprisingly arrived early, holding Sanbao in her arms. If it had been Sister Zhu Air visiting, perhaps Zhu Zai wouldn't have had such a reaction. But Sister Zhu San always works quietly. She doesn't talk much normally, so it's understandable. But coming to her sister-in-law's house and shouting loudly at the door? That's unnecessary. She didn't make a sound, but her big feet and shovel-like shoes made no noise to warn anyone. So, she just happened to overhear the scene. All your fault, with such strength. Yes, it's all my fault. I drank too much yesterday and got carried away. Wife, don't be angry. I won't do it again. You always admit your mistakes eagerly, but rarely change. It's unfair. Wife, I've really been trying to improve. Hearing his guilty-sounding excuses, Zhu Zai felt a headache coming on. Shut up and get to work. Quickly set up the bed. Otherwise, if someone sees, they'll know what we did last night. Sister Zhu San, already listening at the door of the main hall, thought to herself. I already know, she really didn't mean to eavesdrop, but, well, her brother-in-law and his wife talked too fast. But now, what kind of face should she show to avoid feeling awkward? Sister Zhu Sen looked at Sanbao in her arms, both of them staring at each other with big eyes, both confused. As Zhu Zai was talking, he suddenly felt something was off. He turned around and saw, oh my, his sister-in-law was standing at the door of the main hall, holding the child. Goodness, how long had she been there? Did she hear everything? Sister Zhu San seemed to realize what Zhu Zai was thinking. She didn't know what her own expression was, but at that moment, she seemed to have her own idea. Then he blurted out simply, I didn't hear anything, Sanbao. Yes, you did. Zuzi, you might as well keep quiet. Today is another day of social embarrassment. She wakes up early to embrace the sun. She wakes up early and ends up in a social mess, losing face so badly that she might as well go back to her parents' house. Zuzi was already numb, mechanically taking Sanbao from Sister Zhuzi, not even knowing when Sister Zhuzi left. After returning home, Sister Zhuzi secretly told her husband, Don't worry, my little sister and her husband are getting along now. Brother Zhuzi calmly said, Yes, didn't we already know why my little sister was crying in the middle of the night? Sister Zhuzi's ears turned slightly red, but her face stayed calm. Calmly she said, Not only that, I just went to my little sister's house and heard them talking. Last night, they broke the bed. Brother Zhuzi's eyes flickered. Oh, he probably understood what she meant? Brother Zhuzi was no longer calm. What kind of person can shake a bed apart? Cough, cough. Little sister, are you okay? Sister Zhuzi replied steadily. I'm fine. I can still scold my brother-in-law. We get along well. Brother Zhuzi's face also turned red as he secretly reached for Sister Zhuzi's hand. Changing the subject, he said, No wonder Sanbao was eager to go home this morning. She probably sensed the family connection and was worried about her parents. But inside, he was thinking, My wife's hands are so cold, I need to warm them up. Sister Zhuzi's ears were red, but she didn't expose his little thoughts. This seemingly quiet couple might not be so discreet with their words. Indeed, when Brother Zhuzi caused trouble again, Brother Zhuzi shared this with him. Then, Brother Zhuzi was stunned. He knew that Sister Zhuzi knew everything. Once Sister Zhuzi found out, it wouldn't be long before the whole family knew. Zhuzi understood her family's temperament very well. She really had no face to go back home. In the past, she would visit her parents every few days, mainly to bring back some food to help them. But now, she felt ashamed to go back. The Lantern Festival and sweet rice balls on the 15th of the Lunar New Year, she was the one who asked Daba to call Zhu Chongzhong to bring them back. The New Year has passed quickly, and now it's February 2nd again. This year, the second child has grown a little older, and his wisdom has also increased a bit. She had already told Zuzi that this year, her husband would cut their hair, and she wouldn't do it herself. Zuzi nodded in agreement, but inside she felt a little jealous and sneered. Huh? This naughty little boy, willing to come out and show off as a Jianghu cutting plum. Gu Jinghui finished cutting his two sons' hair and noticed his wife's unusual mood. He quickly went inside to comfort her. Are you really angry, wife? Don't be mad. Those two little rascals dare to upset my wife. Next year, I won't cut their hair anymore. I'll let them grow long hair and turn into little wild kids. Zuzi was speechless. All right, I won't argue with the kids. She was just a little jealous. Before, the children belonged only to her, and both of them were close to her. Now, how long has the man been back? The second child, that naughty little boy, is already almost turning against her. Although he is also her own son, she sigh. Maybe this is just a woman's fuss. When no one cares for her, she feels like an unbreakable stone. When someone cares for her, she becomes as gentle as a spring stream. Gu Jinghui held Zizi's face and kissed her several times, soothing her like a precious treasure, finally calming her temper. Every time my wife comes to enjoy life, she gets upset. I remember it all. I will take better care of you these days. After a few days, you can make it up to me. Zuzi pinched his waist angrily and said annoyed, You're always thinking about that stuff. I've almost run out of your contraceptive supplies. Gu Jinghui hugged her slender waist and said, If we run out, we don't need to use them anymore. When the baby comes, it's perfect for having a new one. It's also good to give the three naughty boys a little sister. Hee, how do you know it's a sister? What if it's a brother? Thinking about how he had been like a mother to his three sons over the past year, Gu Jinghui shivered involuntarily. Ahem, well, maybe we should wait a bit longer. He didn't dislike his sons. He just wanted a soft, fragrant little girl like his wife. He was thinking about having a child, not realizing that Zizi was actually thinking about how to avoid pregnancy. There was no family planning yet, so contraceptive supplies hadn't been widely distributed. It's a joke. Her stomach wasn't even full, so who would bother with that? Therefore, Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghui used the supplies from her space. Wow, not managing the household. She didn't realize how expensive everyday items are. They didn't restock because they didn't realize how quickly they were used up. In just a short time, the top two shelves of a small storage unit were emptied. She lied to Gu Jinghui, saying a nurse friend from her county gave her the supplies, and Gu Jinghui didn't mind. Maybe in his eyes, as long as they could use it, it was fine. But luckily, with a little umbrella, she wasn't worried about having more children soon. Apart from the fast usage, there were no other worries. In fact, she found something happy. She wasn't sure if it was because of her long-term secret beauty treatments in her space or if it was another blessing from heaven. The scar on her forehead was getting lighter, now flat to the touch. Her eyes still showed some faint scar color, but it seemed it would fade quickly. Oh my, what a surprising joy. The scar that had bothered her all her life, which affected her personality, was gradually disappearing after she left. She wasn't sure if it was ironic or fortunate. But Zhu Zai knew, for her, it was definitely a good thing. Who doesn't like to look beautiful? Not only did she like it, but she also noticed that Gu Jinghui often gently touched her face, lost in thought. By March, when Zhu Zai sent Daba to school, her appearance was stunning everyone. Oh my yay, I didn't expect the scar on your forehead to fade so beautifully. I always knew you looked good, but I didn't think you looked this amazing. Lin Damei was the kind of person who said, I don't have much education, but I can say wow and go far. She thought Zhu Zai's beauty was unforgettable at first glance, standing out in the crowd, easy to spot, but she didn't know how to describe it. She just kept saying she looked good. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhu Zai felt a bit shy from her sincere praise. After Zhu Zai persuaded her, she also sent her daughter to study. Her eldest daughter, Gu Xiaoyan, is 12 years old now. Compared to other children in their first year of school, she is already quite grown up. However, Lin Damei also cares about her children. She knows that studying is better than not studying, so she works hard to support her daughter for 2 years. She doesn't expect her daughter to become famous or successful, just hopes she can become more open-minded and see more things. In the future, when she faces problems at her husband's house, She wants her daughter to have her own judgment and not be easily influenced by others. Gu Xiaoyan is very obedient and well-behaved. She understands that the chance to go to school is rare. On her first day of school, she decided to study hard. After learning, she plans to teach her younger sister at home. Dabao is only 7 years old, quite young for his age. But he is very smart, and Zhu Zai doesn't want to delay his learning. Even if she can teach him many things, why not let him experience school life? Besides, studying at this age is quite easy for them. They only have classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, they do farm work. Her son won't be tired. The elementary school is not far from Yu Family Village, just next door in the neighboring village. Zhu Zhongzhong, Zhu Zhonghe, and Zhu Zhinzhen all attend the school. When Zhu Zai took Dabao to school, she told them about it. With them at school, she is sure they will take good care of Dabao, so she has no worries. After sending Dabao to school and completing the formalities, Zhu Zai left. Dabao's school bag was sewn by Grandma Yu herself, embroidered with his zodiac sign, a small dragon. Inside, there are notebooks, pens, an eraser, and a metal lunchbox. The lunchbox contains milk-flavored corn buns and preserved meat with dried bamboo shoots and pickled vegetables, made by Zhu Zai. She originally wanted to give him rice balls, which can be eaten as sushi when cold, so they don't spoil easily. But considering the current environment, using plain rice and flour might attract too much attention, so she decided to keep a low profile. She doesn't want her son to become a target. She had prepared everything for her son. Going to school was not a big deal. But when she said goodbye to her son, she couldn't help feeling a little sad inside. Watching Dabao walk away with his small school bag and straight back, she felt her nose sting. She thought perhaps being a parent is just standing still, waving goodbye to your children over and over again. Lost in her thoughts, Zhu Zai was about to leave with Lin Damei. When turning around, I accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry. Zhu Zai quickly apologized and looked up to see a man who seemed both familiar and strange. The man looked at her, appearing a bit stunned. Zhu Zai frowned, apologized again, and then pulled Lin Damei away. Even after Zhu Zai walked away, the man stayed in place, watching her back. This countryside is truly full of talented people, beautiful mountains and clear waters, nurturing beauties. I thought Eugenie was already quite pretty for a woman from this rural area, but today I saw a stunningly beautiful woman here. Although her face had a few small flaws, her fair skin and delicate features made her truly captivating. Gao Wenxiu was still lost in her thoughts about the moment she bumped into Zhu Zai, especially the striking look she had when she looked up. Yu Xiaobin had just come out of school. Wenxiu, sorry to keep you waiting. You came early, right? Not really, I just arrived a little while ago. Come on, let's go inside. The principal is already waiting. This year, there were more students and the teachers couldn't keep up, so the principal planned to hire an additional substitute teacher. Unlike regular teachers who get a full salary, this one would only be paid half.
The workload was about the same.
It was definitely a good deal. He planned to recruit from among the young people who didn't want to work hard. So many applicants would likely come. Yu Xiaobin, who had a good relationship with Gao Wenxiu, heard about this early and secretly told him. Gao Wenxiu was clever and knew what was best for herself. So, she bought 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of wine in the county town and took them to the principal. This time, Gao Wenxiu was basically taking over her new position. At this time, work was very much based on recommendations. The principal's actions weren't exactly wrong. After entering, they just did a simple test paper, and Gao Wenxiu's identity as a primary school teacher was confirmed. Outside the school, Gao Wenxiu asked Yu Xiaobin, "Hey, in these 10 or so villages, do you know anyone who looks especially beautiful?" Yu Xiaobin's eyes widened in surprise.
Why?
Do you already dislike Eugenie? How long have you been seeing her? He is not exactly a good person, and Gao Wenxiu's family has connections. He is willing to support him. If their relationship improves, maybe when he returns to the city, he can help himself in some way. So, even though he knew Eugenie was involved with Gao Wenxiu, Yu Xiaobin didn't report anything. Instead, he even helped cover for him. He didn't expect that Gao Wenxiu, a young man from the city, could be so flirtatious even in the countryside. Not only did he get involved with someone, but he also wanted to change partners? Yu Xiaobin hesitated and said, I haven't seen anyone in 10 miles or more who looks especially good. Girls, how beautiful can they be? Actually, he wanted to say that his sister looked quite decent, but he didn't want her to be harmed by this flirtatious person. But then he thought his sister was also a lively person. When these two met, who was harming whom was uncertain. Hearing Yu Xiaobin say this, Gao Wenxiu didn't ask further. Only his eyes darkened. When Debao went to school, Erbao was still sleeping lazily. It was only when Zizi returned that Erbao woke up. Mom, has Big Brother gone to school? Yes, you didn't get up to see him off. Erbao, thinking of something, shivered in the quilt. School is such a good place, I think Big Brother should go. I'll stay at home obediently and wait for him to come back. Zizi, don't think that just because you're acting so obedient, I don't know you don't like going to school. Maybe it's because we've been together so long that it has become a habit. Debao usually doesn't talk much at home. He's a quiet kid, but once he goes to school, it feels like something is missing at home. The eldest isn't used to it. Not only Zizi, but even Erbao keeps saying, Daddy going to work doesn't feel like anything, but when Big Brother goes to school, it feels like there's a big hole in the house. Zizi, as expected of my son, he feels the same as I do. The weather is getting warmer, and Zizi's family has already been eating 3 meals a day. Without the eldest son around, Zizi eats corn milk buns and stir-fried vegetables with sausage with Erbao and Sanbao. Sanbao has also grown teeth and can eat solid food now. The corn milk buns soaked in goat milk, and Sanbao eats happily. The goats belong to the production team. Gu Jinghuai agreed to pay 50 cents a month to the team, and the village chief happily told Gu Jinghuai to go milk the goats every day. Now that the weather is warmer, Gu Jinghuai goes to milk the goats every morning before work. After milking, he leaves home. At first, Erbao and Sanbao couldn't stand the strong smell of goat milk. Later, Zhu Zai used almonds to cook the goat milk, removing the strong smell. She added a little white sugar, which improved the taste of the milk. Not only did Erbao and Sanbao enjoy drinking it, but even Debo, when smelling it, relaxed his brows a lot. After feeding his 2 sons, Zhu Zai felt a bit uneasy inside. She took a book from a bookstore in her space and started reading. She read all afternoon while Erbao and Sanbao played in the yard. As Debo's school time approached, Zhu Zai couldn't sit still. Erbao, I will take you and your little brother to Grandma's house. I will go pick up your older brother from school. Erbao slightly pouted and asked, Can't my brother come home by himself? Zhu Zai smiled kindly and said, How about you go with Mom? Erbao opened his big, innocent eyes and immediately became obedient. Mom, you go quickly. I think my brother has been waiting for you for a long time. I promise to behave and watch over my little brother. Zhu Zai nodded silently. She took her 2 sons to the neighbor's house and then headed toward the elementary school. At the school gate, Zhu Chongzhong was talking to Debo. Debo, come with me to Grandma's house today. Debo obediently said, 5th brother, I won't go. Mom and Erbao are probably waiting for me to come home. Just then he saw Zhu Zai. Debo immediately waved excitedly. Mom, I'm here. This was probably one of the few times Debo showed his childlike side. Despite being clever, even a young child on his first day of school would miss his mom. Seeing Zhu Zai, he naturally showed excitement. Zhu Zai hurried over, patted Zhu Chongzhong and others' heads, then squatted down to hug Debo. Baby, how do you feel about your first day at school? Debo's eyes showed clear admiration as he said obediently, Mom, I like school very much. My cousins and classmates are very kind to me and the teachers and students are also very nice. Hearing Debo say that, Zhu Zai felt relieved. That's good. Today, Mom has been worried about you all day. Come on, let's go home. When we get back, Mom will cook something delicious for you to reward our hardworking Debo. Zhu Chongzhong and the others listened with envy. Even going to school needs a reward? That's really a good thing. Zhu Zai turned to the 3 of them and said, You guys come with me. Today, little auntie will cook something tasty for you. Zhu Chongzhong exclaimed, Wow. Happiness. I knew following little auntie means good food. Zhu Zhenjin also swallowed her saliva but habitually teased Zhu Chongzhong. All you think about is eating. Our family's top eater is you, Zhu Changjong replied. Who said that? If you say that, second brother won't agree. Zhu Jinjin immediately shut her mouth when she thought of Zhu Zhongyi's big appetite. Forget it. The sons of the eldest uncle's family all have huge appetites. But the eldest uncle and aunt don't seem to eat much. Who did they inherit that from? All the children of the Zhu family knew that their little Annie was not short of food, and she was not someone who pretended. Since she called, she genuinely wanted them to go. So, the 3 children of the Zhu family didn't hesitate and decided to follow Zhu Zai. Gao Wenxiu appeared at this moment. Seeing the scene of the woman sending her child in the morning, he knew she was a caring mother. Therefore, he hurried over as soon as school was over. Seeing Zhu Zai standing beside Dabo, Gao Wenxiu felt even more familiar. He suddenly remembered that when he first arrived at Yu Family Village, the truck from Yu Family Village came to pick him up as part of the young people sent to the countryside. Sitting on that truck were this mother and child. But the mother had changed so much that he didn't recognize her at first. And the child still had the same face, just a little taller. The mother and son were together, and only then did he remember who Zhu Zai was. But he hadn't paid much attention back then, and now he still didn't know her name. He only vaguely remembered that the man driving the ox cart called her Zhu girl. With this information, it became much easier to find out about someone. Thinking this, Gao Wenxiu smiled with a determined look. Suddenly, the beautiful figure was blocked by a tall man. The man was holding the woman's slim waist and looked at her with a cold gaze, as if looking at a dead person. Zhu Wenxiu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Zhu Zai was unexpectedly embraced around the waist, which startled him. Seeing it was her own husband, she finally relaxed. Why did you come? You didn't say a word and you scared me. Gu Jinghuai's face gradually softened as he gently said to Zhu Zai, It's our eldest son's first day at school. I didn't have time to see him off in the morning, but I can pick him up in the evening. I can't let you, as his mother, worry all the time. Zhu Zai glanced at Gu Jinghuai, who usually liked to sweet-talk her, but today she felt something was a bit off about him. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. You're acting strange. I'm not. I'm just hungry. Let's go home and eat. Zhang Zhong and the others are waiting for us. Hearing this, Zhu Zai stopped worrying and quickly pulled her son to leave. She forgot that it was 1967, and in public, couples shouldn't be hugging or holding hands. It was inappropriate. When she finally regained her composure, she noticed several people pointing and whispering around her. Zhu Zai felt a little angry. She had forgotten what era this was, because she was from a different time. Gu Jinghuai, being a local, didn't seem to notice or care. Really, he had no sense of propriety. Embarrassed and annoyed, Zhu Zai headed home, not noticing the gazes behind her. As Gu Jinghuai pushed his bicycle behind her, he looked back and gave a warning glance at Gao Wenxiu. That young man. Don't think he doesn't see through his schemes. The way he looked at Zhu Zai was not friendly at all. Yet, he was dressed neatly and politely. Gu Jinghuai disliked men like that, because that was the style of the man Zhu Zai liked during her school days. Who knew what kind of scoundrel was hiding behind that neat white shirt? But he refused to admit that he had once pretended to be such a person. When they returned to Zhu's small courtyard, Debeo went to the neighbor's yard to fetch his brothers. Zhu Zai started preparing dinner. Before going to pick up Debeo, she had already cooked plain rice. Back home, she made braised pork, scrambled eggs with wood ear mushrooms, and cold seaweed salad. I made a big pot of braised pork, enough for a large family like Zhu Changjong's. Zhu Changjong took a deep breath, feeling happy, and said, Indeed, my little aunt's cooking is the best. Nonsense, this is plain rice. Plain rice tastes good even on its own, Zhu Zai said. Jinjin, go back and call Qian too, because Jinjin is slow to react. Zhu's sister-in-law and her husband are worried about what happened with Yu Jinjue before. They don't know that the girl is being bullied at school. So, they haven't sent her to school. She just stays at home waiting for her older siblings to teach her. All the other nephews are grown up now, so Zhu Zai doesn't worry about them. But the little girl is the youngest in the family, so she is naturally more loved. Jinjin cheerfully agreed. Okay, got it. After saying that, She ran out to call someone. Meanwhile, the Zhu family's small courtyard is warm and lively. Over at the Gu family's old house, which hasn't been seen in public for a long time, things are also lively. Gu's family has only one son, Gu Dong, who is in school. He is 10 years old and started school last year. Today, when he saw Bao at school, Gu Dong began to pay attention to him. At lunchtime, he secretly peeked outside Bao's classroom window, watching Bao open his lunchbox, revealing corn-flavored buns and shiny slices of preserved sausage. Gu Dong's heart suddenly felt sour. Influenced by his mother, Gu Dong has always been good at hiding his true feelings. But at this moment, seeing Bao's lunchbox from afar and hearing the children around him marvel at his food, Gu Dong couldn't help but feel regretful and wonder, why isn't he the son of the third uncle? Lost in thought for a while, Gu Dong picked up a multi-grain bun wrapped in oil paper and some pickled vegetables. He ate it tastelessly, then carefully put the oil paper away, knowing it would be reused. When school was over, he saw the third aunt, who had been mocked, cursed, and bullied by his family's grandma, second aunt, and others. Now she looked very different as she came to pick up Bao. From afar, he watched Zhu Zai's gentle smile and Bao's admiration, and only one thought filled his mind. Those who left Gu's family are living better and better. Feeling complicated, Gu Dong returned home, not sure why, but at the dinner table, he casually mentioned, "Grandpa, I saw Bao going to school today." Suddenly, the dinner table fell silent. After a few seconds of pause, they remembered Zhao Cuihua's curses. That little wild kid is even allowed to go to school? Such a waste of money. Some of these spoiled brats don't know how to behave, and instead of respecting their parents, they just waste their lives. Such a useless thing. That family will surely be ruined by those women someday. When Zhao Cuihua stopped cursing, Gu Dong added his comment. "I saw what he took for lunch today, some wheat flour buns and slices of cured meat. His lunchbox is the same kind of aluminum one that uncle used." Hearing about Gu Debao going to school might not have caused much reaction from the Gu family. But when they heard what Gu Dong said about Gu Debao's food, they couldn't sit still. They looked down at their own bowls, comparing what they had to what the child was eating. Zhao Cuihua suddenly slammed her bowl on the table and shouted angrily, "What's wrong? Is our family lacking food for you? Or are you short of drink? Why are you staring at others' bowls?" Gu Dazhua quickly hugged Gu Dong and apologized to Zhao Cuihua. "Mother, sorry.
Donger didn't mean it that way.
He was just telling you what's happening over there." Gu Dazhua held his son close, shrinking his shoulders. Compared to Zhao Cuihua's harsh scolding, he looked like a poor, helpless person. Gu Dazhua's older brother quickly stepped forward to protect his wife and son, saying to Zhao Cuihua, "Mother, my son was just speaking casually. Don't scold him." This implied that the real blame wasn't on his son, but on others who should be blamed. Zhao Cuihua was more angry at Gu Jinghuai's family. She didn't care about Gu Dazhua's wife's feigned innocence. She directly cursed, "Shameless. A child eats so much food, yet your parents and you show no respect. You're not afraid of lightning striking you down. Unfilial. Unfilial. I must teach them a lesson." Old Gu was impatient and said, "Enough, stop making trouble. That wicked wife of his had caused their third son to leave the family." Old Gu didn't know what he was thinking. He silently finished his porridge and then put down his bowl and left. After he went inside, Zhao Cuihua muttered quietly, "That old man is really getting bold lately, always throwing a fit. That old fool." Gu Jingfang didn't say that her father had become more like this ever since her third brother cut ties with him. She stayed silent, but inside, she also felt a bit resentful toward her mother. It didn't matter if she scolded Zhu Zai. Why couldn't she keep her own son close? Her third brother, now a formal worker earning a monthly salary, was unfairly favored by that unkind person. The family members each had their own thoughts. After hurriedly finishing their meal, they each went their own way. Back in the second room, second sister-in-law couldn't sit still. "Second brother, soon we should send Yuan Bao to school too. Zhu Zai's unlucky kids can send theirs, so why can't our son go to school?" Second brother lazily lay on the bed, casually saying, "You think just saying you want to go to school makes it happen? Remember, Gudong didn't start school until he was 9, and Yuanbao is only 7. How can he go now? Hearing this, second sister-in-law fell silent. But then she felt a great sense of unfairness. Zhu Zai's 2 children used to be like little slaves in the Gu family. Now her own Yuanbao hasn't gone to school yet, but her children are already attending. Your third brother is really clueless. He doesn't even help his own nephew. Do you think he can spend all that money every month? Sending Yuanbao to school. What's the point? When Yuanbao becomes successful, he won't forget his kindness, right? Second brother lay on the bed, gently rubbing his belly, lazily saying, he's not clueless. Even if he's close to his nephew, he can't ignore his own son, can he? Think about it. If you were in his place, would you be willing to spend money on your nephew? It's all pointless talk. Second sister-in-law was not convinced. Even if he doesn't pay, won't our mother just watch Yuanbao miss out on school? Our son is so smart. He should start school early. She can't just ignore Dong Dong and forget about us. Yuanbao and Gushi happened to overhear this and were so frightened they started crying loudly. No, I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go. Second sister-in-law quickly knelt down to comfort him. How can you not go to school? You're so smart. If you don't study, it would all be a waste, Yuanbao. I won't go. I won't go. I don't want to go. If you don't go, I will. Mother, Yuanbao doesn't want to go to school. If I could go instead, I would. Fourth sister-in-law entered the room and said. She was 9 years old this year, just the age when she sent Gudong to school before. But she also knew that girls in her family were not allowed to go to school. Like the older sisters in the main household, none of them went to school. Only her little aunt was spoiled by her grandmother and held the highest status, so she was the only one qualified to attend school. She also wanted to go to school. She thought she was smart and no less capable than anyone else. If Yuanbao didn't want to go to school, why not give her that spot? She thought her idea was good and didn't cost the family extra money. But second sister-in-law Gu was furious, pointing at her and scolding, "You useless girl, always causing trouble. You don't like doing chores around the house and now you want to go to school? Why don't you think about going to heaven instead? Get out of here." Fourth niece Gu was not willing to accept this and said, "Why can't girls go to school? Zhu's Hensen from Yajia village goes to school. She's also a girl. There weren't many girls in the village who went to school." Zhu's Hensen was pretty, cheerful, and confident, so she quickly became a popular figure at school. Her family was well off, and she wore nice clothes without patches. Many boys at school liked her. Although they didn't pursue her openly, they often talked privately. Although fourth niece Gu was young, she often followed her sister around and overheard many boys talking about Zhu's Hensen. Unconsciously, she started to compare herself, thinking that if she also went to school, she would be more glamorous than Zhu's Hensen and become someone everyone admired and looked up to. But her grand plans hadn't even started, and her first step almost ended in disaster because of her mother. She couldn't even get into the school. You're so ambitious, but so clueless. You want to compare yourself to others? Their family has the money, but do we? If you have the ability, ask your grandmother to send you to school and let you finish high school. I am doing my best for you. After speaking, second sister-in-law Gu suddenly remembered that Zhu's Hensen's family was related to Zhuziai, and her mood worsened. Fourth niece Gu was disappointed and left the house, walking behind her sister with her head down and not saying a word. Third niece Gu had always been lazy and unmotivated. She probably used her limited intelligence on how to avoid work and find more time to play. She had also heard her sister's conversation with their mother and now asked her curiously, "Why do you still want to go to school?"
What's so good about it?
"I get a headache just looking at Gudong's books. The characters are dense and there aren't many pictures." "What's so interesting about that?" Gusini didn't say a word because her sister wasn't very smart and she didn't have much to say to her. She didn't understand her own thoughts. Although the book wasn't very interesting, being a reader was useful. Now, women who read are always better off when it comes to marriage. Meanwhile, Zhu Xinjin didn't realize anyone was targeting her to surpass her. She went home and called her younger cousin, then took her to her aunt's house for a good meal. Zhu Qianqian was slow to react. The family had gotten used to it over the years. They were used to her being a bit slow and to taking care of her. But during the meal, when she stared blankly at Dabao's school bag, Zhu Zai felt a deep ache in his heart. After eating, Zhu Zai hugged Zhu Qianqian and asked, "Qianqian, do you want to go to school too?" Zhu Qianqian looked at Zhu Zai, paused about 3 seconds, then suddenly brightened her eyes and said, "Yes." Qianqian wants to go to school. Qianqian is 8 years old. By the current standards, that's a bit young for starting school. Moreover, she has some special needs. So, Zhu Zai comforted her, saying, "Qianqian, don't worry. In a couple of years, when you're a bit older, you can go to school too." At some point, the second younger brother sneaked over, holding Zhu Qianqian's hand and softly comforting her. "Qianqian's sister, mother said that in a couple of years, the second younger brother will also go to school. When that happens, we can go together. You'll be in my class and—" "No, I mean, you'll protect me." The second younger brother wasn't very eager to go to school at first, but when he thought about having Qianqian's sister with him, he wasn't so resistant anymore. "Qianqian's sister is the sweetest." Zhu Qianqian responded quickly, happily saying, "Yes." Going together, studying together, the second younger brother squinted happily, thinking, "I don't want to study with you. I want you to help me hide." While they talked about going to school later, in the backyard of the Zhu family house, Gu Jinghuai was also talking with his eldest son about what to watch out for at school. "Son, tomorrow when you go to school, pay attention. Remember all the male teachers' names at your school and tell Dad when you get home, okay?" Gu Dabao looked a bit helpless. "Dad, why do I need to remember their names? They're not famous people." Gu Jinghuai, just listen and do as you're told. It's useful. Dabao thinks his dad's ideas are sometimes very strange. He doesn't want to pay attention to him. But since he's his own father, he can't really ignore what his dad asks him to do. However, he's not like Second Bao, who is simple and naive, doing whatever he's told. Dabao needs clear instructions, like 4, 5, 6. So, Dabao blinks his big eyes and stares at Gu Jinghuai, without blinking. Gu Jinghuai's hair is almost bald from worry. Why is it so easy to fool Second Bao, but not Dabao? When he faces his clever son, he almost loses his dignity as an old father. He knows he has to say something, so he stumbles and speaks. "Cough, cough, when I pick you up from school today, there was an old man at the school gate. No, a rude, sneaky person, looking at your mother with inappropriate eyes. Luckily, I arrived just in time, or your mother might have been teased or tricked by him. Now that our family is finally happy and together, we can't let others ruin it. People like that are dark-minded, shameless, and disrespectful. The kind of third party who doesn't care about morals. You are your father's son, and you must stand on my side to protect your mother." After talking for about 15 minutes about that unknown third party, Dabao helplessly says, "Dad, you're overthinking. Mom isn't like that. Even if someone looks at her, it doesn't matter." Gu Jinghuai almost wants to praise his son. "You don't know what kind of disguise your dad is wearing, and yet you're so confident? Your mom's character is good, but your disguise isn't safe. Son, have you forgotten? I'm only working part-time now and haven't received your mom's official approval yet. Honestly, I was just persistent enough to get her to agree. Now we're finally happy together. But what if one day the Gu family causes trouble again and your mom gets angry at me? I might lose my wife. What if, when a male teacher at school tries to flirt with her, she falls for him? We need to prevent that from the root. Most importantly, you don't know how bold the third party can be. Once they abandon their morals, they will use any means. What if, just what if, he manages to your mom and she leaves you, Dabao, and Erbao behind? Then it would just be the 4 of us, living in a small house, waiting for your mom to come back." After saying that, he eagerly looked at Dabao. To protect his wife, he was willing to be shameless today. If he didn't need to work now, he would love to watch his wife every day. There was no need to act or pretend to fool their 7-year-old son. Dabao was usually a mature child, but hearing Gu Jinghuai describe various situations and imagining the hardships of the father and son guarding the stone house, he suddenly shivered. He comforted himself, saying, "Forget it, I will protect my mother well. When she comes to pick me up from school, I will be careful." Gu Jinghuai almost cried with happiness. Good son. Zhu Changzhong and others finished their meal, strolled around to help Zhu Zai's family with some chores, and when it was getting dark, they went home together. Gu Jinghuai warmed some water in the kitchen, helped his wife and children wash up, then tidied himself up a bit. After that, he went into the west room. Zhu Zai had just put the 3 children to sleep. Seeing him come in, she casually asked, "What did you say to Debao just now?" "Nothing much." Gu Jinghuai blinked innocently. He didn't realize that his expression was exactly the same as when Bao was feeling guilty. Zhu Zai was too lazy to expose him. Since it was just between father and son, she didn't want to interfere. She casually said, "All right, go to sleep now. Remember to check if the 3 children have peed on the bed tonight. In the morning, go to the production team to squeeze some sheep's milk. Also, remember to wash Debao's lunchbox and pack his food in the morning." Gu Jinghuai's smile widened as he enjoyed his wife's instructions. He felt more and more willing to do chores. He cheerfully agreed, "Okay, I got it, wife." After a tiring day, this was his happy moment. "Wife, you should reward me." This kind of relationship had lasted a long time. Since the bed collapsed and was rebuilt, Zhu Zai felt like her courage had been rebuilt too. Now, as long as they weren't in front of others, she no longer felt shy. With a queenly attitude, she said, "Come here and serve me for the night." "All right, got it." Gu Jinghuai happily agreed and immediately pounced on her. The couple shared a happiness that outsiders didn't know about. The next morning, Debo finished breakfast and went to school by himself. Few parents personally took their children to school in the whole school. The first day didn't count, and in the future, unless something unexpected happens, Debo didn't want his mother to see him off anymore. Gu Jinghuai thought this was very good, as it would prevent problems from the root. But he still needed to infiltrate the enemy's side, knowing both himself and his opponent, so he wouldn't lose in every battle. When packing Debo's lunchbox and sending him out, he reminded him, "Remember what Dad told you. Don't forget." "Debo." "Don't worry, I won't forget." Debo walked towards the village. Yesterday, he had already agreed with his cousins to go to and from school together. He originally thought his father's guess at the time was a bit exaggerated. After all, they had already decided to cut ties with the Gu family, and from now on, they would be completely unrelated. What could the Gu family do that would involve his father? But he didn't know that in the adult world, things are not always as simple as agreed. Today after school, he deeply experienced what it means to be an adult and shameless. The day at school was quite normal. After school, he obediently followed his cousins home. It wasn't until he separated from the Zhu family children and was alone on his way home that he met the old master of the Gu family nearby. Debo's relaxed, smiling face suddenly fell, returning to a blank expression. Gu family grandpa. He knew he was a junior, and not greeting him properly would be seen as disrespectful. But he didn't want to call him grandpa. He didn't feel worthy of that. When the Gu family old master heard Debo's words, his kind face suddenly looked a little strained. You should know that when they were at the old family house, Grandpa Gu rarely talked to the 2 younger grandchildren. Although he had fewer grandsons and more granddaughters, he didn't really find the 2 grandsons special. It's hard to explain, but he just didn't feel close to them. It's like with his 3rd son. He listens and behaves well, even went to the army to earn honor and allowances, but despite being proud, he doesn't feel a sense of closeness. So, when the 3rd son left home, Grandpa Gu only felt sad about his salary and being laughed at, but he didn't feel much heartbreak. Now, when he visits Debao pretending to be a caring grandfather, it's mainly because he heard from Gu Dong that Debao's school lunch was very good, and he feels a bit jealous. He forces himself to put on a kind face and says gently, "Grandpa misses you. It's been so long, and you haven't come to visit Grandpa. Grandpa can only come to see you." Although Debao can't see through his disguise immediately, his little boy's intuition makes him doubt Grandpa Gu. Like him, Debao also doesn't feel close to Grandpa Gu. As for Gu Jinghuai, even though they haven't seen each other for years, compared to Grandpa Gu, he seems even more unfamiliar to Debao. But Debao finds it strange. Even if he deliberately refuses to call Gu Jinghuai Daddy or recognize him, he still can't deny the closeness he feels. Could it be that this is because of a generation gap? Dabao doesn't know and doesn't want to find out. Since Grandpa Gu says so, Dabao decides to go along with him. Oh, Grandpa Gu misses us? Coming to see me and Air Bao. What did you bring, Grandpa Gu? His gentle face mask cracks again. He takes a deep breath and says, Grandpa has no money. The money at home was stolen. Your dad, Dabao. Yeah, I understand. When you had money, you didn't buy good things for me and Air Bao, and now that you're broke, it's even worse, Grandpa Gu. He feels like he's been hit again. His innocent words cut deep. Before Grandpa Gu can even adjust his expression, Dabao shoots another arrow. Grandpa, can you make a grasshopper for me and Air Bao? He pretends to look at Grandpa Gu's hands with hopeful eyes, making Grandpa Gu almost want to step back. However, the result was obvious. Even hiding couldn't conceal it. Seeing Dabo's suddenly disappointed face, Old Master Gu rarely felt guilty and uneasy. But Dabo didn't let his guilt grow. He shot another sharp remark. Forget it. Grandpa only ever makes grasshopper toys for Gu Dong and Gu Shi. He never thought of Gu Nan and Gu Bei. Forget it. Dabo won't insist anymore. Grandpa Gu, you can go back now. Take your time. After saying that, Dabo quickly ran home with his little long legs. When he reached the small courtyard of the Zhu family, he finally relaxed his innocent-looking expression. Dabo sighed tiredly. Phew, it's really exhausting to deal with second treasure. If he weren't older and his mother had taught him to be respectful to elders, he would have simply ignored him and left. Old Master Gu thought that showing a little kindness to his two overlooked grandsons would make them come running happily. But unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, he was defeated before he could succeed. Being teased by a child just starting school almost made Old Master Gu's face fall off. After wandering outside for a while, he sheepishly went back home. Second Treasure watched Dabo come back panting and asked curiously, Big brother, why did you run back? Were you chased by a wolf? He remembered this from what second sister Zhu had said, teasing Zhu Chongzhong, and he kept it in mind. Dabo usually didn't like to talk much, but hearing his brother say this, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, he was being chased by an old wolf.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Wash your hands quickly and come eat. Don't play mud with Sanbao anymore. Second Treasure blinked twice, then pulled Sanbao, who was still digging in the mud, and said properly, Let's go. No more playing. It's time to eat. Big brother is back. Sanbao, though not very fluent in words now, could still understand some. Especially when listening to his older brother, who once looked down on him for being ugly, but now watched him every day. After dinner, Dabo hesitated again and again but still didn't tell Zhu Zai and Old Master Gu about them coming to find him. Anyway, he didn't get any benefits, so there was no need to say it and worry his mother. Fortunately, in the following days, Old Master Gu didn't bother him with that disgusting face anymore. He started his new school life, learning and playing with new friends. His life was very exciting. Until one day, the polite substitute teacher at school suddenly called him after class and said some caring words. At first, Dabao was a bit confused. Then the teacher asked, Where's your mother? Didn't she usually pick you up from school? Why hasn't she been here lately? Dabao's sensitive nerves, which his father had warned him about many times, suddenly tensed up. He came with bad intentions. Oh no. Could he be the same sneaky, well-dressed, and polite person that his father had scolded for nearly 15 minutes? Dabao's mind was stormy, but he kept a calm face. He was the kind of child who looked like a good student at first glance, quiet, obedient, and smart. I'm already a big kid now. I don't need my mother to pick me up. I can go to and from school with my cousins. Gao Wenxio's eyes flickered, and she smiled gently. Oh, don't worry, teacher. I thought you might be scared since you're so young and just starting school. Dabao felt a little upset. The school was not far from home. He's 7 years old and goes to school with his older brothers and sisters. Who would be afraid? Who does she think she's looking down on? Gao Wenxio said a few more words and then left. When he got home, Dabao waited eagerly. Finally, after Gu Jinghuai finished work and came home, He took a chance when Zhu Zai wasn't paying attention and told him about it. If old Master Gu was a hungry wolf, then Gao Wenxiu was a lecherous wolf. You can run from a hungry wolf, but when you meet a lecherous wolf, you need to tell your parents. This time, he also received a kiss from his biological father, which seemed to fill the missing fatherly love in his heart. Gu Jinghuai appeared unaware and kept muttering to himself. Good son, you helped your dad with a big task. Dad wants to reward you and give you extra food. Today, I traded with my colleague for 20 salted duck eggs. I heard the yolks are all oily from the marinade. From now on, you can take one every morning to school and eat one at noon. He then strode toward the front yard, picked up a cloth bag hanging on his bicycle, and headed to the kitchen. The next morning, Zhu Zai looked at the salted duck eggs on the table and was very surprised. Where did these eggs come from? De Bao replied, Dad brought them back last night. Gu Jinghuai quickly added, last night when I came back, dinner was already ready, so I didn't eat. He then quickly peeled a salted duck egg, scooped out the yolk into Zhu Zai's bowl, and ate the egg white himself. Zhu Zai casually said, Huh? I just noticed your cloth bag doesn't seem to have much in it, yet it has salted duck eggs? She said this unintentionally. When Gu Jinghuai was preparing the egg yolks for her, her attention was drawn. At this moment, she took a bite, and her taste buds were instantly captivated by the salty yolk. So delicious. Gu Jinghuai felt a bit guilty. Seeing that she liked it, he quickly said, If you like it, I'll peel more for you. Zhu Zai looked a little shy. But I only want to eat the yolk. Gu Jinghuai also indulgently responded, I eat the white, you eat the yolk, I eat the clear part. Suddenly, Bao spoke up, with a hint of playful testing and a little expectation in his voice. I also only want to eat the yolk. The couple, who had just been sweetly exchanging glances, immediately turned around. Without Zhu Zai needing to speak, Gu Jinghuai could handle Bao himself. No, if you don't eat the white, then don't eat the yolk either. Bao pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged.
Why?
You can help Mom eat the egg white. Gu Jinghuai was unaffected by his son's pity and said calmly, Because he's my wife. I only help her eat the egg white. Bao, feeling wronged, almost blurted out, I don't want to be your son. I want to be your wife too. But his small brain, still full of limited wisdom, warned him that he shouldn't say that sentence, saying it might cause trouble. So he glanced at Sanbao and asked, Why can Sanbao only eat the yellow part? Gu Jinghuai replied, So, he can just taste it. Indeed, Sanbao could only dip his chopsticks into the salted egg yolk and then eat it. He was satisfied and squinted happily. Bao, this silly little brother. De Bao sighed inwardly, not sure who is really the fool. In this family, who has the best relationship? Bao hasn't figured it out yet. Using Mom as a standard, it takes a lot of kindness. In Dad's world, there's no comparison at all. Before, when Mom ignored him, the three brothers still had some usefulness, and he was kind to them for a while. Ever since Mom gave him a chance, he completely stopped caring about these three sons. Sigh. He saw through everything long ago, so he never even spoke up at the start. After watching the morning family drama, De Bao quickly finished his salted duck egg and took his lunchbox to school. At noon, he went to find Zhu Changzhong and Zhu Changhe to eat together. Zhu Zhenjin is a girl who likes to hang out with her female classmates at school, so she doesn't eat with them at noon. Zhu Changzhong and Zhu Changhe brought whole grain buns and pickles. De Bao took out his lunchbox, revealing fried corn cakes and small crispy meat, along with a large salted duck egg. Zhu Changzhong sniffed De Bao's food and said, De Bao, your meals are the best in our school. Always meat or eggs. If others see, the whole school will envy you. De Bao also knew that compared to his classmates, his family's meals were quite good. He realized this from the first day he opened his lunchbox in the classroom and saw the reactions of his classmates. But he not only saw their envy but also their malicious glances, jealousy. Since then, De Bao stopped eating in the classroom. At noon, he would go to the senior class to find his cousins, and the three of them would find a quiet place to eat. So later, only Zhu Changzhong and Zhu Changhe knew what De Bao's meals actually were. Fifth brother, sixth brother, you guys eat too, let's eat together. Zhu Changzhong and Zhu Changhe were very friendly with him. Each took a small crispy piece of meat and ate it with their own mixed grain bread. De Bao finished peeling the salted duck egg and said to his two cousins, I don't want to eat the egg white. Can anyone help me eat it? Zhu Changzhong said, You little brat, what kind of family do you have? You won't even eat the egg white? De Bao explained, Fifth brother, don't misunderstand. It's not that I won't eat it, I just don't like it. If you don't want to eat it, I will eat it myself. But if you wanna, I can give it to you. It's a win-win. Zhu Changzhong understood what he meant and agreed. So, he and Zhu Changhe shared the egg whites. De Bao ate the pure yolk happily, thinking, There are always more ways than difficulties. Even though my husband didn't help me eat the egg white, I have my cousins. Gu Jinghuai was worried that his hasty decision yesterday to reward his son might be suspected by Zhu Zai. That day, when he returned home, he took out 50 salted duck eggs from his space. He secretly put chickens, ducks, and geese into the space, so now there were many eggs produced daily. He couldn't eat them all, so he bought a jar to preserve them. Like the fruits grown in his space, these eggs from his space-raised poultry tasted better than those outside. This time, he carried a cloth bag into the house deliberately, so Zhu Zai could see. Zhu Zai was surprised and asked, Why did you buy so many again? Gu Jinghuai smiled gently and said, It's because I know you like to eat them. I also bought some from a colleague. Zhu Zai happily said, Your colleagues are really talented. Every time I buy food from them, it tastes especially good. Gu Jinghuai smiled but said nothing, acting like a simple-minded person who knew nothing. Zhu Zai was just speaking casually. Although it was true, she didn't think much of it. Soon it was May. Zhu Zai noticed that the scar on her face had completely disappeared. She hid in the space to look in the mirror, looking left and right. She couldn't help but exclaim, Really amazing, such scars, even in the 21st century, wouldn't disappear so easily. It must be the power of the crossing and the divine hand. Truly impressive and worth hugging. The woman in the mirror has fair, glowing skin that looks soft and delicate, like a peeled egg. She is beautiful because she wants to please herself, and she also enjoys looking at herself. Seeing Zhu Zai secretly check her reflection in the space every day, it's clear she really values her good looks. Moreover, Zhu Zai feels that her space seems to be changing a little. Recently, during her secret visits, she noticed that the barrier at the street corner on the west side of the shopping street, which used to be untouchable, seems to be loosening. The fog-like barrier is gradually thinning. Zhu Zai is curious. What might be on the other side of that street? Wife. Hearing the noise outside the space, Zhu Zai quickly goes out. Gu Jinghuai sees her figure and rushes over happily. Wife, why do you take so long in the bathroom lately? What can Zhu Zai say? Has she been sneaking into the space to look in the mirror? Why do you care so much? Asking so many questions. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Wife, you're getting more and more beautiful. Gu Jinghuai's gaze on Zhu Zai becomes more obsessed, and he starts praising her enthusiastically. Zhu Zai smiles proudly. You don't need to say it. I know I'm pretty myself. Haha, wife, you're so beautiful. Maybe you shouldn't pick up Daba from school anymore. Gu Jinghuai tries to persuade his wife while they chat last night. Zhu Zai, noticing the weather getting hotter, plans to send some mung bean soup to Daba later. Gu Jinghuai hears this and is worried. Even though his wife isn't a little lamb, she definitely shouldn't go near wolves when she knows they're there. Zhu Zai also knows that, at this moment, beauty can be a big advantage for an ordinary person. But even if she's already decided not to send mung bean soup to Daba, she still teases Gu Jinghuai. Bah, you think too much and try to control everything. The festival is coming. Why don't you take your leave and help us make zongzi together? Okay, Xiao Jingzi, I'll do it right away. Zhu Zai soaked 2 kinds of rice, glutinous rice and yellow rice, and added some dates. She also took out 2 jin of red bean paste from the space. Since they are in the north, they prefer sweet zongzi, so they don't make salty ones. The couple made over 100 zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. Some were given to her family, and 10 were for Lin Damiai's family. The rest, about 20, stayed at home. During festivals like this, Zhu Zai usually gives most of the zongzi to her family. When she wasn't with Gu Jinghuai, she didn't mind. But now that they are together, Zhu Zai feels a bit embarrassed. After all, Gu Jinghuai had already given her a salary when she cried and made a fuss before. He might worry that she is spending his money to support her family, which makes her uncomfortable. Do you think I always take things from my family? Gu Jinghuai's nerves, which he had specially set up to chase his wife, suddenly tensed up. No, absolutely not. Wife, how can you think that of me? Your family is my family. What's wrong with giving them some food? Our family has few people and can't finish all the food. Your father-in-law's family has many people, so it's right for us to help a little.
Don't think that way about me.
I've never had that thought. Zhu Zai was silent. She planned to let Zhu Chongzhong and others come to pick up the zongzi tomorrow, and she took some to Lin Damiai. Lin Damiai helped her when she was struggling, and now she has space abilities. She couldn't bring her wealthy friends, but small help was still possible. But she didn't know that her actions had been noticed by someone with bad intentions. When she entered Lin Damiai's house, she saw Wang Jinxiu standing at the main door. Seeing Zhu Zai and the basket in her hands, her eyes lit up immediately. Then she went inside. Soon after, she saw her son, Gu's grandson Gu Taizhu, run out shouting, "Ah, there are zongzi to eat. There are zongzi to eat." Lin Damiai came out with a serious face, said nothing, and pulled the confused Zhu Zai into the house. Wang Jinxiu looked at the closed door of the west wing, then spat and said with disdain and jealousy, "Bah, it's just because she married a rich girl."
What's so special about that?
Inside the house, Zhu Zai asked, "What's going on? Why did they start shouting about having zongzi as soon as I entered?" Lin Damiai sighed and said, "Yezi, I know your family is doing well now, but you shouldn't be so wasteful. Every year during the holidays, you send me so many rare treats, and I feel uneasy keeping them." Zuzi smiled and replied, "If you say that, you don't see me as your sister anymore. When I was in a tough situation, you never looked down on me, and even helped me. Am I really that ungrateful? Besides, I don't need these things now.
Just take them.
They're for you. And what's going on outside just now?" Lin Damiai said, "Oh, what could it be? Every year during the holidays, you send me special food, so they've taken notice. Erniu is a filial son. Even now that we've separated, if there's good stuff here, he can't help but send some to his mother. Not much, but it's the thought that counts. My mother-in-law should taste it." She snorted and added, "Grandma loves her grandson. Every time we send her food, she never eats any herself. She just gives it all to her big grandson. She treats her grandson's respect for his grandmother as if it's her own," she said. "And during the May festival, he's already thinking about you." Zuzi was silent. She thought, this is too much. Anyway, the family is separated now. Grandma can do whatever she wants. Whatever happens to her is her own choice. Don't go causing trouble and making yourself disliked. Lin Damiai rolled her eyes and said, "I won't. I just care because he's Nio's mother. I don't care about the rest. She loves her grandson from the bottom of her heart, and if he's like that, he just has to deal with it. It's good that you understand. Don't fight with her over these treats and make yourself unhappy." Lin Damiai said, "Don't worry, I won't. It's just a pity those good things you brought ended up in a dog's stomach." Zuzi smiled. She understood Lin Damiai's resentment. She didn't know Gu Taizhu well, but from how he always looked when she visited Lin Damiai's house, she knew he wasn't a good person. The things given to his mother-in-law, and then eaten by him, like meat buns thrown to a dog, disappear without a trace. Zuzi stayed for a while and then carried her basket home. After some persuasion from Lin Damiai, she was forced to take a few mountain eggs from Lin Damiai back home.
Lin Damiai is like that.
She doesn't take your things for free. Even if she knows that the gifts exchanged are no longer equal, she still wants to show her friendship. Zhu Zai doesn't want to accept it. She doesn't need anything right now. But she also knows that if she refuses, Lin Damiai will feel upset. So she takes a few wild eggs and leaves. Now, these wild delicacies are hard for her to get. After Zhu Zai leaves, Wang Jinxiu really comes to the west wing wall and starts talking to her children. Second aunt, your good sister gave you something nice again? It's probably zongzi. I can smell it. Don't forget to leave a piece for mom. Lin Damei snorts and says, leaving some for mom isn't for you to remind me. I'm more thoughtful than you. Wang Jinxiu mutters softly, Humph. What's left for mom will just end up in my child's stomach anyway. Why pretend? Lin Damei ignores her nagging. Even though she knows she should give some to her mother-in-law, she doesn't do it right away. Only after her husband, Gu Erniu, comes back from work does she ask him to take the zongzi to Granny Huang. But as soon as Gu Erniu steps out, Gu Taizhu rushes over and snatches the zongzi. He raises it high and says to Wang Jinxiu, I want to eat zongzi today. I want to eat it now. Hurry up and cook it for me. Wang Jinxiu tries to soothe him. Son, the Dragon Boat Festival is the day after tomorrow. Can we eat it then? Gu Taizhu gets angry. No, no, no. I said I want to eat it now. You fool. Go make it. Wang Jinxiu quickly agrees. Okay, mom will go now. You little rascal. Gu Taizhu proudly snorts and waits for the food to be ready. Hearing this, Granny Huang in the house sighs softly but doesn't say anything. Gu Erniu hears it, frowns hard, but doesn't stop him like before. Anyway, his mother will protect her grandson in the end. Whatever he does seems unnecessary. Since that's the case, he might as well be a good son and do his duty. But he comforts himself with these thoughts, yet he still feels uncomfortable inside. Back in the house, seeing his wife and daughters, the frown on his face eases a little. Gu Xiaokui, smelling the zongzi in the house, swallows and asks, Mom, can we eat zongzi today? Hearing Wang Jinxiu outside, Lin Damei clenches her teeth and says, Yes, we can. This year, they also made zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. Although their homemade zongzi were smaller than those brought by Zhu Zai, they still made about 10, enough to satisfy the kids' cravings. There's no need for the children to eat others' zongzi while their own kids are still hungry. Lin Damei and Wang Jinxiu finished in the kitchen and started to light the fire to cook the zongzi. Over there, Gu Taizhu had already begun to peel and eat his. He peeled back the leaves, revealing the white glutinous rice and bright red bean paste inside. Gu Taizhu excitedly shouted, Wow!
What kind of zongzi is this?
It's white rice zongzi. Most of their zongzi were made with yellow rice, so this was Gu Taizhu's first time trying white rice zongzi. His two older sisters looked at him with drooling mouths, and Wang Jinxiu gently coaxed, Be good, let mom have a taste, okay? Gu Taizhu quickly covered his bowl to protect his food and angrily said, Get lost. Not giving you any. None of you are allowed to eat. Then he found a spot by the wall, squatted down, and started gobbling his zongzi loudly. While eating, he called out, Delicious. Really tasty. The three sisters of Gu Xiaokui watched, feeling a bit jealous but waiting patiently. They knew their mother would cook some for them later. When Lin Damei's zongzi were cooked, Gu Taizhu had already finished his. He looked at her eagerly, but she didn't glance his way. She took her zongzi and led the children into the house. Gu Taizhu licked his lips, knowing that his second aunt was not someone to mess with, and he wouldn't be able to get any from her. Since he had eaten a large zongzi the size of a fist, he wasn't that hungry anymore. Zhu Zai peeled open 5 zongzi, 3 white and 2 yellow. Inside, there was red bean paste with red rice and yellow rice with big red dates. Oh, Zai gave me 2 kinds of fillings. She probably forgot to tell me. If I had known, I'd have eaten first. That way, I could keep the white rice ones for later and avoid being looked down on. Gu Erniu softly comforted her. Relax, there are still 4 more zongzi. Based on Aunt Zai's habits, she probably made 5 of each. Let the kids have these 3 white rice ones, and we'll eat the yellow rice ones. The remaining white rice zongzi can be saved for you. Lin Damei spat at him lightly and said, Humph, you haven't even tried them. Do you think I'd only eat my share? Heartless. Gu Erniu replied, Yes, my wife is the best. All right, stop joking and eat quickly. They'll get cold soon. Thinking this, Zhu Ziyi relaxed her doubts and headed toward this beautiful, lush land. She bypassed a small hill filled with various fruit trees and saw a large orchard and a sea of flowers. Looking further ahead, she saw a bright golden rice field and a green vegetable garden. Not far from the vegetable garden, there was a small wooden house. On one side of the house, there was a small river. On the other side, there were chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs. Wow, is this really a farm? Thinking of the stories she had read in novels, Zhu Ziyi suddenly felt excited. Oh my, maybe there's some kind of special inheritance in that small wooden house. With this thought, she quickened her steps and hurried toward the house. She hesitated a little before pushing the door open. Respectful senior, I humbly pay my respects. If I've caused any trouble, please forgive me. After waiting a moment and hearing no response from any wise or powerful beings, Zhu Ziyi finally pushed the door open. She expected to see a place decorated in an old, elegant style, with ancient books and medicinal texts arranged on shelves. At the very least, she thought there would be a medicinal cauldron in the middle of the room, emitting gentle smoke to show its importance. But what did she see? A wooden bed, a blanket, a pair of old, worn-out cloth shoes. Near the wall, there was a cabinet filled with steamed buns, dumplings, roast chicken, and other cooked foods. In the middle of the room, there was a coal stove and a clay pot. Zhu Ziyi. Honestly, if it weren't for the modern-looking cabinet, coal stove, and clay pot, she would have believed this was the home of a fallen immortal. Are those buns, dumplings, and roast chicken a bit too modern? What's going on here? Just as Zhu Ziyi was confused, she heard Gu Jinghuai calling her outside. She hurriedly wanted to leave the space, but she found she couldn't get out from this side, so she quickly ran to her own large marketplace space and silently thawed herself out. Her figure appeared again in the bathroom. She patted her chest in relief. It looks like next time she needs to change locations. If she accidentally looks the wrong way or takes a wrong step, she might become the second Gu Laosi in the village. As soon as she reached the front yard, she saw Gu Jinghuai hurriedly walking over and draping his coat over Zhu Ziyi's shoulders, still muttering, "Even though it's getting warmer during the day, it's still quite cool at night. Remember to wear some clothes when you go out." Zhu Ziyi replied, "Yes, I understand. Let's go inside quickly." Zhu Ziyi didn't know that Gu Jinghuai was pretending to be asleep just now. He hadn't been to the space to farm in a long time. There was a piece of land with crops that hadn't been planted yet. He was planning to wait until his wife fell asleep before entering the space. He could sense that his wife hadn't fallen asleep yet, so he decided to give up for tonight. But unexpectedly, his wife got up to use the bathroom. This gave him a chance. His space had a different flow of time from the outside. 1 minute outside could be 10 minutes or more inside. Gu Jinghuai took this opportunity to go into the space and plant crops. As long as his wife returned, he could still hear sounds from the space. While he was happily tilling the land here, suddenly he felt a strange flutter in his chest. Since having the space, as his connection with it grew stronger, his senses became sharper. Besides that, his sixth sense as a man was also very strong. This sixth sense helped him a lot in preventing rivals and sensing his wife's emotions. So, when he was working in the field and suddenly felt a chill behind him with his hair standing on end, he immediately left the space. He quickly went to find his wife. Thanks to Gu Jinghuai's sixth sense, otherwise, this couple might have been caught together in the space, and their secret would have been exposed. Since discovering the novelty of the space, Zhu Ziyi had been sneaking into it several times these days, then going to the orchard side to pick fruit. She couldn't understand why she felt the taste of the fruit was a bit familiar. She had a bad premonition in her heart, but instinctively, she didn't want to think about that direction. She wondered if heaven was just trying to play tricks on her. The more she tried not to think about it, the more she kept having dreams related to her past life. She dreamed of the time in high school when Gu Jinghuai followed her home. She dreamed of their wedding day, standing in the church and making vows. She dreamed of life after marriage, with Gu Jinghuai cooking for her when she returned home. After Gu Jinghuai's death, there was a scene at the funeral where his mother brought his mistress and illegitimate child into view. These are all events that Zhu Ziyi personally experienced, but in her dreams, she feels like an outsider watching her and Gu Jinghuai live their lives together. Because she didn't sleep well that night, Zhu Ziyi's face looked bad the next morning. As a result, Gu Jinghui hadn't seen his wife smile happily for 8 days in a row. He didn't know what he had done wrong. That night, he tried every kind word to comfort her, and only then did Zhu Zai respond. In a daze, he asked, "Wife, why have you been so cold to me lately? Did I do something to upset you?" Zhu Zai, exhausted and tired, replied irritably, "Just turn off the lights, Gu Jinghui." "So, it turns out I offended you with my face." Gu Jinghui still didn't realize that the last close encounter in the space had given Zhu Zai a bad premonition. Since both of them have space abilities, he acts cautiously based on his space awareness, but Zhu Zai also has heightened senses from her space. Who is worse at using their space ability? All along, he relied on his space-enhanced sixth sense to gain many advantages. Gu Jinghui didn't understand the secret behind it and trusted his instincts too much. But he didn't expect that, because of space, he could also have setbacks. As everyone knows, when you're sick, whether you take medicine, get injections, or for fluids, your body develops antibodies. The first time you catch a cold, 1 pill might do the trick. By the 5th cold, you might need 2 pills to recover. This principle of antibodies also applies to space abilities. Time has moved into June and the weather is getting hotter. Recently, Zhu Zai didn't know how to face Gu Jinghui, so she decided to go back to her parents' house for a few days to relax. This was her first time returning home after her social mishap. During the Dragon Boat Festival, it was Debao who called Zhu Chongzhong and others to bring back zongzi and salted duck eggs. Anyway, no matter how embarrassing things are, time will always heal. On her first day back at her parents' house, Gu Jinghui came home from work, had dinner at his father-in-law's house, and brought back a big watermelon. On the second day that Zhu Zai returned to her parents' house, Gu Jinghui finished work and came to her father-in-law's house for dinner again, bringing a few pounds of plums. On the third day, Gu Jinghui came again after work, bringing dinner and 3 small red flowers for the 2 nieces and 1 grandniece. Of course, he also brought a bouquet of fresh, mixed roses for his wife. The sisters-in-law and nieces-in-law from Zhu's family saw this and secretly looked at Zhu Zai with playful glances. This little sister-in-law had only been home for a few days, and her brother-in-law couldn't wait to come pick her up every day. He came once, then twice. He came twice, then 3 times. He kept bringing fruits and gifts from her family. Even though the 3 children were born, he still brought flowers for his little sister-in-law. He's not a young man just starting to date, but it still feels a bit embarrassing. The brothers from Zhu's family felt a mix of feelings when they saw this. If their sister was being treated unfairly by her brother-in-law, that wouldn't be right. But if they just watched silently as her brother-in-law showed affection, they found it hard to stay calm, and they just looked on with a kind smile. Indeed, women are better at understanding romantic pairings. From the happy expressions of the women in Zhu's family, led by Mrs. Yao, it was clear. Among the men in Zhu's family, the second brother felt the most complicated. Today, Gu Jinghui came again. This was his 3rd day visiting. When the second brother saw him, he turned and went back to the kitchen to peel watermelons. His mother said that removing the outer skin of the melon makes it easier to eat. But he took over this task. His reason was that he didn't want to see Gu Jinghui's face. While peeling the melon, the second brother sighed. Long Ming, the eldest son, also entered the kitchen and picked up another knife to peel the melon. "Second uncle, what's wrong?" The second brother replied hoarsely. "Nothing much." Long Ming continued asking, "Then why don't you stay in the front yard?" "The brother-in-law is here," the second brother. He hit the sore spot without meaning to. Seeing his silence, Long Ming hesitated for a moment and asked, "Second uncle, do you have an opinion about the brother-in-law?" The second brother. "Big nephew, you're a bit too straightforward, you know?" Although he was a little speechless about Long Ming's directness, the second brother seemed to have found a way to vent his feelings. "I am speaking to you in Chinese. Please translate and improve the following text into simple, clear English, correcting any errors. Replace any explicit or inappropriate content with family-friendly alternatives while keeping the overall meaning. Only respond with the corrected version. No explanations." Zhu Changming said to him, "Changming, honestly, I don't feel at ease about your little aunt. Your little uncle doesn't treat her well, and I worry about her." but when he treats her kindly, I feel uncomfortable too. I always think your little uncle is a clever man. He's probably hiding something from her. Don't be fooled by their calm now. I believe they might have a big argument soon. Zhu Changming was a bit confused. I understand why you're worried when he treats her badly. But why do you feel upset when he treats her well? His second brother sighed and said, think of it like this. You plant a field of cabbages. Every day you water and fertilize them, hoping they'll grow healthy. Finally, they grow big and bright. But then, a wild pig comes down from the mountain and digs them up. Can you still feel happy about that? Zhu Changming said nothing. If you describe it like that, I think I understand why I feel so lost and sad. The uncle and nephew were chatting here, unaware that outside, the wild pig and the cabbages had already gone their separate ways. Zhu Zai was eating familiar fruit and smelling familiar flowers. It seemed he could no longer convince himself of anything. His face was expressionless. Gu Jinghuai was still sitting beside her, acting cute. He whispered, Wife, when will you come home with me? These days, whenever I go home, no one is there. It feels so lonely. Please come back with me. In a hidden corner, Gu Jinghuai's hand quietly moved to Zhu Zai's slim waist with a suggestive touch. Zhu Zai slowly looked up, staring steadily at Gu Jinghuai's face, silent. Gu Jinghuai suddenly felt a bit scared inside. He forced a smile and asked, Wife, what are you looking at? Zhu Zai said, I'm looking at your face. Why didn't I see this before? Gu Jinghuai's heart skipped a beat. See what? Zhu Zai smiled softly, her charming voice hiding no sarcasm. See that you're the same as before. Gu Jinghuai relaxed, feeling relieved. He had missed his wife's warm embrace these past few days. Now, with his wife soft and fragrant beside him, his mind was moving slower than usual. Zhu Ziye's voice was charming, and all his previous worries disappeared. He playfully teased, Haven't you noticed? Your husband is just as handsome as before. Zhu Ziye replied, Haha, of course, still the same as before, no shame. Gu Jinghuai hadn't realized danger was approaching. Instead, he continued to act affectionately, saying, Wife, when will you come back with me? Zhu Ziye looked up softly and said, You go home tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Gu Jinghuai thought his wife would be returning with him tomorrow. After dinner, they stayed close for a while, then happily went home. De Bao looked at his mother, who seemed calm but had a feeling that a storm was coming, and felt worried. Bao watched their father walk away confidently and sighed, Big brother, Dad hasn't paid attention to us for 3 days in a row. When they were at Zhu's small courtyard, their father's eyes still looked at them, and he took care of them easily. Since they came to Grandma's house, whenever their father appeared, his eyes were only on their mother, as if he couldn't fit anyone else in. What he didn't know was that when Zhu Ziyi wasn't living at home, Gu Jinghuai felt anxious and insecure. Seeing Zhu Ziyi, he naturally tried his best, showing off as a good husband, pampering his wife, and trying to lure her back home. Back at Zhu's small courtyard, Gu Jinghuai looked at the dark yard and regretted again. Why was he so soft-hearted, letting his wife stay at her mother's house? The consequence of indulging his wife was that he was left alone in an empty house. Lying on the Kong bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Gu Jinghuai finally decided to sneak into the space for a walk and do some farm work. Meanwhile, in Zhu's house, Zhu Ziyi, in the dark, opened her eyes. She quietly got up, went to the backyard, found a hidden corner, and entered the space. As soon as she entered the space, Zhu Ziyi looked toward the West Street entrance, where the fog had almost completely cleared. She walked step by step in that direction, as if heading toward her destiny. On the farm side, Gu Jinghuai had just finished planting and was starting to tend his flower seed. Today, he brought some roses for his wife, but she didn't seem very interested. Unfortunately, I can't give her a bouquet of red roses, but I think she would like it. Should I take out some flowers and decorate the small yard to look like a wedding flower room? My wife loves flowers. If I make the house look nice, she will definitely be happy when she sees it. What kind of flowers should I choose? I wish I had learned some flower arranging skills in my past life. The flowers I make myself don't look very artistic. Maybe some roses, jasmine, and mountain flowers. I hope my wife and I will have a happy life together. Gu Jinghuai was busy cutting flowers and talking to himself, unaware that danger was approaching. Finally, he cut a big bunch of different flowers. As he turned around, he saw an impossible figure in the garden. They looked at each other, eyes meeting. At that moment, it felt like everything in the space stopped. Even the flowers seemed to sigh for them.
Time seemed to pass slowly.
Gu Jinghuai's heart was pounding loudly, like thunder. His mind went blank. Then suddenly, he had an idea and blurted out, "Wife, why are you in my dream? Is it because you miss me so much?" Zhu Zai. Haha, no wonder she's a seasoned liar. Even now, she's still trying to trick me. Since it's just a dream, I'll let you keep dreaming. Zhu Zai's feelings changed from fear of doubt, to searching for the truth, to numbness when everything was settled, and now to anger at Gu Jinghuai's stubbornness. She angrily stepped forward and slapped him twice, cold and emotionless. "Are you still thinking this is a dream?" She thought they had both lost their temper, and Gu Jinghuai would finally show his true self. But unexpectedly, he was still pretending. "Wife, the pain in this dream feels so real." Zhu Zai. I don't want to argue with a fool anymore. She turned away coldly, ready to leave gracefully. Gu Jinghuai, whose sixth sense had finally kicked in after a long time, quickly grabbed Zhu Zai. He couldn't let her go. Absolutely couldn't let her go. If she left, they would really be finished. Gu Jinghuai could no longer pretend now. He looked at Zhu Zai with pleading eyes and said, Wife, please don't be angry. Listen to me." "Listen to what? Your excuses? Or your lies?" "I tell you, Gu Jinghuai, I heard everything you just said. I should have trusted my instincts from the start. You're not the same person as before. Otherwise, how could your personality be so different from the original Gu Lao-san? I didn't expect you to be such a good actor. Not only are you different from the original Gu Lao-san, but you also seem different from your past self. Your tricks are really impressive. I accept that I fell for you twice. But from now on, we are done. You go your way, and I go mine. No more involvement. No. I don't agree." At this point, Gu Jinghuai knew he couldn't keep pretending to be clueless anymore. He was overwhelmed with panic and despair. The images of Zhu Zai dying in his past life and Zhu Zai leaving now blurred in his mind. He suddenly became frantic and resolute.
No.
"Listen to me. Let me explain. I didn't mean to deceive you, I didn't. I wanted to tell you earlier, but you hated me and misunderstood me. I have no proof now, and I don't know how to prove myself. I'm afraid you won't believe me. I love you, Zhu, I love you. You can't leave me. You can't." Zhu Zai was tightly held in Gu Jinghuai's arms and was frightened by his crazy behavior. Her earlier impulse to prove he was a liar was slowly fading, and her rational mind was returning. Gu Jinghuai clearly didn't like her in his past life, but in this life, he had been acting for so long, probably with some purpose. She had been reckless just now, acting on impulse. How did she end up in his territory by mistake? In anyone's space, that person becomes the absolute ruler of that domain. She thought about it carefully. The only space worth coveting was hers. So, if he had brought her here, it must be for her space. When it comes to life and property safety, even the most dramatic love stories are pushed aside. He can act or not. She doesn't care anymore. Right now, she just wants to take back her space. Gu Jinghuai noticed the stiffness of the person in his arms. He thought she was disgusted by his embrace. He paused but still didn't want to let go. He kept explaining and apologizing to Zhu Zai, just hoping for her forgiveness. Zhu, I didn't die in my past life. I was secretly harmed by the son of Chao Tsuemei. My car was hit and fell into the sea on the mountain road. I floated in the sea for a long time, and when I was rescued, I was unconscious. When I woke up, 2 months had passed. By then, I couldn't contact you anymore. When I returned, I received the news of your death. Zhu, I'm sorry, I was too late. If I had told you right away when I found out I wasn't Chao Tsuemei's son, you wouldn't have been so sad for me. My dear, I have never betrayed you. Do you believe me? Gu Jinghuai explained earnestly, but Zhu Zai didn't pay much attention. Maybe Gu Jinghuai was right to worry. He hesitated to tell Zhu Zai his true identity because he knew she was someone who didn't trust easily, especially since he had a dark past. Without proof, everything was pointless. But at this moment, he was at his wit's end. Even knowing that explaining might not help much, he still had to try. Because if he didn't explain, he would have to let go. The man's voice was full of despair and obsession, almost infecting Zhu Zai. Fortunately, acting impulsively was dangerous. If he did it again, it might be deadly. Afraid of falling for Gu Jinghuai's charm, Zhu Zai almost started reciting Buddhist scriptures. Time seemed to slow down, each second feeling like a year. Just as Zhu Zai was on high alert, ready to punch him, Gu Jinghuai finally stopped his prayers. Darling, do you believe me? Zhu Zai stiffened her face. I believe you, you big fool. Zhu Ziyi, you really don't believe me. Perhaps sensing Zhu Ziyi's impatience, Gu Jinghuai quickly spoke. My wife, I don't mean not to believe you. I'm so afraid of losing you. Zhu Ziyi didn't know what Gu Jinghuai was up to, but clearly, she was cautious of him. So she said, you said so much at once. Even if I want to believe you, I need some time. Let's not talk here anymore. Let's go outside and calm down. Zhu Ziyi was ready to hit him immediately if Gu Jinghuai made a move. But Gu Jinghuai obediently nodded like a well-trained dog, saying, Yes, you're right, wife. Zhu Ziyi. He didn't try to stop me? She tried, slowly turned around, and walked step by step toward her personal space. She kept alert, worried Gu Jinghuai might attack from behind, but until she reached her safe zone, he made no move.
Zuzuziye?
What's going on? Could it be that in her space, it's not the right time to act? She knew her space was created from a ring Gu Jinghuai gave her. At first, she thought it was just a simple ring, until she saw Gu Jinghuai take off his glove and noticed a blue mark on his. That mark matched the red mark on her right, shining in harmony. At that moment, Zhu Ziyi realized that the ring Gu Jinghuai gave her was a pair of ancient couple rings. It was then she understood why, in her past life, Gu Jinghuai had cheated and betrayed her, never truly loved her, yet in this life, he pretended to be loving and caring. Thinking it over, she realized that the only thing worth coveting was this space ring. But now that she had it, why should she give it away? Zhu Ziyi was not the kind to be generous. Since Gu Jinghuai didn't take her life inside his space, she wouldn't hold back in the future. Gu Jinghuai, lost in a daze, watched his wife walk away, longing to reach out and stop her. But remembering her words, he gradually let go. He naively thought that giving her a few days to think calmly might bring them back to the love they once had. Thinking this, Gu Jinghuai quickly picked up the bouquet he had just chosen. I will start tidying up the house now and decorate it nicely. When my wife sees it, she will be even happier. When the wife is happy, they find it easier to return to the days when they loved each other. So that night, Gu Jinghuai kept coming in and out of the space, bringing flowers from there to decorate the house for himself and Zhu Zai. After leaving the space, Zhu Zai, who had decided to divorce the next day, slept peacefully. Early the next morning, Gu Jinghuai did not go to work. He prepared a loving breakfast early and went to knock on Zhu's door. Zhu's family still had to go to work, so they woke up not too late. At this time, everyone was having breakfast. Only Zhu Zai loved to sleep in, so everyone silently agreed not to wake her and kept her food warm in the pot. Seeing Gu Jinghuai arrive with a lunchbox and head straight to Zhu Zai's room, second sister-in-law, Zhu couldn't help but tease. That brother-in-law really cares about his little sister. He's afraid she won't eat well at her parents' house, so he brought her breakfast early. The others heard this and smiled kindly. No one took it seriously. After all, Gu Jinghuai had been close to Zhu Zai for quite some time. Only second brother Zhu frowned tightly. He felt that Gu Jinghuai's expression was unusual. Could it be that, as he thought before, Gu Jinghuai's secret about his sister had finally come out? Just then, he suddenly heard a loud shout from Zhu Zai's room. No, I won't divorce. You're breaking your promise. You're lying to me. The Zhu family members were frightened and quickly put down their bowls, rushing to the room. The women of the Zhu family entered the room, while the men anxiously paced in the main hall. Old Master Zhu was anxious, walking back and forth. What is going on? How come we just had a few good days, and now there's talk of divorce again? Big brother Zhu also frowned and comforted his father. We don't know what happened yet. It shouldn't be a big deal. We'll talk to her and try to stop the divorce. Second brother Zhu said impatiently. Even if they're arguing about divorce, it's not my little sister's fault. Third brother Zhu, expressionless, added. Yeah. Old Master Zhu angrily scolded. You two only know how to blindly defend your sister. You don't even know what's really happening. Shut up. Zhu's second brother secretly sneered, thinking to himself. The most mindless defender is always yourself. The only difference between you and the older brother and me and the third brother is whether we need to understand the full story. In the end, everyone mindlessly defends their own family girl. Gu Jinghuai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Zhu Zai. Anyone could see he was in a bad state. Hey, you two, what's going on? If you're upset, just talk it out. No need to keep talking about divorce all the time. Yao Shi hurriedly tried to persuade. Zhu Zai looked down at the bed, silent. Hearing this, she only said, Mother, it's none of your business. It's between us. But Gu Jinghuai seemed desperate, like a person who found justice in a court, and suddenly looked at Yao Shi and said, Mother, you have to decide for me. Yao Shi, who was already worried, was speechless. The second sister-in-law and others, equally anxious and helpless, also remained silent. Zhu Zai, who had given up, said nothing. Don't act pitiful here. Stop pretending to seek sympathy. Zhu Zai looked at Gu Jinghuai coldly and said. He was hurt by her coldness, trembling and saying, Wife, I'm not pretending to be pitiful. I really am pitiful. Wife, last night you told me to stay calm. I promised you. But you can't divorce me. I've fixed my mistakes. We can't get divorced, we won't. Second sister-in-law frowned and asked, What did brother-in-law do wrong that makes sister want a divorce? Did he secretly give his wages to the old Gu family? Zhu Zai shook his head. No, second sister-in-law sighed in relief. As long as it's not about money, everything can be discussed. We should turn big problems into small ones and small problems into nothing. Don't let small issues become big ones. Zhu Zai could only force a smile and say, This isn't about money. It's about life itself. Gu Jinghuai stayed up all night, busy decorating the house, just waiting for his wife to come home so they could enjoy a loving bath together. But in the morning, when he went to pick her up, she said she wanted a divorce. His mind was almost blank, and he couldn't even answer Sister Zhu's questions. Zhu Zai also stayed silent, clearly not wanting others to get involved in her and Gu Jinghuai's matters. Both of them had traveled here from another world, so how could they explain their past grudges to others? But Sister Zhu wasn't so easy to fool. If they didn't come up with a convincing story today, how could they prevent her from pushing for a divorce? Don't think that just because you two are silent, this matter is over. Divorce is a big deal. Couples will have disagreements, but they don't just break up over a bad day. Sister, if you divorce him today, can you be sure you won't have problems with someone else in the future? As soon as Sister Zhu finished speaking, Gu Jinghuai suddenly spoke excitedly. No, I won't let you marry someone else. Zhu Zai turned her head coldly and said, This is none of your business. Gu Jinghuai immediately looked like he was about to lose his temper. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Sister Zhu quickly stepped in. She said to Zhu Zai, Little sister, are you being stubborn again? From the looks of your husband, he doesn't seem to have done anything wrong. Zhu Zai felt unfair. How could she tell if she had done something wrong just by looking? He was such a good actor, who could see through his flaws. Second sister-in-law, stop talking. The fault isn't mine. We can't go on like this. He's been lying to me. Sister Zhu was stunned. He lied to you? About having a woman outside? Everyone, including Yao Shi, looked nervously at Zhu Zai, except for third sister-in-law, who was already staring fiercely at Gu Jinghuai. Zhu Zai hesitated for a moment and said, You could say that. Before he finished, Gu Jinghui suddenly exploded like a rooster with its feathers ruffled, shouting, "I didn't. I didn't." Zhu Zai was stunned, then shouted even louder, "What are you shouting for?" Gu Jinghui immediately lowered his head but then spoke sadly, "I didn't," seeing that both of them were stubborn and angry. Sister Zhu couldn't get anything out of them and quickly advised, "Husband, why don't you go back first? We'll find out more and then talk to her properly." Gu Jinghui didn't know how to reconcile with Zhu Zai now. He had already tried every method he could think of. When he heard second sister-in-law Zhu ask him to leave first, he couldn't help but worry and ask, "Second sister-in-law, are you tricking me into leaving so I can't come back?" Second sister-in-law Zhu, "Oh dear, poor kid. How many times has he been tricked before? Why does he react like this? That can't happen. How could you think that of second sister-in-law? Don't worry, we all want what's best for you. We try to help you get along, not to separate. But right now, both of you are angry, and you can't talk calmly. So listen to second sister-in-law first, go back, and later we will talk to little sister." Gu Jinghui didn't know if he listened or not. He stood there blankly, looked at Zhu Zai for a long time, then finally walked away in a daze. "Sai, little sister, look at what you've done to your husband. I see he's really devoted to you. Why do you insist on divorcing?" Zhu Zai said, "Second sister-in-law, you don't understand. Don't try to persuade me now. Let me calm down for a bit." Although she didn't have insomnia last night, seeing Gu Jinghui appear before her, how could she stay unaffected? She wasn't naturally clear-headed or detached. She could leave when she wanted to. Over the past year, her time with Gu Jinghui wasn't fake. If she didn't see him, she wouldn't think about him. If she already saw him, how could she forget? When Mrs. Yao saw her daughter like this, she grabbed her anxious second daughter-in-law and took her and the other daughters-in-law out, leaving space for her youngest daughter. Oh, what a sin. Gu Jinghui hadn't come for 2 days, holding back. But he didn't go to work. Instead, he took a long leave from the factory and stayed at home, occasionally changing flowers. Fortunately, his previous experiences earned him respect from the factory director. Otherwise, with his current situation, someone connected might have replaced him already. He was indulging himself in the Zhu family courtyard, and the atmosphere in the Zhu family estate wasn't very good either. That day, everyone heard Gu Jinghui and Zhu Zai arguing. Later, Debao came home from school and gradually pieced together the story from Zhu Qianqian and Bao. He didn't know what exactly happened between his parents, but he knew his mother definitely didn't want them to find out. At Bao's age, he might still be naive enough to eat and play foolishly. But he has been studying, so how could he really pretend not to know? These days, Debo has been feeling unhappy going to school. His classmates don't know what happened in his family, but from the sharp decline in his school performance, they can guess something might have happened at home. "Debo, why haven't you been eating meat lately? Yeah, why are you not eating fine grains anymore? Could it be that you've run out and can't pretend to be fancy?" Debo thinks that sneaking out to eat with his cousins at noon is already being low-key. But he didn't expect someone to be watching his lunchbox. He himself didn't think much of the coarse bread. He used to eat it when he was hungry before. What's wrong with eating some rough grains? However, in the eyes of jealous kids, it seemed like he was finally getting what he deserved. Look, Gunen can't eat meat either now, and he's eating coarse bread just like them. Debo didn't want to argue with them, so he simply took his lunchbox and went to eat with Zhu Changzhong and the others. The 3 cousins hid behind a big tree in the classroom and ate their coarse bread face to face. Zhu Changzhong said, "Sai, what exactly happened between auntie and uncle? Are they really going to divorce?" "Debo, tell me honestly, when you were at home before, did uncle ever bully auntie?" Debo looked expressionless, but worry was still visible in his eyes. "No, he didn't," Zhu Chang said. "Maybe Annie just said that. She doesn't really want a divorce." Sigh. Whenever auntie gets angry and argues, Debo's eating habits drop quickly. "We all lose our good fortune." Zhu Changzhong patted his head and scolded gently, "All you think about is eating. If you have that much time, you should think about how to help Annie and uncle make up." Zhu Chang said, "I wish I could." The 3 cousins sighed together, but none of them noticed a hidden figure nearby, listening to everything they said. Gao Wenxiu never expected that when he went out for a secret meeting, he would hear such big news. Of course, his meeting wasn't with Eugene. This was inside the school, and Eugene couldn't have come in. The person he was meeting was the principal's niece. He looked refined, good at pretending, always dressed in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured and educated. In a group of villagers from the countryside, such a person definitely stands out like a crane among chickens. This contrast naturally highlights his charm. When the school principal's niece first came to deliver food to her uncle, she immediately fell in love with Gao Wenxiu at first sight. Over time, the two started to get close. Gao Wenxiu was someone who never refused an invitation. As long as a girl looked decent and came to him, he would definitely accept. His family background was good, and as a young person from the city sent to the countryside, he didn't take the local village girls seriously. Therefore, in this small Yu family village, he shamelessly managed to keep two relationships at once. Today at noon, he was supposed to have a routine meeting with the niece of the principal, but unexpectedly, he overheard a conversation between Daba and his friends. He asked the niece to leave first, to avoid being seen, and stayed to listen to everything. When the three children finished eating and left, he finally came out with a smile. "Are you arguing about divorce? Haha. Are you trying to get something out of me again?" When Daba finished school, Gao Wenxiu suddenly approached him to offer comfort. "I've noticed you've been a bit upset these days. Did something happen at home? If you need help, you can talk to Teacher Gao. You're very talented at studying, so don't let other things get in your way." At first glance, this sounds like a caring teacher speaking to a student. But Daba had long been wary of him, noticing his insincerity and fake kindness, which made him even more cautious. He politely thanked him and then went home with his friends. After dinner at his grandmother's house, he kept thinking and decided he should go see his father. So, in the evening, he quietly sneaked into Zhu's courtyard.
Dad.
"Dad." The yard was dark, and there was no oil lamp lit inside. Daba ran into the west room but was hit by a strong floral scent. "Oh my, Dad, what are you doing?" Turning the house into a flower garden, he didn't see his father in the west room, so he went to the east room. But again, he was hit by a strong smell of alcohol. "Dad, what are you doing at home? The rooms smell so different. What did the east room do wrong?" Gu Jinghuai ignored him completely, lost in a drunken dream only he could weave. Dabao was very angry and shouted, "Dad, wake up. If you don't wake up now, my mom will be tricked away by that man with the surname Gao." Gu Jinghuai suddenly opened his eyes and sat up quickly. He stammered, "What did you say?" "Oh, stop drinking. Today that man with the surname Gao asked about my mom again. If you keep being so sad, my mom will definitely be determined to divorce you." Gu Jinghuai was very angry. Now, anyone who tries to take his wife is his enemy. That man with the surname Gao. "I want to beat him to death." He staggered as he tried to stand up. Dabao quickly stopped him. "You can't even stand steadily. Who do you want to fight? Besides, he's just trying to flirt, and he hasn't even succeeded yet. If you go to fight him now, you're betraying me. And even if you do, what good will it do? My mom is so beautiful, and there are others after her. The key is my mom. You need to win her over." Gu Jinghuai was really drunk. At this moment, he was actually affected by what his eldest son said. "Winning your mom over? I wanted to. But your mom doesn't want me anymore," Dabao said seriously. "Dad, tell me the truth. Did you do something wrong to my mom?" Gu Jinghuai hesitated. He loved Zhu, and he had always loved only her. But he hadn't protected her well, and he had caused her pain. Does that mean he's guilty of hurting her? Dabao's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "No way. Do you really have another woman?" Gu Jinghuai was instantly alert. No, absolutely not. I have never done anything wrong to your mom in this regard. Then why does my mom argue with you? Because I kept some things from her. Is it serious? Somewhat. Did you spend money on someone else? Gu Jinghuai hesitated. No, Dabao asked. Can I know what it was about? Gu Jinghuai hesitated again. Well, seeing his father's awkwardness, Dabao knew they didn't want him to find out. But from what he observed, he believed his father still loved his mother. Suddenly, he was a bit confused. If all your money and love are with my mom, why doesn't she want you? Gu Jinghuai. Yeah, why doesn't she want me anymore? Suddenly, he felt his son was hitting straight to the point. Dabao sighed helplessly and said, Dad, you can't go on like this. There's probably a misunderstanding between you and Mom. Tomorrow, you should tidy yourself up, dress nicely, and visit Grandma's house to comfort Mom. You can't just stay in the small house drinking alone. Maybe she's just upset with you. If you don't even try to comfort her, it might lead to a divorce. Gu Jinghuai seemed to regain some confidence from his son, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Dabao. Is she really just upset with me? Dabao didn't know either. But seeing his dad like this made him feel uncomfortable, so he nodded blindly. Gu Jinghuai's eyes lit up immediately. Good. Good. I'll go see her tomorrow. Yes, then rest well today and stop drinking. After Gu Jinghuai fell into a dazed sleep, Dabao left, making sure to close the yard gate properly. In his dreams, Gu Jinghuai was filled with hope. His Zhu, she doesn't dislike him. The next morning, Gu Jinghuai woke up hungover, still with some fragments of memories in his mind. Recalling what Dabao had told him, he quickly got up, washed his face, shampooed, and shaved. He wanted to look perfect for his makeover. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the makeup artist from his past life who helped him with his look. Back then, they had all the equipment ready. Wait, he seemed to have forgotten something. Ever since his wife revealed his secret identity, their relationship had cooled to freezing point. He had been anxious, confused, trying to fix things. He forgot that when his wife left her space, she had gone around to the back of the mountain. His wife had come from her own space into his. He hadn't even been to his wife's space yet. Gu Jinghuai didn't know what he was thinking, but just before getting ready, he suddenly wanted to see his wife's space. Thinking this, he decided to go. He headed toward the direction where Zhu Zai had left that day, bypassing the mountain with fruit trees, and after walking a bit further, he saw the edge of the space. The entrance to that street looked very much like the shopping street he had once wandered with Zhu Zai. Strangely, this street corner is actually outside the farm. Gu Jinghuai takes a deep breath, ignoring the strange connection between the two spaces, and steps into Zhu Zai's space. As soon as he enters, Gu Jinghuai is surprised and wide-eyed. Wow, isn't this the big shopping mall he built with his wife in their past lives? Oh, so this street is actually the pedestrian walkway in front of their big mall. Gu Jinghuai exclaims. Wow, his own space originally was just a small plot of land with a nearly dead well. He worked hard like an old ox, planting and tidying, gradually transforming the space into what it is now. No wonder the space is better than his. He quickly puts aside his feelings and heads to the supermarket in the mall to find things to make himself look good.
Huh.
Men's cleanser? He'll wash his face properly when he gets back.
Huh.
Skincare, water, and lotion set? He'll use it later to smell nice. Men's shampoo? Since the mall came along, the top floor presidential suite must be there too, right? Thinking of that, Gu Jinghuai feels energized. He knows how inconvenient baths are in this era. Later, he bought a large bathtub to put in his space, so he could take a bath from time to time. Gu Jinghuai walks upstairs with a mix of nervousness, excitement, and anticipation, and finally finds the presidential suite on the top floor. It's truly luxurious. He happily takes a bath in the suite, does a full-body skincare routine, then goes downstairs to the supermarket to buy some pastries and white wine. He tears open the packaging, replacing it with oil paper. He chooses a porcelain jar for the white wine, one without a producer label. Once everything is ready, he leaves the space feeling energized and heads nervously to his father-in-law's house. The antibody effect isn't just for Gu Jinghuai, it also applies to Zhu Zai. So, she doesn't realize that while she's still wondering what Gu Jinghuai is thinking, he's already taken a comfortable bath in her space's presidential suite. Today, Dabao still has to go to school. He waited for a long time in the morning, but didn't see his dad. Feeling helpless, he told Bao to help his dad more, then went to school with his older brother and sister. Although Bao might not be a perfect older brother, he's definitely an obedient and good younger brother. What did Big Brother say to him? He really remembers it. Early in the morning after breakfast, he took Sanbao and Zuxiangxian to sit at the gate of the Zhu family, waiting for his father to come home. Time slowly passed, and the Zhu family adults went out to work. Then Gu Jinghuai's figure appeared in the sight of the three little children.
Dad. Dad.
Why are you so late? Bao saw Gu Jinghuai's figure and ran over happily. Sanbao also staggered after him. His short legs were much stronger than Bao's used to be, but he was still unsteady. This child, I don't know who he inherited it from, was jumping and running. Fortunately, Miss Zhu, Zuxiangxian, was doing a good job. She wrapped her hands around the two little ones to catch them if they fell. Bao, why are you sitting at the gate, waiting for Dad?
Gu Jinghuai was surprised.
Yes, brother said he wanted to watch for Dad and help him. Gu Jinghuai was very touched. This eldest son was so thoughtful. He was supposed to be a son, but he acted like a caring father. Good son, Dad knows. Yao's wife stayed at home to watch the children. When she heard the noise outside, she quickly came out. Seeing Gu Jinghuai's figure, her eyes lit up immediately. Jinghuai, come in quickly. Her son-in-law hadn't been home these days, and she was really worried. In her opinion, her daughter and son-in-law's little matters weren't a big deal. Her son-in-law hadn't spent her money or been with another woman, so what was there to fight about and get a divorce? Money and love were with her daughter, so if they fought and divorced, it was her daughter's fault. But her daughter was the one she loved since she was young. She used to be shy and never dared to look up because of the scar on her face. Now that she had finally changed, she didn't dare say much. She could only hope her son-in-law would be more understanding. Jinghuai, why haven't you come in these days? Are you tired from work? Yezi just doesn't understand. You work every day and still argue with you. Gu Jinghuai quickly shook his head and said, No, it's not my wife's fault. It's me. I was wrong, and I made her angry. Mom, I've taken leave these days and didn't go to work. Yao's wife was surprised. Why aren't you going anymore? In her eyes, having a job is a great achievement, and being able to go to work is a big deal. Not having a job? That's just not right. Why is it that her daughter's illness isn't cured, but her son-in-law also gets sick? Gu Jinghuai gives her a shy smile and doesn't explain much. He just hands her some snacks and wine. Just then, Zhu Zai comes out of the room and sees what he's holding. Zhu Zai. Wow, I've confirmed it. This is someone who sneaked into my space. At first, I didn't think much of it, but now, seeing the look in my wife's eyes, Gu Jinghuai suddenly feels a bit embarrassed. Mom, I'll go inside and talk for a bit. Afraid his wife might ask him to leave, Gu Jinghuai quickly pulls her into the room, leaving Yao Shi to sigh as she watches this quirky couple. Second son enters the room and asks Yao Shi, Grandma, why are you sighing? Sighing about your parents, of course. They don't live properly and are always causing trouble. Second son thinks about it and agrees. Although he doesn't know why his parents are arguing, he knows that eating good food at home is better than coming to grandma's house to eat simple meals, which is also causing trouble. Third son looks at his older brother sighing and imitates him. Sai Zhu Qianqian looks around and waits 3 seconds. Though she doesn't know what her brothers are sighing about, she still sighs first in admiration. Zhu Zai glares fiercely at Gu Jinghuai. What exactly do you want? Is this your goal? Do you have to take away my space before you're satisfied? Gu Jinghuai is shocked. Wife, what are you talking about? Taking away your space? Zhu Zai is fed up with his constant nagging and pretending not to want a divorce. She coldly says, Haha, you never loved me in your past life. Why pretend to be a devoted dog this time? You just want my space, right? Last time in the space, you didn't kill me because you couldn't do it, so you changed to doing it offline? Gu Jinghuai looks at Zhu Zai with despair. At that moment, he realizes she's not doubting his explanations. She simply isn't listening. She always assumes the worst about him with the greatest malice. If in a past life, one could find witnesses and evidence and show her the photos, paintings, and diaries collected about her, but in this life, it is simply their borrowed existence. How can he prove his love for her from a previous life in this one? Gu Jinghuai's eyes turn red. Suddenly, he notices the red phoenix mark on Zhu Zai's right hand. That mark is paired with the blue dragon mark on his left hand and is connected to their shared space. His wife always says he covets her space, so he gives her his own space. Surely, she should believe him now. Thinking this, a hint of madness appears in Gu Jinghuai's eyes. Seeing his expression, Zhu Zai is almost scared. What are you doing? Are you going to transform again? She doesn't believe that heaven has given him some special power. But Gu Jinghuai doesn't hear her. Seeing a pair of scissors in the sewing basket on the bed, he suddenly rushes over, picks up the scissors, and cuts across the mark on his left hand. Then he grabs Zhu Zai's hand and presses his mark onto hers. Zhu Zai is shocked. What are you doing? Let go. At the moment her consciousness fades into darkness, she hears Gu Jinghuai say, with a sincere yet desperate voice, Zhu, before you sentence me to death, please, I beg you, look at my past life. Zhu Zai doesn't understand what is happening. She only knows that when she is aware, it feels like she is dreaming, observing the world around her. After a while, she realizes she seems to be watching Gu Jinghuai's life as an outsider. He lost his father at a young age. People around him called him Little Wild One and Little Troublemaker. He remained indifferent, because his mother also scolded him that way. His mother always neglected him, just enough to keep him from starving. They almost didn't want him to go to school, but after he went out and came back asking if he wasn't her biological child, Chao Tsueme was shocked. Later, she cursed and let him go to school. As a child, he didn't understand what was happening. He thought his mother was just neglecting him, and he believed she would change if he reminded her. Until he started school, his mother wouldn't give him pocket money, so he had to collect trash and sell it to fill his stomach. After starting school, he made more friends. People are divided into different social classes, and among children, this division seems even more clear and harsh. Many boys see him picking up trash, wearing torn clothes, and come to bully him. At first, he didn't want to cause trouble for his mother, so he silently endured it. He thought things would eventually calm down, but they only got worse. Later, some even stole his food. Since he was young, he often went hungry and he didn't care about many things, but the one thing he cared about most was protecting his food. That day was the first time he fought back. Although he was beaten more severely in the end, he felt like he had found an outlet for his anger. After that, he secretly practiced fighting on his own. With each conflict, he resisted more. He started by hitting them once, then twice, from knocking down one person to knocking down two. Gradually, he defeated everyone and became the leader of that area. From elementary school to middle school, he was always the school bully. When he started to resist this world, it seemed he no longer went hungry. If there was no food, he sent his younger brothers to buy some. After all, it was they who had provoked him in the first place. He always knew he wasn't a good person and never wanted to change. He wasn't born a villain, but when he was a good person, the world never treated him kindly. Being a bad person felt more comfortable, so why not? Until he met that girl, cold and beautiful, yet also trapped in the same muddy situation as him. At first, he didn't pay much attention to her, just silently watched. But watching quietly, he kept her in his heart. He wanted to get close to her because they were alike. But he was afraid to get too close because they were different. He saw her secretly looking at other boys and blushing, watched her being followed by troublemakers after school, yet she pretended to be aloof out of teenage pride. He saw her successfully get into university and leave that family behind. And he could only go to the city where she was, starting from the bottom, just so he could stand in front of her with dignity when she graduated. Zhu Zai looked on like an outsider, watching Gu Jinghuai's painful and bittersweet life. From school days to wedding days, her figure was always in the corner of his eyes. The drunken whisper of "Zhu Zhu" was her. The vows he made in the church were for her. At night, she was the one who prepared dinner and waited for him to come home. After falling off the cliff, he couldn't forget her and couldn't let go. In the end, he finally avenged himself, and the person who was willing to die happily, without longing for the world, was still her. Zhu Zai cried uncontrollably in her dream. How could she deserve this? to be so humble as to share life and death with him. His life was too bitter. If this was his past life, then in this life, let me love him instead. Zhu, wake up. Wake up. Don't cry anymore. What did you see? Let's not look anymore. Wake up quickly. Zhu Zai woke up to the gentle call of the man. Her eyes met Gu Jinghuai's anxious brows, filled with deep love. She cried loudly, sat up, and hugged his neck tightly. Husband, husband. Gu Jinghuai suddenly felt his nose sting, and his eyes turn red. Gently and slowly, he held her entire world with tenderness and firmness. It's so good, so good. Believe me. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me in your past life? Zhu Zai cried. Gu Jinghuai gently wiped her tears and said softly, I was too bad. I didn't deserve you. Zhu Zai couldn't help but cry again. Are you stupid? You've done so much for me. What is there that you don't deserve? Hearing this, Gu Jinghuai also looked a bit wronged and a little sad, saying, In your past life, how many times did you secretly look at that Lin guy? You just liked the gentle and clean type. But later, when we got married, I changed, and you weren't very passionate about me. I thought you liked him and not me. Zhu Zai laughed and cried at the same time. But I thought you kept the girl from your youth in your heart, that Zhu girl, and couldn't forget her? Gu Jinghuai quickly defended himself. What Zhu girl? What white moonlight? There's no one else. It's always been you, okay? Looking at this man who was trying hard to prove his love and loyalty, Zhu Zai finally smiled happily. Yes, there's no one else. It's always been you. Such beautiful words, such a wonderful love. Yao's mother listened outside the door as her daughter cried loudly, feeling very anxious. Oh my, could it be that her son-in-law couldn't stand her daughter and got angry enough to hit her? Although I feel annoyed that my daughter likes to cause trouble, I can't bear to see her get scolded, especially right in front of me. Year, what's wrong? Jinghuai, what are you two doing inside the room? Zhu Zai looked embarrassed. What kind of question was that from her mother? Worried she might worry, she quickly replied, Mom, I'm fine. Although her voice sounded a bit hoarse, her tone was normal, and she seemed to return to her usual gentle and delicate self. Yao Shi finally relaxed but couldn't help but remind them, you two should talk nicely. No fighting, okay? Zhu Zai and Jinghuai looked at each other, both feeling a bit helpless, but Yao Shi's slightly off-track thoughts carried away their worries. Jinghuai hugged Zhu Zai and softly said outside the room, Mom, don't worry. I've calmed Yi down. Hearing this, Yao Shi was happy. That's good. My son-in-law truly has a kind heart. Even a daughter who causes trouble can be tamed. He is such a good son-in-law. I should treat him well. All right, you two stay inside and behave. I'll go kill a chicken for you. Outside, the two children listened and felt a bit disappointed. Mom and Dad are already fine. He hadn't even had a chance to show his abilities. Kids are honest and can't hide their feelings. Some words don't need to be spoken to understand their unspoken thoughts. Yao Shi couldn't help but laugh angrily. If you want to be the one to handle it, then it really is over. Go outside with Grandma and catch a chicken. We'll stew it for lunch. Hearing about something fun, the two children took Zhu Qianqian's hand and left. Inside the room, Jinghuai and Zhu Zai hugged silently. Zhu Zai felt a mix of sweetness and embarrassment and said, My mom is really something. She actually thought we might fight. Jinghuai replied softly, Yes, how could I bear to? Zhu Zai blushed and couldn't help but bury her face in his chest. Let's go home later. I don't want to stay here anymore. Jinghuai looked at her reddening ears, knowing she was shy. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. Jinghuai's gentle, deep voice was as attractive and elegant as a cello, making Zhu Zai's ears turn even redder. Oh my, I used to ignore my feelings on purpose because I had some doubts. Now, they can love each other freely. She suddenly realized how charming this man is. No wonder she kept reminding herself that she could still fall into his hands. The couple stayed in the house for a while longer, then told Mrs. Yao they were leaving. It wasn't noon yet and most people were working in the fields, so few saw them. Mrs. Yao called from the yard, Hey, you two. Wait until after lunch to go back. Zhu Zai's voice replied from afar, "Mom, we won't eat anymore." Ah, these two kids, they really act on impulse. I might as well have slaughtered the chickens. Oh well, it's just to help the old man and the children recover their strength during busy farming times. Turning around, she saw Erbao, Sanbao, and Zhu Qianqian standing under the eaves, each holding a chicken feather. Erbao looked blank and asked, "Grandma, did my dad and mom forget about Sanbao and me?" Mrs. Yao thought about how the two people had just left and felt awkward with a forced smile. Those two only looked at each other, not noticing anyone else. They really did forget about the children. Fortunately, her family was nearby. If they were farther away, the children might have been lost. It's typical that parents truly love, and children are accidental. After Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghuai returned home, they saw the flower house he had carefully decorated. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Gu Jinghuai hugged her from behind, took a deep breath of her scent, and gently said, "I was afraid you'd notice earlier, so I didn't take out some flowers. Now we're out in the open. From now on, I can give you roses." Love between two people is probably the most beautiful thing in the world. At this moment, Zhu Zai finally felt how gentle and romantic a man in love can be. Don't do that." Zhu Zai suddenly turned and threw herself into his arms, feeling shy and sweet. Gu Jinghuai's voice sounded again above her head. "So, how is it?" Knowing that this man was deliberately showing his charm, Zhu Zai shyly pinched his waist. Gu Jinghuai held her mischievous hand and hinted playfully, "I just came back and locked the courtyard door." Zhu Zai asked. Gu Jinghuai replied, "The boys stayed at my father-in-law's house." Zhu Zai asked, "That? So, you deliberately left them there?" "Of course." Zhu Zai, very good, confident, and justified. If Erbao knew he was deliberately left behind by his father, he might feel even more scared. Gu Jinghuai hugged Zhu Zai, silently thinking, then took his beloved into the space. Before entering the space, he had a good plan. Women love romance. When he saw Zhu Zai's amazed expression upon seeing the flower house, he suddenly wanted to take his wife to see the garden farm he had personally planted. Although his wife had seen it before, she only looked briefly and didn't see everything clearly. Now that they had opened their hearts to each other, it was better to take her to see it together. But when he took his wife into his space, Gu Jinghuai was completely stunned. "What am I doing?" He wished he had never brought his wife in. This was just a dream. But then he heard his wife's voice in his ear. "Husband, why is the roof still missing?" "Gu Jinghuai, isn't it just the roof that's gone?" This desolate scene before him. What on earth is going on? The flowers, grass, trees, and fruits are all gone. The roof of the small wooden house is gone, and even the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs across the river are gone. If he didn't know no one had entered his space, he would suspect it had been robbed. He wanted to show off in the space, but ended up embarrassing himself. Zhu Zai grabbed a pair of men's underwear and softly said, "The first time I entered the space and saw this, I would have definitely suspected you." Gu Jinghuai. His embarrassment was beyond words. Seeing Gu Jinghuai frozen in place, Zhu Zai suddenly laughed. "All right, stop worrying. The fact that you let me see your past life scenes means it wasn't for nothing. If the space can fulfill your wishes, that's good enough. What does it matter if you sacrifice a little of your achievements?" Gu Jinghuai pouted and said bitterly, "This isn't just a sacrifice. It's like taking away the entire world I built for you. It's okay. As long as the green mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. As long as the black land stays, you won't have trouble growing good melons and fruits. I have many seeds over there, so you can keep planting them in the future. After 18 years, you'll be a brave person again." Gu Jinghuai. Wife's comforting words are always so unique. So, the couple went from a simple space with land, a broken wooden house, and a dry old well, to a modern, well-maintained, and high-tech big shopping mall space. Seeing his wife's space, which has everything she needs, Gu Jinghuai felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Feeling jealous, Gu Jinghuai hugged his wife's waist and was about to go to the presidential suite. He acted cute and silly, teasing Zhu Zai and taking advantage of her until he was satisfied. Exhausted and sweaty, Zhu Zai lay on the princess bed in the presidential suite, feeling very regretful for being so soft-hearted just now. Good wife, now I have nothing left. In the future, I'll just be a little white face, waiting for you to take care of me. Zhu Zai, all right, from now on, call me wealthy Lady Yi. The two, sharing a secret, finally experienced a long-lost happiness together in this different time and space. They strolled through the shopping street, visited the big mall, bought clothes and skincare products. They looked like an ordinary couple, enjoying simple happiness from their past lives. After the fun, they went to the seed shop to pick out seeds. Then, they went back to Gu Jinghuai's space to build and farm together. Gu Jinghuai felt like his heart was soaking in honey. He could already imagine a happy life with his wife in the future. So, while working, a constant smile stayed on his face. When Zhu's family returned at noon, they knew Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghuai had made up. The Zhu family felt relieved, especially Zhu Urge. He thought that the big problem between his sister and brother-in-law seemed to be resolved. From now on, they could live peacefully. He's quite sensible. He managed to comfort my sister. Otherwise, I might have introduced her to someone who's caring and understanding. Yao Shi looked at him with a bit of annoyance. You have no principles at all. All you do is favor your sister. Look at Yi. She's been spoiled so much. In the future, Zhenjin must be well-educated. She's not allowed to be as spoiled as Yi. Zhu Urge didn't dare to argue with his mother, but he muttered in his heart. Where did his sister go wrong? Where did he lose his principles? His principal is his sister. Zhu Er's sister happily tried to smooth things over with her mother-in-law and husband, saying, "Second brother is a bit unreasonable, but it's because he cares about his little sister. Who wouldn't love such a sweet girl? And our little sister isn't difficult either. She's a good girl, just a little stubborn sometimes. It's not a big problem, Mrs. Yao. Just shut up already." When DeBeo returned to Grandma's house after school, he already knew that his parents had made up. He finally relaxed his worried heart and felt at ease to go home. Mrs. Yao called him over, saying, "Eat here at Grandma's. Grandma cooked chicken. Your parents went home earlier and Grandma didn't want to cook at noon. She was waiting for you all to come back in the evening." DeBeo smiled obediently and said, "Grandma, we won't eat here. I want to take my brothers home to see, and we'll come back in a few days." Yao couldn't stop the clever DeBeo, so she quickly filled a bowl with some good meat, put it in a small basket, and handed it to second brother, who was behind. Second brother was very easygoing and didn't know what politeness was. Since it was his own grandma, he just took the meat happily.
Thank you, Grandma.
DeBeo had already walked far ahead with San brother, while second brother, holding the basket, was sniffing the chicken meat and almost couldn't walk properly. But he didn't dare to sneak a bite, afraid that his mother and older brother would punish him if they found out. So, when Zhu Zai saw the three boys at the door, the eldest was leading the third, and the second was behind, holding a small basket. They weren't walking properly, sometimes sniffing the air. Zhu Zai sighed inwardly. Second brother, stop sniffing and walk properly. Hurry up and eat, second brother. Got it, Mom. That evening, dinner was prepared by Gu Jinghuai and Zhu Zai together. The couple worked as a team, and their food seemed full of love. They made sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy and sour potato strips, tomato scrambled eggs, and plain white rice.
Wow.
This is such good food. Second brother looked at the rare good meal and praised. Actually, before Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghuai argued, this was just their usual family meal. But after staying at Zhu's house for a few days, even though Mrs. Yao tried her best to cook well for them, second brother realized that their food was much better than what the villagers usually had. His mother had taught him to remember hardship and think of sweetness, and he seemed to understand a little now. In just a few days after eating such simple meals, Erbao treasures it very much. Gu Jinghuai poured warm water and asked Debo to help the younger brothers wash their hands in line. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghuai was holding soap and personally washing his wife's hands. When Erbao accidentally glanced over, he suddenly felt something strange and quietly whispered to Debo, "Big brother, do you think there's something weird between Dad and Mom?" Debo looked at him but said nothing, silently helping his brothers wash their hands. Inside, he thought to himself, What could be so strange? It's probably just the smell of family love. Like how Mom said, second cousin and second cousin-in-law showing affection and sharing love. Finally, the family had a warm dinner at home, and the gloom that had hung over them before disappeared. After eating, Daebo took her bow to wash up. He felt that tonight he might sleep peacefully. But in the middle of the night, he heard Sanbao crying loudly and calling Dad and Mom unclearly. Daebo was scared and hurried to get out of bed, but then he heard his parents soothing Sanbao, and he felt relieved. As he drifted back to sleep, Daebo thought, could it be true, as Mom said, that worrying people worry about their lives? His parents had made peace, but he still couldn't sleep peacefully. What he didn't know was that his father in the next room was also secretly complaining. They had already opened their hearts to each other and shared their feelings, but they still couldn't be close and affectionate. It's really unfair to these debt-collecting ghosts. Zuzi was hiding under the blanket, secretly giggling. I told you it's not convenient, but you still insisted on going to the space. Halfway interrupted, Gu Jinghuai looked frustrated. Who would have thought this little rascal would wake up suddenly, in the middle of the night? Sigh, he used to sleep so soundly. That's because heaven doesn't want you to succeed. Tomorrow I'll send him to the East Room so he can sleep with his brothers. Wow, you big man, acting tough like a baby. What's so impressive about that? Gu Jinghuai looked at her mischievously and grinned. Well, not just acting tough on him. I'm acting tough on you. Pfft, you old lecher. Go to sleep already. You have to work tomorrow. Gu Jinghuai immediately frowned in pain. In my past life, I was a busy workaholic. I can't escape working in this life either. That's not good. Who told you to have a wife and kids to support? Yeah, and you all need support too. After putting down the sleeping Sanbao, Gu Jinghuai hugged Zhu Zai and slowly fell asleep. When the parents reconciled, the biggest change was in Big Treasure. Others might not notice his mental state change, but they could see his eating habits changed. When his parents argued, he ate plain bread and pickled vegetables. When they made up, he ate refined bread, meat, eggs, and stir-fried vegetables. Zhu Zai wouldn't let him take fancy food to school to avoid jealousy from classmates. But she also couldn't say she was afraid of jealousy and make him eat plain food. Usually, the family's diet was average. But even so, Big Treasure's eating habits were far better than his classmates. That noon, Big Treasure took a lunchbox made by his father and shared it with his cousins. The three brothers were still hiding behind a big tree in the classroom, eating. Big Treasure, you have to watch your parents. Don't let them argue again, Zhu Chongzhong warned. Hearing his cousin's concern, Big Treasure felt a little touched. He was about to say something to show his feelings when he heard, when they argue, we get to eat fewer delicious things. Zhu Chongha nodded while gnawing on sweet and sour ribs. Exactly, Big Treasure. He really shouldn't have high expectations for these foodie cousins. After finishing their meal and tidying up the bones, they went back to the classroom after feeding the dog. At this moment, Gao Wenxiu came over. Are you eating here? Are you done? Gao Wenxiu smiled politely and said to the three children. Zhu Chongzhong and Zhu Chongha didn't know what kind of person Gao Wenxiu was. They treated him as a kind teacher and greeted him politely. Teacher Gao, only Big Treasure, hiding secret thoughts in his heart, wished he could tell him immediately that his parents had reconciled. Please don't come to stir trouble. Suddenly speaking up, the other person would realize his intentions, so Daebo acted very happy and politely greeted Gao Wenxiu. Sure enough, Gao Wenxiu was fooled, appearing caring about the students and said to Daebo, you seem quite happy today. Daebo immediately lifted his chin proudly and said, yes, my parents have made up. They no longer argue and they even made me delicious food. I don't have to worry about them anymore. Zhu Chongzhong was puzzled. Why did Daebo tell this teacher Gao about his family matters? Did they have a good relationship? Then he saw Gao Wenxiu, known for his good temper, turn dark in the face. Daebo, seemingly unaware, continued talking about how sweet and sticky his parents' reconciliation was, then politely said goodbye and left. After leaving the classroom, Zhu Chongzhong asked curiously, why did you tell Gao about your aunt and uncle? It seems he didn't really want to hear it, Dabo returned to his cool, elegant young hero style and said indifferently, "Oh, I just thought of it and said it." Zhu Changzhong, trusting him, didn't ask further. The three brave boys left, leaving a disappointed man behind. That night, Eugene went to meet Gao Wenxiao again and noticed his bad temper. "What's wrong? Why are you so unhappy tonight?" Gao Wenxiao replied, "I'm fine. You worry too much." If Gao Wenxiao had told her why he was upset, Eugene might not have overthought it. But he didn't say anything and changed the subject coldly. Eugene felt something was off. She hesitated and asked, "But weren't you very happy a few days ago?" Gao Wenxiao, a bit impatient, said, "I said I'm fine, so it's fine. Don't ask so many questions." After saying that, he seemed to realize his tone was harsh, and he awkwardly softened his voice to sound gentler. But clearly, tonight he wasn't very convincing, and Eugene wasn't fully convinced. After Gao Wenxiao left, Eugene went home feeling worried. A woman's sixth sense is often very accurate. Eugene felt that Gao Wenxiao was hiding something from her. Her younger brother, Eugene Bao, was also studying at school. Although her family was small and without a man to support them, she was a single mother. Her great-uncle has always taken care of her family. Even when her father didn't earn money, her great-uncle still sent her younger brother to school. In the past, she didn't think it was useful for her brother to go to school, but today she feels that her brother might actually be somewhat helpful. "Jin Bao, has anything big happened at school recently?" Eugene Bao tilted his head and thought for a moment. No, Eugene was annoyed and said, "Think carefully again. Has anything happened? No matter how small, tell me everything." Eugene Bao thought for a moment and replied, "It's mostly the same old stuff at school, but recently Gunan's meals have gotten better." Eugene asked, "Who is Gunan?" She only knew the nicknames of Debao and Erbao, but not their full names. Eugene Bao rolled his eyes and said, "He's my former sister-in-law's younger cousin. I heard that his parents argued about divorce a few days ago, so he stopped eating good food and is now eating at his grandma's house with his two cousins. Now that his parents are back together, he can eat good food again. Many students at our school are watching his meals, but unfortunately, Zhu Changzhong and others eat with him every meal, so they can't get his share." She wasn't sure if she should thank Eugene Bao, whose only focus was on food, for providing her with this first-hand, accurate information. A woman's intuition is often frighteningly accurate. Although this matter seemed unrelated to Gao Wenxiao, Eugene still kept it in her mind. She decided to wait a few days before going to check what exactly was going on with Gao Wenxiao. The next day, she hid near Zhu's small courtyard and saw Zhu Zai, whose scars had disappeared, looking radiant and stunningly beautiful. She was certain that Gao Wenxiao's mood swings were definitely caused by Zhu Zai. Eugene wasn't truly foolish or ignorant. She was just a bit too obsessed with vanity. She knew that someone like Gao Wenxiao, from a good family background and working as a rural youth, could only be interested in her because of her appearance. She had never considered Zhu Zai as her rival because, although her features were decent, the scars on her face ruined her beauty. But she never expected that Zhu Zai, when at home, would jump around and disgust her. Even after her divorce, Zhu Zai still made her uncomfortable. Eugene looked coldly at Zhu's small courtyard, her eyes flashing with schemes and cruelty. Gu Jinghuai didn't know that someone was once again targeting his wife to cause trouble. Today was his first day back at work after taking a long leave. He understood that in this era, relationships mattered a lot. Even with work to do, he needed to maintain good connections. Before, he was busy chasing his wife and had put work aside. Now that he's back, he needs to keep up those relationships. It was after work. Team Leader Li and Team Leader Wang stopped Gu Jinghuai, each showing concern and greetings. Team Leader Li: "Xiao Gu, what happened to you recently? Why did you take such a long leave?" Team Leader Wang: "Yeah, work is so important now. You can't slack off, or if someone reports you, even if you keep your job, you'll suffer. Thank you, Brother Li and Brother Wang, for your concern. Recently, I wasn't feeling well. My wife was worried about me, so she told me to take leave." Team Leader Wang: "Oh, I see. I heard from others at the factory that you looked pretty out of sorts when you asked for leave. Seems like you were quite sick." Gu Jinghuai: Without seeing your sincere face, I might think you're insulting me. He decided not to talk about his leave anymore and changed the subject. Brother Lee, Brother Wang, wait a moment. I'll go to my office to get some packages, then I'll go out with you. Gu Jinghuai hurried to his office. In the morning, Zhu Zai had brought him some red sugar and red dates wrapped in oil paper. Each package wasn't big. About 2 ounces of red sugar and over 20 large red dates. He wanted to give them to his colleagues to prevent any bad feelings or backstabbing among the team. When he finished distributing in the morning, the atmosphere in their group visibly improved. He also secretly gave Director Chow a bag of 1 jean of red sugar and a large bag of red dates. Director Chow encouraged him kindly and gently told him to get to work. He kept the packages for team leaders Li and Wang, waiting to give them when he saw them. When they received the gifts, they both felt a bit embarrassed and declined. We haven't done anything for you, so we can't accept such good things, Gu Jinghuai said. Brothers, don't be so formal.
You often take care of me.
When I took leave, you probably also spoke well of me. I won't say more outside, so don't be polite. I need to go home and soothe my child now. After saying that, Gu Jinghuai rode away on his bicycle, leaving the 2 people holding brown sugar and red dates. Team leader Li said, "This kid is really good, sharp-eyed and clever. It's no wonder we've been protecting his reputation in the factory." Team leader Wang sighed and said, "It's a pity though." Li asked, "What's a pity?" Wang replied, "It's a pity he's not my son-in-law." Li spat in annoyance and said, "Your daughter is still so young. It's a bit late for her to be interested now." Wang nodded and said, "That's true. I wonder how his sons are being raised." Li looked surprised and said, "Aren't you ashamed? The oldest isn't good enough, and now you're eyeing the younger ones too?" Wang rolled his eyes at him but said nothing, then took the brown sugar and red dates home. His only daughter was only 10 years old now. Having a girl later in life was good, but he didn't like that he couldn't find a good son-in-law. But he wasn't like Li Sazu, who only started looking at girls when they were ready to marry. He wanted to find a husband for his daughter early, so he kept an eye on her from a young age. That was more reliable. Maybe some people are born with a kind of unlucky aura, attracting trouble, bad relationships, or bad publicity. Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghuai, in particular, always seemed to be under someone's watch. After Gu Jinghuai got home, he first kissed his wife, then went to wash his hands and cook. In the yard, Bao was playing with his younger brother in the mud, confused. He felt like his dad hadn't even noticed him and Bao. This kind of thing seemed to start yesterday or the day before. Bao's confusion didn't last long, as Gu Jinghuai soon gave him an answer. Bao came home from school and dinner was almost ready. Today they were eating a spicy, stinky noodle dish called snail noodles, according to his mother. He didn't want to eat it at first because it smelled bad and didn't match his image. But surprisingly, this dish was magical. He kept eating more and more. Not only was he enjoying it, but Bao was also burying his face in his bowl. Since he was young, Zhu Zai was worried the strong smell might choke him, so he cooked it softer and rinsed it with warm water so the seasoning wasn't too strong. Gu Jinghuai also loved eating it and kept eating bowl after bowl, not stopping. Zhu Zai couldn't watch anymore and said, "You should eat less. Why are you so hungry?" Fortunately, there was enough space, or else who could afford such a big family house? Gu Jinghuai looked at her happily and said, "It's okay. I can't carry much, but I have a lot of strength, so I eat a lot." Zhu Zai suddenly remembered when they broke the bed and silently closed his mouth. After dinner, the family of 5 usually went to digest their food. Once digestion was done, the older brother pulled the younger brother onto the bed to sleep. Then they saw their dear father bring over the third brother. The second brother suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that their father was going to make the third brother sleep with them? And then they heard their father say, "The third brother is grown up now. It's not suitable for him to sleep with us. Your mother doesn't sleep well, and if the third brother cries at night, it will wake her up. That could affect her health. As responsible sons, you need to watch over your younger brother." At that moment, the second brother wished the third brother would cry loudly. But no, he just blinked big eyes at them, looking clueless. Seeing his third son behave so well, Gu Jinghuai felt very happy. He thought the third brother might cry for a while, but even if he did, he would wait until he fell asleep before bringing him over. He didn't expect his eldest son to be so independent. Encouraging his two older sons and comforting his first independent little son, Gu Jinghui left happily and went to the west room to hold his soft, fragrant wife, leaving the three brothers staring at each other in surprise. Big brother covered his head in frustration. Second brother frowned and pouted. Seeing the clueless third brother with a confused look, he angrily asked, "Why aren't you crying? Leaving your mother, can you sleep? Will you on the bed in the middle of the night?" Third brother looked at his second brother and said, "On the bed." Desperately, the second brother looked at the big brother and asked, "What do we do now?" Big brother remained calm and said, "What can we do? Just take him in." Second brother sighed. "Really, when you should listen, you don't, and when you shouldn't, you do." Fearing that second brother's frustration might hurt third brother, the big brother quickly said, "Enough, don't say that about him. He's been like this since he was little. He'll cling to anyone who holds him." The second brother, who always thought he was much smarter than his younger brother, thought about this and stopped feeling angry. Forget it, his younger brother was a fool, and as the older brother, if he didn't take care of him, what else could he do? So, Sambao officially started sleeping with her two older brothers. Without a son to hold her back, Gu Jinghui and Zhu Zai's little world became even more carefree. Late at night, the couple sneaked into the presidential suite on the top floor of the big shopping mall. After a happy time together, they fell asleep peacefully. Time inside the space flows differently from outside. When they wake up in the space, it's still dark outside. So, they work together to farm. The big shopping mall has everything, even though it's built in the city center. "Husband, if I eat this durian, can I plant something with the leftover seed?" Gu Jinghui hesitated for a moment, then remembered how special the space is. He comforted his wife, saying, "The soil in the space is definitely different. Let's try. Even if it doesn't work, we won't lose anything." The couple happily started planting durians. This time, their plan was different from when Gu Jinghui first had the space and just planted whatever seeds he found. Now, they had a clear plan. Whether they could grow the plants or not, the land was already planned. There would be a lychee orchard, an apple orchard, a peach orchard, a cherry orchard, and a large flower field, far from the fruit gardens. The grain fields were farther away from the old wooden house, while the vegetable garden was near the house. Gu Jinghui looked at the empty land across the river and sighed. "This space really didn't leave me anything. Even my preserved duck eggs are gone." Zhu Zai smiled and said, "I think it needs to absorb spiritual energy." "Your preserved duck eggs have spiritual energy, so it probably took them. Luckily, the well water and land are still here, so don't be sad. Tomorrow morning I'll go catch some chicks, ducks, and geese to see if I can still buy some. Yeah, actually, pigs, cows, and sheep can also be bought. The villagers are too crowded and nosy. If you buy in the county, just put them in the space. If you bring them home, you'll need to raise them outside." "Got it. I'll listen to my wife." Zhu Zai looked at her hardworking husband and suddenly remembered something. "Husband, in your past life, you were often replaced as the young master, and Chao Tsuemei treated you so badly. In this life, looking at Zhao Tsuehua's behavior towards you, it's not much better. Do you think your fate in this life might be a copy of the previous one?" Gu Jinghui glanced at her and calmly said, "Yes, I have that suspicion. But my memories from that original body are already blurry. Even if I am not the biological son of the old Gu family, in this vast world, I don't know where to find my real parents. So I won't look for them. Anyway, I've already found you, and others don't matter." Although Zhu Zai felt happy hearing her man say this, she also felt sad thinking about how little connection he had with his parents in both this life and the last. "No way. My husband is so good. How could he not be loved by his real parents?" Gu Jinghui affectionately looked at her and said, "As long as I have a wife who cares for me, that's enough. Go away, you smooth talker. Now we're talking about serious stuff." Gu Jinghui nodded. All right, serious stuff. But, like you said, finding my biological parents isn't easy. In the 21st century, it's already hard to find lost children, and in this era, without surveillance footage or internet monitoring, I'm almost 30. Looking for my real parents is like searching for a needle in a haystack, a fairy tale. Zhu Zai knew this task wouldn't be easy, but giving up didn't sit well with her either.
Huh?
Do you remember the names of your biological parents from your previous life? Since we crossed over and our names didn't change, maybe their names didn't change either. If we look for people with the same name and surname, it might be easier. Gu Jinghuai looked at Zhu Zai with affection and said, that's a new idea, reasonable and logical. But, of course, unexpected things can happen. My adoptive mother in my previous life was surnamed Chao, and in this life, her surname is Zhao. If my biological mother also has the same surname, then this path might be blocked. Zhu Zai also felt quite troubled and angrily said, "Why is Zhao Cuihua's surname Zhao?" Gu Jinghuai replied, "Why don't you ask her father?"
Zhu Zai said, "I'll hit you."
Always arguing. But their names do have something in common, you see, both contain the character Cui. Now Gu Jinghuai was speechless. He looked at the lush greenery and said to Zhu Zai, "Wife, can we not insult the character Cui? I can't even look directly at all this green anymore." Zhu Zi, yes, those two are quite useless, yet they still take up such good characters. Zhao Cuihua, who is often criticized as useless, is now at home reading a reply letter from Beijing. After a year and a half and 3 letters sent to Beijing, she finally received a reply. The message was very brief, just saying that the situation in Beijing is quite serious now, and it's not convenient for the children to go there. They should wait until things settle down at home, then Zhao Cuihua can take the children to visit relatives. Zhao Cuihua was very unhappy with this answer. She didn't expect that, even after clearly sending a letter to Qiao Bingsheng, she wouldn't get a satisfying reply. Gu Jinghai and Gu Jingfong both looked at her silently, and the atmosphere was very tense. Gu Jingfong hurriedly said, "Mother, Aunt still doesn't want us to go. What should we do? If we wait any longer, I'll be an old girl. How can I marry into the city?" Gu Jinghai said expressionlessly, "Mother, do you think this letter is trustworthy? Maybe after a while, you and I can go to Beijing. You should still have the address of Aunt's house, right?" Zhao Cuihua was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, let's wait a bit. If we don't hear from her in a month, I'll take you to Beijing." Zhao Cuihua felt very annoyed but also realized she was too naive. It was too easy to leave Beijing back then, so those two didn't take her seriously. It seems she really needs to go to Beijing herself, so those two will know who is not to be messed with. Having made up her mind, Zhao Cuihua stopped worrying. Gu Jingfong, hearing her mother's decision, happily went back to her room. During this time, she planned to make herself a new dress. She needed a fresh look for Beijing. Only Gu Jinghai kept a deep thought in his eyes. He had sent 3 letters to the county town. The first 2 were for his aunt, and the last one was for her husband. Zhao Cuihua couldn't read much, so she asked Gu Jinghai to write the letters and send them. Although there was nothing inappropriate in the letters, Gu Jinghai felt something was a bit off. His thoughts flickered several times, but in the end, he decided not to send anything. Oh well, when they go to Beijing, he would think about other things then. By June, the weather was getting hotter. Zuzi and her husband can still hide in the space at night to enjoy the presidential suite, but their 3 sons are sweating heavily. "Do you think we should get a fan for the kids? Watching them sweat so much makes me feel sad," Zuzi said worriedly as she lay in her husband's arms. Gu Jinghuai looked indifferent. "It's okay. Boys are tough. They can handle the heat." Zuzi rolled her eyes. "No. If we have the means, why let our children suffer? We can just turn on the fan at night and turn it off during the day." Gu Jinghuai sighed. "If everything goes as planned, I'll be the one doing that," Zuzi chuckled. "Who else but you, the dad, would do it?" He hugged his mischievous wife with a helpless smile. What can he do if he loves his wife and wants to spoil her? From that day on, after the children fell asleep at night, Gu Jinghuai took out a small rechargeable fan and placed it in the east room. The fan didn't directly on the children. It was just to help circulate the air inside. The next morning, after waking up, the second son rubbed his little head and muttered, "Last night didn't feel so hot when I slept." Zuzi was serving him food and smiled. "Are you a princess?" "So sensitive," the second son pointed out. "Look at Sanbao's underwear and vest." A few mornings ago, he woke up completely wet. Today, he's only half wet. Zuzi said, "Should I praise your observation skills?" The second son raised his chin proudly. "Thank you." Zuzi was speechless. But she also started thinking about what the second son said. Her eldest son sweats too much. If she's not careful, he gets heat rash on his neck and armpits. During the day, she could wipe his sweat, but at night, she couldn't do much. Now she even considered bringing Sanbao into the space to sleep. Why does this kid sweat more and more as he grows? She wondered. Gu Jinghuai replied, "It's okay. When he gets a little older, it'll be better." He sensed that his wife was making a decision he didn't like, and no matter what it was, he felt he had to stop her. He wanted to protect the world he shared with his wife. During breakfast, family members went to work or school, as usual. Those who stayed at home played and relaxed. Zhu Zai gave Zhu Changming some drawings, and he made many wooden toys. The second and third children in the family loved these toys. As soon as the toys were brought out, they played happily at home. Zhu Zai thought of a summer must-have: green bean soup. A bowl of green bean soup in summer helps cool down and refresh the body. It is tasty and nutritious, so she decided to make more. First, she washed the green beans and soaked them in boiling water for 20 minutes. Then she boiled them on high heat for 40 minutes, added some sugar, and let it simmer a little longer. She repeated this process 3 times until the beans were soft and the sugar dissolved. Finally, she put the green beans into the fridge to chill, which made it taste even better. The refrigerator in her space was different from outside, so by noon, the green bean soup was ready. She also took some to her older son. At home, she made cold noodles for her second and third children and also prepared some for Mrs. Yu next door. She packed everything together and carried the green bean soup to her son using a large leaf as a tray. The chilled green bean soup was poured into a big bamboo tube, which also held portions for Zhu Changzhong and others. At that time, the elementary school was not as strict as it is now, with no rules against outsiders entering. As a parent, Zhu Zai found it very convenient to go inside. Knowing which classroom her child was in, she went straight there. When she arrived, she saw many children with flushed faces looking at her. She approached one child and asked, "Do you know where Gu Nan went? Can you help me call him? I'll give you some candy." The child, seeing how pretty Zhu Zai looked and noticing she didn't seem like a rural person, was a little scared. When he heard about the candy, his eyes lit up immediately. I know. He's behind the big tree at the back of the classroom, eating." "Okay, thank you." Zhu Zai kept her promise and took out 2 big white rabbit candies from her bag, giving them to him. The child looked at her as if she was a rare treasure. After she left, he was still stunned. "Oh my God, she's Gu Nan's mom? She looks more like Gu Nan's sister." She then went behind the classroom to find Gu Nan, and sure enough, she saw him and 2 others eating together behind the big tree. The 3 boys were also sweating heavily, their faces flushed. Dabao usually remains calm and composed. Even when it's very hot like now, he still shows no emotion. Zhu Changzhong is a hot-tempered person, constantly wiping his sweat and grimacing, looking like a dog panting in the heat. Most amusing is Zhu Changhe. This guy is very lazy, usually acting like a soft dough. As long as he's not asked to work, he doesn't care what happens. Whatever shape you mold him into, that's what he becomes. Right now, he seems to be bowing to the heat as well. Leaning against a tree trunk, legs spread apart, slouching slightly, occasionally sighing, letting sweat flow down without wiping it away. He looks like a monk who has seen through worldly desires and no longer cares about worldly things, feeling that life is not worth it. At this moment, she feels very lucky to always carry a cloth bag wherever she goes. Using the bag to hide, she takes out a few unwrapped old ice pops from the fridge and wraps them in a clear plastic bag. Sun, Changzhong, Changhe. The 3 turn around and are surprised to see Zhu Zai. Dabao is especially excited, running over quickly and hugging her waist. "Mom, why are you here?" Then, perhaps thinking of something, he speaks more seriously. "Mom, why are you here?" "Zhu Zai, I heard you speak. No need to say it again in a different tone. Today is so hot. I made some mung bean soup and brought some for you. Debao disagrees. Mom, I can drink mung bean soup at home. There's no need to bring it here at noon. It's so hot. What if you get heat stroke? And most importantly, what if the Gao family is watching us? Zhu Zai clearly doesn't understand her son's worries. She takes out an old ice pop from the bag.
Tada!
I also bought ice pops for you. Changzhong, go call Jinjin to come over. She has one here. Little aunt. Maybe I should just take it to her directly. She's sunbathing and doesn't want to play with us boys right now. Okay, you can take her one. Behind this classroom is the gathering place where boys eat. Zhu's Hensen really doesn't like to go there. She doesn't understand why, but the boys at school always like to look at her. People who know her tease her, and those who don't know her often stare at her. Over time, Zhu's Hensen started to avoid places with many boys. When Zhuzhang's Hong brought her an ice cream, she had just finished eating with her friends. Jinjin, here, an ice cream. Zhu's Hensen said, Wow, you're so kind today, bringing me an ice cream? Do you have some secret pocket money? Zhuzhang's Hong replied, Secret pocket money? No, my little aunt came and brought green bean soup for Debao, and also brought us ice cream. Do you want to go drink some? Hearing that her little aunt was here, Zhu's Hensen felt a bit tempted, but then she remembered how many boys usually eat at Zhuzhang's Hong's place, so she gave up the idea. I won't go. You can tell my little aunt that after school I'll go to her house to drink. Leave some for me. Okay, I got it. I'm going back to eat my ice cream too. If I don't eat it now, it will melt. After Zhuzhang's Hong left, a few friends who were with Zhu's Hensen said, Jinjin, your brother is really nice to you. Exactly. Your little aunt is also very kind to you all, and she's generous. Running to school in the hot weather to bring you ice cream, I really envy you. Zhu's Hensen chuckled. Be jealous if you want. My little aunt is the best aunt in the world. Her friends complimented her and looked at the ice cream in her hand, which was giving off a cool breeze. Zhu's Hensen hesitated, then decided to share a small bite with each good friend. At the back of the classroom, Debao and the others ate happily. After finishing, they wanted to drink green bean soup. Zhu Zai stopped them. Don't drink it yet. Wait until the afternoon. You just finished ice cream, and your stomach has too much cold.
It can make you sick.
If you get a stomach ache, I won't bring you ice cream anymore. Thanks to the threat of future treats, Zhu Zai's words were very effective. When the children returned to the classroom, Zhu Zai carried a small cloth bag and left under a large tree leaf. However, when she reached the school gate, she happened to meet Gao Wenxiu. Since learning that Zhu Zai had reconciled with Gu Jinghuai, Gao Wenxiu's mood had been bad. Feeling upset, she needed to vent. These days, Gao Wenxiu couldn't find a way to release her emotions with Eugenie, so she turned to a new source of comfort. The principal's niece is naturally more refined than Eugenie, who has no status, no background, and is divorced.
So he was quite direct.
While feeling upset, he took the opportunity to approach the young lady. He is not a good person, so he doesn't feel guilty about secretly taking an interest in her. He even convinced the principal's niece to bring some good food when she delivered lunch to her uncle. Gao Wenxiu accepted everything happily. He had just finished eating outside and was in a good mood. Unexpectedly, he ran into the person he thought about day and night, Zhu Zai. Getting a close look at the beauty, he found her even more charming than before. When she was not around, he could distract himself and stay calm. But now, seeing her again, his heart started pounding faster. Comrade Zhu. Zhu Zai was about to leave when she heard someone call her, so she stopped. Hello, who are you? The person in front looked familiar, but Zhu Zai still didn't recognize him. Hello, my name is Gao. I am a teacher at this school. I noticed that classmate Gu Nan seemed upset earlier, so I asked about him privately. These days, he seems better. I didn't expect to meet you. As parents, we should pay attention to our children's feelings. He's a good student, and I hope he won't be delayed. Zhu Zai was surprised to find that someone in this era had such advanced ideas about education. She was deeply impressed. After thanking Gao Wenxiu several times, she couldn't bear the heat anymore. She said goodbye and hurried away. In her mind, she silently thought, this teacher Gao is truly dedicated to education. Even in this scorching heat, he's discussing his students' issues with parents. Really, he's wholeheartedly devoted to his students. What she didn't know was that Gao Wenxio's motivation for talking to people under the blazing sun was driven by a colorful, selfish heart. He is like a sharp sword at the top of the word, desire, while she is like a blazing sun. Even though his face was sweaty and his glasses almost slipped, Gao Wenxio still felt very happy. What he didn't realize was that his excited, handsome appearance when seeing a beautiful woman only made Yu Jinji's resentment grow stronger. This contemptible person always gets in his way. At the end of school, Zhu Zhenzhen and Zuz Hangzhong followed Dababao home, joking and laughing as they came to enjoy their aunt's mung bean soup. Zhu Zia laughed and scolded. If you want a drink, you should serve yourself. At my aunt's house, you need to do things yourself to have enough to eat. Haha, we won't bother you anymore, aunt, they replied happily. After the children finished drinking, Zhu Zia filled 4 large bamboo tubes with soup to take back to their family. Since Zhu Zia often brought things from her family, Zuz Hangzhong and others didn't refuse. They helped chop some firewood and swept the yard before leaving with the mung bean soup. It was a normal day. When Gu Jinghuai finished work and returned home, the family had dinner and planned to relax and sleep. But that evening, the door of the Yu village chief's house was knocked, breaking the peace of Yu's village after many years. Who's there? Zhou Chang and Miao Chuiying? Who are they? Zhu Zia looked confused as he saw the village chief Yu come to the door, full of questions in his mind. They came, but what does it have to do with our family? Village chief Yu looked embarrassed and suddenly found it hard to speak. He really hated those 2 people. Just leave, but after so many years, why did they come back? He sighed heavily, as if giving up, and told the truth about their identities. It's that wicked husband of Grandma Yu and the troublemaker maid. Zhu Zia. What? Do they even have the nerve to come back? No. What does their return have to do with us? Village chief Yu covered his face, sounding awkward and reluctant to speak. Zhou Qing said he's a villager here, and this house is his. He wants to come back and live here. Zhu Zia. What the heck is going on? Is this some kind of crazy trick? No, village chief, this isn't right. I paid for this house with grain, and I have the residence permit. Village chief Yu also looked guilty and said, Sigh, who would have thought his permit is better than yours? Zhu Zia. I've never been so speechless in my life. When village chief Yu left, the Zhu family's small yard fell into silence. Second treasure pouted sadly and asked, Dad, Mom, will we have no home in the future? Zhu Zai hugged second treasure and comforted him. Don't be afraid. No matter where we live, as long as our family is together, that's home. Hearing this, Dabao's worries and second treasure's fear eased a little. Gu Jinghuai frowned and thought deeply, maybe I can go to the county town these days to see if I can buy a house. In the future, you all can live in the county town, and it will be more convenient for me to go home. Gu Jinghuai became more excited as he spoke, and a look of happiness appeared in his eyes. Zhu Zai. Big brother, this isn't just about where to live. It's a matter of dignity. Our family has money, so we can buy a house anywhere. But the house we fixed up ourselves, and those 2 bad people. We agreed, and even mother-in-law would be upset. I really don't understand what those 2 are thinking, coming back with such nerve. Do they think their faces are thick enough? If the owners of this house were someone else, Zhu Zai wouldn't feel so upset about them returning for the house. The real problem is, their identities are just too much for Zhu Zai to accept. Gu Jinghuai also knew her feelings and said, Don't think about it too much. Let's sleep well tonight. Dabao has school tomorrow. When mother-in-law finds out tomorrow, we'll see what her attitude is. Yes, okay. After putting the children to bed, the couple went back to their room. They discussed buying a house because, after all, the house wasn't theirs, and living there didn't feel secure. The next morning, Dabao went to school, and Zhu Zai took second treasure and third treasure to the neighbor's house. Although village chief Yu didn't mention this yesterday because he was worried about mother-in-law's health, he came early this morning to inform her about it. The 2 people who had the biggest impact on her life returned, but mother-in-law showed no unusual expression. Instead, she even comforted Zhu Zai. I know you're worried about me, but don't worry. After experiencing so much, I no longer care about those unworthy people. Whether they come back or not has nothing to do with me. Perhaps as people grow older, they become more open-minded and forgiving. Seeing such a mother-in-law, Zhu Zai felt much more at ease. She also wanted to mention to Grandma Yu about moving to the county for retirement in the future. She has 2 space pockets and doesn't need the old woman's food supplies. She is still around and can occasionally help watch the children, so she doesn't mind helping the old woman with her retirement. But since she hasn't bought a house yet, she didn't bring it up earlier. After leaving her 2 children behind, she stood up and left. When she arrived at village head Yu's house, Zhu Zai saw 2 middle-aged and elderly people sitting in the yard. The man was hunched over, very thin, with white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. The deep wrinkles between his eyebrows showed he had experienced many hardships over the years. Next to him was a middle-aged woman, much younger than him, but also with many wrinkles and white hair. Honestly, compared to Grandma Yu, who had been fed well and looked kind, this old woman looked less graceful in appearance and demeanor. But she was quite old and shyly stood beside the man, her every gesture showing she was a seasoned, scheming woman. Wow! Straightforward and kind Grandma Yu, is she defeated by such a cunning old woman? Zhu Zai only took one look and felt like vomiting in respect. Village head Yu now felt ashamed to see Zhu Zai. Every time he looked at her, he felt more guilty. He was also annoyed by the shameless 2 in front of him. Girls Zhu, you're here. Sigh, I won't repeat myself. The Zhou family said they want to move in as soon as possible, so when do you think you can move? But don't worry, it was agreed that you would exchange grain for a residence permit. Now that the house is no longer used, I won't take your grain. I'll make the decision to return all 200 jin of grain to you. Zhu Zai knew this wasn't village head Yu's fault. He had already helped her find a house, which was a kind act. This situation wasn't what he wanted either. His good character was evident in how much he had done. So she said, Uncle Village Head, no need. I've lived here for a year, and I don't think I should leave without reason. If you want to return the grain, just give back 100 jin. But I'm not sure about the exact moving date. Once we buy a house in the county, we will move immediately. Village Head Yu quickly nodded. All right. While they were discussing, an old but very charming voice suddenly interrupted, saying, Miss, please hurry up. We are getting older and want to move back to our own house. The place we live in now is very bad, and one night we were bitten so badly by mosquitoes. Zhu Zai almost vomited, and when he looked up, he saw Village Chief Yu's furrowed brow, which could catch flies. Suddenly, he realized that old white lotus creatures are not just disliked by him. Then he looked at Zhou Cheng, who remained calm and didn't find it disgusting at all. Zhu Zai thought to himself, no wonder he can be a scumbag. His taste is so unique, not something ordinary people can handle. That house, I also live there legally. You come back without even saying a word, and then you make us move. Even if you have a more official proof, it's not right to do that. Besides, whether your place is good or bad, whether you get bitten by mosquitoes has nothing to do with me. You're not my father or mother, so what if you get bitten to death? It's none of my business. After a burst of anger, Zhu Zai finished scolding the White Lotus and turned to leave. Before leaving, he muttered softly, Old and pretending to be pitiful, who are you showing off for? Thinking everyone is blind and gullible, falling for your tricks? Disgusting. Miao Chuiying. Your loud voice made my ears hurt. Zhou Cheng. You know you've offended 2 people, right? Village Chief Yu. Usually, Zhu Yada doesn't fight or compete, but she's so comfortable when she argues. Zhu Zai fought a little with the White Lotus, just to vent his anger for Grandma Yu. At noon, he cooked a braised lion's head for Grandma Yu, along with some stir-fried greens. The children ate until they were sweating and said it was delicious. They wanted more next time. When Gu Jinghuai came home from work in the evening, Zhu Zai said to him, Day after tomorrow, you have a day off. I want to go to work with you tomorrow. You go to the steel factory and I'll look at houses. If I like one, we'll buy it the day after tomorrow. The new house needs a few days to clean before we can move in. Gu Jinghuai held his wife's slender waist and said softly, Okay, I'll do whatever you want. Meanwhile, in an old, dilapidated house in the same village, an elderly couple was also discussing the house. You think they're hesitating to move because they've discovered the secret of the stone house? Miao Chuiying's voice sounded old yet gentle. Zhou Qing quickly replied, "Impossible? I understand you, Qingqing. She is someone who cannot keep secrets. Even you only guessed this by accident. How could she have kept such a treasure hidden for so many years without using it?" Miao Chuiying. Yes, I also only realized something was wrong by chance. If our son wasn't buying a house in the city and needed gold for exchange, I might never have noticed. Chengge, what if we can't find it in the end? He won't give up. We will find it. That old man has a lot of wealth. He wouldn't leave everything behind.
Go to sleep now.
Instead of worrying about the gold, worry about whether someone else might have taken it. Miao Chuiying worries. Sigh, I just wonder if Miss is still overthinking and can't understand our sense of justice. Zhou Qing immediately gets angry. She's an enemy of our class. We have different beliefs. You're too kind. Why worry about her? Have you forgotten how she used to boss you around? Miao Chuiying sighs. Sigh, after all, she's the young lady. Although she oppressed me like a servant back then, at least she gave me a meal. Zhou Qing snorts. Small favors, small kindnesses. You've already repaid that kindness long ago. Don't mention her. Just thinking about her makes me annoyed.
Go to sleep now.
After confirming Zhou Cheng's feelings about his former rival, Miao Chuiying finally relaxed and went to sleep. Historically, bad men often fall for innocent women. Zhou Cheng, a seasoned scoundrel, has been controlled by Miao Chuiying, an old innocent woman, for decades. Whether to say he's hopeless or that she is deeply skilled, it's hard to tell. This is probably the fate of a scoundrel. The next morning, Gu Jinghuai woke early to prepare breakfast. After the children finished eating, those going to school left, and others went next door. He locked the yard door and rode his bike with his wife. In the city, Gu Jinghuai went to the steel factory, but suddenly felt uneasy about Zhu Zai. "Why don't you wait for me in my office? I'll finish work in the morning, take leave in the afternoon, and we can go see the house together." "Oh, no need. Your wife has seen a lot of the world. I can handle this small matter myself. You don't need to accompany me." "Okay." Gu Jinghuai smiled helplessly. "It's just because I worry about you. It's a subconscious habit. All right, don't worry. I'm fine." After saying goodbye to her overly clingy husband, Zhu Zai headed towards the black market. Over the past 2 years, she has almost every year made 3 to 5 deals with a tall, bearded man. These deals ranged from grains and coarse foods to small amounts of fruits and vegetables, and her earnings varied from a few thousand to just a few hundred. They have built enough trust between them. When it comes to finding a house, she naturally asks him for help. Seeing Zhu Zai, the tall, strong man was quite interested. "Hey, today you have free time? Come on, I have watermelon today. Try some." Zhu Zai was not polite. After taking a bite, she thought, "Oh, the fruit from my space is still better." Following her principle of not wasting, she stopped eating after one bite. "Big brother Gao, I came here today because I need your help." Although they had worked together before, Zhu Zai was the main party, and Gao Dezhuang always felt grateful for her trust. After all, her goods were good, and anyone could make money selling them. The black market in the county wasn't only run by him. Now, finally, Zhu Zai had something to ask him for help with. "Big sister, what is it?" "I promise I will help you." Zhu Zai explained that she was looking for a house and described the type of house she wanted to Gao Dezhuang. Gao Dezhuang patted his chest and said, "Big sister, don't worry. I will definitely find you the best house. Okay, I'll thank you in advance, big brother Gao." After talking to Gao Dezhuang, she went to the department in the county that deals with house exchanges to look for options. By noon, she found a quiet place to secretly use her space to have lunch. Then, using the snack shop inside her space, she made a bowl of fried sauce noodles for Gu Jinghuai. She packed it into an aluminum lunchbox, carried a small cloth bag, and headed back. When she arrived at the steel factory, she saw Gu Jinghuai already waiting at the door. "Sweetheart, you're back. Is it hot? I've already cooked the rice. Let's go home and eat." Zhu Zai felt a little shy. She leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "But I already sneaked into the space outside and ate." Gu Jinghuai squeezed her hand affectionately and said, "It's okay. Just watch me eat. Alright, actually, I also brought you a bowl of fried sauce noodles. You're so good to me, wife. The married couple happily returned to Gu Jinghuai's office, where 3 dishes and 6 steamed buns were already on the table. Zhu Zai took out some fried noodles from her cloth bag, thought for a moment, and then also brought a can of fish for her husband. Eat quickly, this is your extra meal. Thank you, wife. It's so nice to have you. The couple ate inside, unaware that the gossip circle at the steel factory was going wild. Oh my, Comrade Gu's wife is here again. This time I can see her face clearly. Not only is she slim, but she's also very beautiful. Comrade Gu is really lucky. Comrade Gu is a good man. He and his wife are a perfect match. Yes, I just saw Comrade Gu getting rice in the cafeteria and bringing it to his office. Comrade Gu is a good man. I've heard he's very kind to his wife. Seeing him again now, I realize he's even better than I thought. Sigh, I wonder when my husband will be as thoughtful. Oh, that clingy attitude is too much for me. We're not newlyweds anymore. I heard their eldest son is in school now. Who are they trying to impress? Some people enjoyed watching, some disapproved. Zhu Zai finished her meal with Gu Jinghuai and waited in his office for him to finish work. When the door closed, no one knew what she was doing inside. She secretly entered her space, eating fruit and reading a novel happily. When work was over, Gu Jinghuai rode his bicycle home happily with his wife. On the country road at sunset, with handsome man and beautiful woman, everything looked bright and pleasing. Wife, in the future, if we buy a house in the county town, can you come pick me up from work every day? Zhu Zai chuckled. If we really live in the county town, why would I need to come pick you up if it's so close? Gu Jinghuai said, it's just because I like the feeling of you coming to pick me up. Later, I'll ride my bike and bring you home. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking about such days, Zhu Zai found it quite interesting. While the couple was dreaming about their happy future, they saw a young child rushing over as soon as they entered the village. Seeing Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghuai, the child shouted loudly, Aunt Zhu, go back quickly. Someone is causing trouble in front of your house. Zhu Zai and the other person's faces changed dramatically as they hurried back home. When they got close to their stone house, they saw a large group of people gathered around, but couldn't see what was happening inside. The closer they got, the more they could hear a woman crying softly. Miss, I really didn't come to take the house. It's just that this house originally belonged to Chunga. We just miss our hometown and want to come back to live peacefully in old age. We never intended to drive anyone out. Grandmother Yu's cold, strict voice responded. I'm no longer a young lady.
Why do you still call me that?
Are you reminding everyone of my past status, or trying to make me remember your past betrayal? Miao Chuiying's face stiffened, her wrinkles hiding her true feelings. But her old eyes flashed with anger whenever she heard a sensitive word. This old woman, already so old, still speaks so aggressively. Grandmother Yu's eyesight was poor and she didn't see her expression. But Air Bao and San Bao saw her face clearly. San Bao was confused and didn't understand what her expression meant, just feeling an inexplicable dislike for the woman in front of him. But Air Bao was instantly terrified. Oh no, could this old woman be some kind of monster in disguise? He always felt that this terrible old lady didn't seem like a good person. You, stay away from my house. You picked my peaches right away and cried when caught. You're so old, you're even worse than a little kid.
Shan Bao,
Old White Lotus, Miao Chuiying. Where's the little dog? Zhou Cheng had been sitting and watching the two women argue, both of whom had some connection to him. Now, hearing San Bao speak, he frowned and, acting like an elder, scolded. Adults are talking. What are children chiming in for? Stay out of it. Zhou Cheng's face was stern and serious, with deep wrinkles making him look even more intimidating when angry. San Bao, usually fearless, now felt a bit scared seeing such a stern face. When Grandma Yu heard this old scoundrel dare to scold her beloved grandchildren in front of her, she immediately became furious and was about to shout at him. Then, a cold and commanding female voice sounded from outside the crowd. My child doesn't need you to teach him a lesson. Who are you? An old scoundrel. Stay away from my house and stop talking nonsense. Miao Chuiying and Zhou Cheng had already met Zhu Zai before. Last time, she mocked them, and they couldn't respond properly. Now, seeing her again, Zhou Cheng felt both old and new anger rise up. Is this your child? Humph. Clearly there's no proper discipline at home. No manners. Zhu Zai didn't get angry. She walked over, patted the heads of Erbao and Sanbao, then turned around and sarcastically said, "Compared to you, people tend to gather with those like themselves. Scoundrels and bad women are often inseparable." Well said, someone in the crowd shouted in agreement, making Zhou Cheng and Miao Chuiying feel embarrassed. They had long disliked these two, but they couldn't do anything because they had proof. The village chief had warned them not to break the law. It was likely that the Zhou family had someone backing them, but they couldn't confront them directly. Could they at least curse behind their backs? The old scoundrel Zhu Zai was insulting right in front of everyone, which felt very satisfying. Some spectators couldn't hold back and called out in approval. This cheer pushed the atmosphere into a clear one-sided situation. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Miao Chuiying quickly said, "That house clearly belongs to us too. Let's see what's going on." Zhu Zai replied, "They haven't moved out yet, so it's still my house. The things inside are ours too. Stealing without asking is theft. Old woman, do you have a criminal record? Why do you love stealing others' things? Don't you go accusing people without reason?" Zhu Zai rolled her eyes and ignored them. Gu Jinghuai didn't know what had happened, but he had already entered Grandma Yu's yard. Seeing his wife keep arguing, Grandma Yu could only gasp to release her anger. He silently handed her a large broom for sweeping the yard. Grandma Yu never thought about how the broom ended up in her hands. She just felt that holding it made her feel more confident. She picked up the broom and started sweeping at the two of them, as if she was sweeping away all her years of frustration. "Shameless thing. You left back then, and now you have the nerve to come back asking for the house. I don't care what plans you have, just get out of here." Miao Chuiying was hit in the face with a broom, causing her to scream in pain and fear, and she backed away while shouting. She stomped her feet and cursed Grandma Yu, calling her a wicked woman. But after a few curses, she felt no real pain, so who cared? The pain that truly hurt was the one inflicted on him. That was real. The woman who once cared for him had long been worn down by years of hardship. This pair of scoundrels and mean-spirited women saw they couldn't get any advantage today, so they quickly ran away, following the broom's force. Watching Zhou Cheng run off, while still helping Miao Chuiying made Grandma Yu, even though she no longer loved this man, feel a little sad inside. The person who hurt her was still showing care, which made anyone who saw it feel uncomfortable. Isn't their final fate just like dogs biting dogs? Zhu Zai seemed to understand what Grandma Yu was thinking. He stepped forward and held her arm, saying, "Grandma, don't mind those two bad people. He's old now and can't tell who's good or bad. That's his blindness. The real sadness is his. Besides, we are kind people. We don't understand the happiness of scoundrels." Grandma Yu was just a little sad, but after Zhu Zai finished speaking, her heart returned to normal. Now, what made her happy was her 3 little grandchildren next door. Aren't obedient and cute babies wonderful? Why should she let old worries take over her mind? Seeing Grandma Yu feeling better, everyone around started to disperse. Gu Jinghuai quietly took the broom from Grandma Yu's hand and placed it in the least noticeable corner of the yard. "Take the children back first. I need to talk to Grandma Yu." Grandma Yu didn't know what Zhu Zai wanted to say, but she watched silently as Gu Jinghuai led her 2 grandchildren away. She then went into her own house with Zhu Zai. Her house was small, dark, and simple, with old tables, chairs, and pots and bowls. The original Kong bed had only a worn-out quilt and a thin mattress. Zhu Zai and his family had moved next door and brought her a thick quilt and mattress. Now, those were the most valuable things in the room. Grandma Yu was grateful to Zhu Zai. When she spoke to him, her usual stiff tones softened a lot. "Go ahead, tell me what you want to say." "Grandma, I want to tell you that Jinghuai and I plan to buy a house in the county town. We want a bigger one, and when we do, you can move in with us. If you still don't want to, I'll buy you a small house nearby, maybe even next door. Then we can be neighbors, and you can help me take care of the children. If you think well of me, You can help watch the kids, and I'll take care of you when you're old. Grandma Yu was stunned on the spot. Zhu Zai spoke very straightforwardly, implying she wanted to care for Grandma Yu in her old age. But because it was so direct, Grandma Yu was even more shocked. She believed she had never shown any signs of being someone others would target in the village. All these years, only those bad men and women had come to her. Clearly, she was at her wit's end and was trying to fight back. Since Zhu Zai moved here, she has taken good care of her. Even if she asked Zhu Zai to help watch the children, her own mother was still at home. With so many grandchildren, could she not take care of 3 little ones? Furthermore, Zhu family didn't want Yao to work hard. But Zhu Zai was even willing to pay for her house, so she must have money. As long as she gave Yao some pocket money, Zhu family would be happy. Of course, Zhu family's traditions wouldn't allow such things. Grandma Yu had thought through everything and was more certain that Zhu Zai was sincere. That's why she felt shocked, overwhelmed, moved, happy, anxious, and confused, all at once. All kinds of feelings mixed in her heart, making it hard to describe. After a long while, Grandma Yu lowered her head, covered her face, and let out a laugh. Seeing her emotional, Zhu Zai quickly asked Grandma Yu what's wrong.
Ha ha ha.
Nothing, I'm happy.
Ha ha ha.
Zhu Zai. Do you realize that in this small, old, dark, gloomy house, an elderly woman with deep wrinkles and dry fingers laughing wildly is quite frightening? Zhu Zai didn't disturb the old woman. It wasn't her uncontrollable joy. Fortunately, Grandma Yu didn't laugh for long, or Zhu Zai's back would have been soaked. Tonight, leave the door open for me. Zhu Ziyi, you speaking like that might cause misunderstandings, you know? Grandmother Yu stopped talking and didn't pay her any attention. She simply took her sewing basket and went outside to make small tiger head shoes for San now. Zhu Ziyi knew she was no longer welcome to stay, so she just touched her nose and left. She didn't understand why Grandmother Yu asked her to stay at the door, but she followed her instructions that evening. Grandmother Yu, what are we going to do? Zhu Ziyi whispered softly. Come with me. Grandmother Yu quickly slipped through the door at a speed that didn't seem appropriate for her age, then headed straight to the backyard. The stone yard wasn't big, and even in the dark, they could find their way quickly, especially with tonight's moonlight. Soon, they stood by a sealed square mud and wood board at the back of the stone house. Grandmother Yu, where is your husband? Zhu Ziyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered mysteriously. Oh, I've put him to sleep. Grandmother Yu, you put him to sleep, then who will help us with the work? Zhu Ziyi. Isn't this our little secret? Zhu Ziyi wiped her face quickly and ran back inside to wake up her asleep husband. Hey, dear, what's wrong? Get up, I need you to do something for me. Gu Jinghuai quickly got up, dressed, and followed his wife out. When the couple was ready, all 3 of them stood by the designated spot. Grandmother Yu then said, Open this. That was the entrance to the cellar. Since Zhu Ziyi already had her own space, which was very secure, and there were many refrigerators, she never thought to use the cellar. Their 3 children were small and mischievous, running around the yard. The cellar door was open, and she was worried that one of the children might fall in someday. So, she covered the cellar opening. She was also afraid the wooden board wouldn't be strong enough, so she placed a mud cover on top. Now, what was Grandmother Yu planning to do with the cellar? She had a strange feeling, but didn't dare to believe it. Gu Jinghuai's eyes flickered, but he said nothing and simply started working. She opened the wooden board and followed her mother-in-law's instructions to lower the ladder. Go get a few kerosene lamps, her mother-in-law said to Zhu Zai. What are kerosene lamps good for? They are just a little light. She took out some candles from her space, lit them, tied them with a string, and slowly placed them in the cellar. The candles quickly went out, and Zhu Zai said, Let's wait a little longer. Although her mother-in-law didn't understand the science behind it, she remembered her father once told her that after sealing a cellar for a long time, you shouldn't go in immediately when opening it. You should wait for a while. On a cool summer night, the air was refreshing. All 3 of them had mosquito-repellent sachets on their clothes, so they were not bothered by mosquitoes. Maybe because the night was so gentle, her mother-in-law suddenly wanted to talk. She began to share her difficult and painful life story with her two young relatives, recalling her past. She was a spoiled girl, loved very much by her father. Her mother was gentle, her father kind and loving, and they had a happy, open-minded marriage. During those worry-free years, she enjoyed a childhood and youth filled with love and care. Later, her mother died in the chaos of war, and her father lost hope. At that time, he no longer wanted to live, wanting to stay with his daughter, but feeling hopeless. He was reluctant to leave her alone, but also worried about leaving her behind. So, he married someone else to give her a better life. It was around this time that Zhou Qing appeared. His mother was seriously ill and couldn't afford treatment, so her father helped him. When he couldn't afford a proper burial, her father also helped him. He was grateful and wanted to repay her father. Her father wasn't very pleased with this thin young man. In that era, a strong body was needed to establish a good life. He gave Zhou Qing two choices. 1. Her father would pay for him to continue studying, or 2. He could marry into the family as a son-in-law. Zhou Qing hesitated for a day and chose the latter. Her father was hesitant too, but he thought if he treated Zhou Qing well, since he had no parents and he cared for his daughter, then his heart was with the family. How could he not want the best for his daughter? Kind people always think kindly of others. He never considered that some people are born ungrateful. No matter how much kindness he showed, it couldn't bring back his conscience. After some time, Zhou Qing saw that his mother-in-law was very gentle and caring, so he felt at ease. Therefore, he treated her even better and gave her many gold and silver treasures. The Yu family had accumulated wealth over generations, originally to avoid trouble and settle here. Even the surname Yu was changed later. From a small glimpse, one can see the great wealth they possess. However, those who hold mountains of gold and silver often overlook the small cracks in their fingers that can easily slip away, making people eager to seize even a tiny part. Zhou Qing knew how to find ways to benefit himself, so he became even more gentle and caring toward his mother-in-law. A girl raised in a loving environment wouldn't be easily fooled by sweet words, but she might get lost in long-lasting kindness. Moreover, Zhou Qing was quite handsome and charming. After a year of living in the Yu family, Zhou Qing's father arranged a wedding for them, and they became a married couple. She saw this as the start of a happy life, but he saw it as the beginning of a long-standing plan for revenge. The tragedy was planted from the very beginning. 2 more years passed, and Zhou Qing's father's health worsened. Life for ordinary people also became harder. It was around this time that Zhou Qing's mother-in-law met Miao Chuiying, who was nearly starving. She took her in, giving her a chance to survive, also to accumulate good karma for her father. Even kind and compassionate people can fall prey to cunning wolves and foxes. When people are well-fed and comfortable, they start to think about other desires. It's unclear whether Miao Chuiying was inherently bad, but once her life was secured, she completely forgot about the kindness she received. Zhou Qing's mother-in-law didn't treat her like a sister, but she also didn't oppress or exploit her. She was given new clothes and tasty food. Originally, she was taken in as a servant. Good food and care were not enough. Did she expect to be treated like a family member? No one usually goes this far in doing good deeds. But seeing the family's wealth and her happiness, Miao Chuiying's heart gradually darkened, and she developed malicious intentions. Perhaps the reason why White Lotus and green tea women are popular is understandable. Their ability to read people and understand their hearts is their strength. Zhou Qing's mother-in-law couldn't see through her disguise, but Miao Chuiying saw right through it. She knew Zhou Qing didn't truly love his mother-in-law, so she secretly seduced him. Over time, they grew closer and their relationship became very intense. Grandmother Yu always suspected that her father's sudden death was caused by him discovering her and another person's secret affair, which made him angry. With her personality at that time, she knew they would pay a price for it. But back then, she was helpless, surrounded by enemies who accused and slandered her, throwing dirt on her reputation. Her background made it seem like everything she said was wrong. Later, she stopped speaking and showing her feelings, living like a stone, so no one would notice her. She knew this kind of life was boring, but she wanted to live to see those two people face justice and to see what society could do. Maybe her father knew everything at that time, so when he built her a new house, he also made a secret hidden room. After her father died, she never came back here. Now, the old village where her family used to live is called the Jiqing Courtyard. All her family's visible belongings were moved away, but the hidden room remained because she ignored it. She vaguely remembered that she and her father once went down to the cellar and were accidentally seen by Miao Chueying. But with her limited view, she probably never knew how much wealth the Yu family had. So, she never thought about it for many years. Grandmother Yu was right. Zhou Cheng and Miao Chueying couldn't stay in the village and had to leave for the south. But at that time, life was hard everywhere. It was not easy for outsiders to settle in. Miao Chueying and Zhou Cheng had several children, but only one son grew up. They struggled to make a living there. Fortunately, their son was somewhat talented, went to school, and even dated a girl from a noble family. But her family looked down on him because they were poor, and they wanted their daughter to marry into a better family, which meant buying a house in the county. Where did Zhou Cheng and Miao Chueying get the money to buy a house? It was almost impossible for them. But they didn't want to give up their good son. Just when they were feeling hopeless, they suddenly heard that a cave in the village collapsed, revealing a treasure. Although quickly guarded by the government, villagers said that the exposed yellow fish was worth dozens of dollars. Zhou Cheng, who had been poor and struggling for many years, suddenly remembered the short but prosperous days when he was a son-in-law at Yu's family. Back then, he gave up wealth to save his life. Now that he was safe, he longed for wealth again. At night, he and Miao Chueying decided to go back to their hometown secretly, crossing mountains and rivers, trying to dig out some gold bars hidden by Father Yu to become rich. For this dream, the two even asked their future in-laws to help them get connections and official documents. Everyone is working hard for profit. Can they really achieve their wish through such efforts? They didn't know how others might see it, but when they met Zhu Zai and his wife, they knew their hopes would be dashed. At this moment, Zhu Zai and his family had already gone into the cellar. Led by Grandma Yu, they slowly moved eastward. The cellar was small, and they could see everything at a glance. Grandma Yu felt around the wall and finally pressed something. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound occurred, and the eastern wall started to fall apart, revealing a stone wall. She pressed again, and the stone door slowly opened, revealing a stone chamber inside. They went in and saw some porcelain. Under the candlelight, they could only vaguely see the shapes, patterns, and colors of the porcelain. Grandma Yu looked at the two people who seemed very calm. Under the candlelight, she couldn't see any excitement or joy from discovering a treasure, nor any arrogance or greed after becoming rich. Gu Jinghuai's expression was unclear, but Zhu Zai looked curious. Grandma Yu suddenly felt that her decades of life might have been worth something. At least now, she didn't seem to be mistaken. Or so she thought. Thinking this, she moved toward the north wall of the stone chamber, pressed it, and another stone door opened. Then a larger stone room was revealed. If the previous small chamber was delicate and suitable for precious ornaments, this big chamber was all-encompassing, like containing everything and embracing the universe. Looking inside, there were about 20 large redwood boxes, locked with copper padlocks, giving a sense of history and mystery. Wow, I didn't expect it, mother-in-law. You are actually a hidden millionaire, mother-in-law. At this moment, only Zhu Zai would still be joking around. I don't know if mother-in-law, who has seen a lot of wealth in her youth or has gone through many ups and downs, has hardened her heart over time. Seeing these 20 or so boxes, she remains calm and indifferent. Calmly, she points at Gu Jinghuai and says, "You go open it." Gu Jinghuai steps forward and starts fighting with a copper lock. Zhu Zai, mother-in-law, don't you have the key? Mother-in-law looks at her expressionless and says, "If I had the key, wouldn't it be obvious I have a treasure vault?" Zhu Zai, that makes sense. But if you can hide the treasure, why not hide the key outside in that stone room? Mother-in-law, could she say that she threw the key into a dung pit because she was scared and overwhelmed at the time? Cough. Why ask so many questions? Hurry up and help. Zhu Zai silently shuts her mouth and goes to help her man. Fortunately, both of them are strong men and women, and they easily manage to break the copper locks. Zhu Zai, if I had known we'd be developing this business in the future, I would have learned how to pick locks without keys. Gu Jinghuai, isn't that a professional thief skill? Zhu Zai, go stand aside or the lock-picking companies will cry. The two of them work on unlocking while joking and teasing each other. Mother-in-law watches from the side and feels like they're not actually opening a treasure chest. Do these two people lack a sense of wealth? When all the boxes are open, Zhu Zai pretends to search her clothes and pulls out a few candles. She fixes the candles in each corner of the stone room, and finally, the room is bright. Only then does Zhu Zai see the entire layout of the stone room. Wow! If the small stone room outside surprised her, this large stone room is truly breathtaking. There are a total of 25 large redwood boxes, 10 boxes of big yellow croakers, 5 boxes of small yellow croakers, 2 boxes of rare calligraphy and paintings, 2 boxes of jade ornaments, 2 boxes of fine porcelain decorations, 2 boxes of silk and satin fabrics, 1 box of mixed women's jewelry, and another box filled with many small boxes and containers whose contents are unknown. This kind of scene Zuzi had only seen in TV dramas. Even though in her past life she lived a wealthy and luxurious life, she lacked nothing, but she had never seen such a display of gold and treasures coming straight at her.
Yuzi, Grandma you.
You? Grandma you. I gave it to you all. Consider it my future retirement money. Cough, cough, cough. Zuzi coughed uncontrollably. With such a fortune, she could live comfortably for 500 years. Grandma you no longer looked at these things. She turned and walked outside. I've handed all this over to you. Do whatever you want with it whenever you like. Just don't let that ungrateful person get the benefit. Zuzi hurriedly ran out, helping Grandma Yu out of the cellar. After sending her outside, Grandma Yu advised, you should go back quickly and think about how to hide these things. Giving you all this isn't exactly a gift. It feels more like a burden. Do as you see fit. After saying that, she became a cold, strict old lady again. Seeing her enter her own yard, Zuzi turned back and returned to her cellar. Oh my God, husband. Are we really lucky? Like winning the lottery, it just fell into our laps. Gu Jinghuai hugged her slender waist and smiled. What luck? It's more like golden fortune. This isn't a pie falling from the sky. It's karma. You're kind-hearted, and over the past year, you've been filial and caring for Grandma Yu. That softened her heart and made her return the kindness. Yeah, maybe there's really a cycle of cause and effect. If we hadn't donated money and goods to help society, supported charity, maybe we would have died back then. There wouldn't be this chance of crossing worlds and reuniting in another realm. Perhaps the grass on our grave has grown tall. Gu Jinghuai paused and said, given how we died unexpectedly, maybe there's no grave at all. Zuzi. Gu Jinghuai seemed to notice her heart attack and quickly added, but this also teaches us one thing, that we should be good people from now on. Zhu Zai said. Please just be quiet. The couple stopped joking and casually put their things into their space. Since Gu Jinghuai's space changed last time, the two spaces have now merged into one. Zhu Zai can also control the spiritual spring space. She raised her hand, and more than 20 boxes were stored inside the space. Let's keep them in the spiritual spring space. I feel there's more spiritual energy here, and it's good for growing porcelain and jade. All right, I agree with you. After they came out, they took all the porcelain from the small stone room outside. Then they put away the candles and climbed into the cellar. Back inside the house, lying on the Kong bed, Zhu Zai was still a bit excited and couldn't sleep. After being thoroughly scolded by Gu Jinghuai, she finally fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Zhu Zai became more eager about buying a house. Gu Jinghuai was off duty and stayed at home. He made a pot of cucumber and egg soup and baked more than 10 egg pancakes. After breakfast, Daba went to school, and Erbao and Sambao went next door. Gu Jinghuai then rode his bicycle with Zhu Zai to the county town. They went to the department responsible for house exchanges. Yesterday, Zhu Zai asked someone if she could exchange a house using gold, and today they came to look at houses, hoping to buy one directly. Exchanging houses was a big matter, and the local office paid close attention. Seeing the young woman who asked yesterday now bringing her husband, it was clear they were serious about exchanging houses. They quickly showed them a thick house catalog. The catalog listed available houses with black and white photos describing their location, size, damage, and reasons for vacancy. Zhu Zai and Gu Jinghuai looked at it for most of the morning and finally chose two houses. One was a 2-entry house with a yard, and the other was a 3-entry house with a yard. The two houses weren't far apart and were of a good size. The person from the local office was so excited to see they wanted to exchange two houses, but he tried to hide his excitement. Using gold to exchange houses was much better than exchanging small houses for big ones. This was clearly beneficial for the organization. He noted down these two houses and then went to find his superior. When he returned, he was already with a leader, a master craftsman, and a weighing scale. Yesterday, I received the gold bars stored in the space, and today I took them out. Once I have the required weight for two houses, I will get the proof, have it stamped, and put it into storage. Then, the houses will be theirs. After leaving the street office, the two of them went straight to see the two houses. This one with two entrances can be for Grandma to live in. We can live in the 3-entrance one. If she wants, we can all live together in the 3-entrance house. Yes, in that case, the 2-entrance house can be cleaned up and prepared for when our parents and brother-in-law come to stay. The two had lunch in the space and then rode their bikes home. Although Zhu Zai asked Gao Dazhuang to help find a house, he isn't a professional, so he couldn't find a property immediately. Anyway, now they have two houses, so even if those unkind people try to chase them out, they won't be left with nowhere to go. Zhu Zai started tidying up the house with 3 entrances. The other tasks could wait, but he needed to prepare 3 rooms for living. During these days, Gu Jinghuai was in a very good mood at work. He was able to pick up and drop off his wife every day, which made him feel very happy. His colleagues at the steel factory could tell that Gu Jinghuai seemed quite proud lately. People who knew him well guessed that his good mood was probably because his wife was being nice to him. In their eyes, this man was only so capable. On the 3rd day, when Zhou Cheng and Miao Chuiying came to urge him again, Zhu Zai gave them an answer. He told them to come back in 3 days to hand over the stone house. They didn't expect Zhu Zai to be so agreeable this time. Miao Chuiying felt a strange premonition and hurriedly asked, "Have you found a house? Where did you find it? It's not easy to get a house in the county town. Do you have connections? Relationships?
Or
Have you really found a house? Is it in the county town?" Zhu Zai looked at her with a half-smile. "Whether we find a house or not has nothing to do with you. You're so concerned, but don't rush us to move. On the surface, you care about us having nowhere to go, but when it's time to chase us out, you didn't hesitate. You just want to know if we have the money to buy a house, huh? Be straightforward, it's really tiring." As expected from an old white lotus. So disgusting. Although Jiying didn't understand what old white lotus meant, she knew it was definitely an insult directed at her. But she was more curious about where Zhu Zai's money for buying the house came from. So, she suppressed her urge to argue with Zhou Cheng and, with a shameless smile, said, "Look at you, such a hot temper. I was just asking out of curiosity. Your family is really wealthy, capable of buying a house in the county town." Zhu Zai knew what she was worried about, but could she tell her? She pretended to be proud and carefree, picking at her nails, and said dismissively, "Of course. My husband used to be in the army, then became a regular worker. Nothing special, just capable. He doesn't need me to work, and he can support me and our 3 sons. He's much better than you. When he was young, he was falsely accused and had to leave his hometown. Now, in old age, he's returning. I don't know what's so special about this hometown that makes you all so eager to chase us away. You're rushing us out, but maybe there's a secret behind it." Zhou Cheng and Miao Cuiying's faces suddenly changed, their eyes showing panic. Finally, Zhou Cheng said sternly, "What secret? I think you're just crazy for money." Then, he pulled Miao Cuiying away and ran off in a hurry. Zhu Zai watched their embarrassed figures and couldn't help but sneer. It's true, times create heroes, chaos breeds villains. These two fools, in such an environment, still managed to stir trouble and played a key role in ruining Grandma Yu's life. But heaven is fair. Such fools probably won't have a good life wherever they go. If they could live well, they wouldn't cling to vague guesses and stubbornly act on them. Knowing they're not doing well, Zhu Zai felt relieved. The next day, Zhu Zai went back to the county town to find Gao Dazhuang again. "Brother Gao, about what I asked you before, is there any news?" "Haha, Zhu girl, I've been meaning to find you these days." Yes, but I don't know if you can handle it." Zhu Zai raised her eyebrows silently and asked, "If I can't handle it, how do you explain?" Gao Dazhuang casually said, "I found 3 people who want to sell their houses. One of them is my brother. Sai, he's in a bad situation here and needs to leave. His family has a pretty big Western-style house. I don't know if you can handle that. There are 2 more houses, both known to me. One is a small courtyard house on the first floor, and the other is a residential house with a courtyard on the second floor. Take a look and tell me which one you prefer." When I heard about the Western-style house, I was very interested. "Big brother Gao, can I see both of them?" "Sure, no problem. I'll go with you." First, we visited the Western-style house. The owner was at home. He was a very elegant man with a gentle, thoughtful look. His refined manner was natural and genuine, unlike the fake politeness some people put on. It made people respect him and feel close at the same time. "Hello, my name is Chi-Chen. Hello, I am Zhu Zai." Gao Dazhuang rubbed the back of his head and laughed loudly. "Can you guys be a little less formal? Just be straightforward and open, okay?" With Gao Dazhuang joking around, the atmosphere relaxed and was less awkward. After greeting each other, he took Zhu Zai and me to look around the house. The house has 3 floors, with gardens in the front and back. The backyard is a flower garden, and the front yard is just a lawn with 2 ginkgo trees at the gate. Zhu Zai was very happy with the house. After looking around, he told the owner he wanted to buy it. Chi-Chen hesitated a bit and mentioned his price. Zhu Zai agreed immediately, without hesitation. Chi-Chen wanted gold in exchange. Zhu Zai promised to bring the gold tomorrow, and he agreed to write the transfer papers then. Everything was settled smoothly. Gao Dazhuang then took Zhu Zai to see 2 other houses. One is a small courtyard house close to the flower garden house, and the other is a courtyard near Gu Jinghuai's steel factory. Zhu Zai liked the layout of both houses and decided to buy them right away. She could live in whichever she preferred later. The owner of the first courtyard wanted gold, while the owner of the second courtyard wanted a mix of money and gold, split evenly. After buying the house, Zhu Zai had already used up a whole box of large yellow fish and half a box of small yellow fish. She had earned over a year's worth of money, which she invested in the purchase. She felt happy, but she didn't realize that Gao Dazhuang, who was with her, was even more surprised by her financial strength. From then on, she became very cautious when working with her, afraid of accidentally offending her benefactor. The next day, after arranging the house with Chi-Chen, she decided that her family would live in this garden-style house. Mother Yu would either live with them or stay in the small courtyard nearby. The day before Zhou Cheng and Miao Chuiying's appointment, Zhu Zai took the whole family to the small Western-style house. They also packed up and took everything with them, including Mother Yu. Zhu Changyi and Zhu Changming drove a bullock cart to take them to the county town. Mother Yu finally chose to stay in the courtyard close to the small house, and Zhu Zai went with her. The bumpy bullock cart carried 2 big loads of belongings toward the county. Everyone in the village knew that because of Zhou Cheng and Miao Chuiying's arrival, Zhu Zai's family was moving away. Some thought the family of 5 was moving back to Zhu's house, since it was quite large. But after a few days, they learned that the family had actually bought a house in the county. "Wow, your family is really rich. You can even live in the county now," they said. Zhu Zai smiled softly and replied, "It's not just about money. We're really at a dead end. My brother Jinghuai couldn't do anything, so we asked a leader for help to find a house. It's not big, but it's a place to rest." She said a few vague words and then sat on the bullock cart, slowly heading away. People left behind whispered among themselves, "Well, having a job is really good. You know more people, and things go more smoothly." Gu Laosen really lives up to the praise from the whole 10-mile radius. He was in the army, sending home allowances for years. Now he's a worker, earning money for his wife and kids. When Gu Jinghuai came back, Zhu Zai didn't even go out to work anymore. Exactly, they're really lucky now. They won't have to work so hard in the future. That's right. The Gu family brought this on themselves. If they had treated Zhu Zai well, she wouldn't have even considered divorce and moving out. Now, her son's return hasn't brought them any happiness. And it gets worse, there's even divine punishment. The money they saved was stolen by a thief. It's all fate, they said. While everyone was talking, another voice suddenly interrupted. You are not right in saying that. As children, we should be filial. There are no parents who are not good. They raised us after all. How can someone stop caring for their parents just because of a quarrel? Such a person has a problem with their character. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Zhao Jiqing from their village. Zhao Jiqing looked fair and gentle, speaking softly. She was usually well-liked in the village, but at this moment, her words made several people change their expressions. Zhao Jiqing is usually understanding, so why did she speak so poorly this time? Maybe she doesn't know about the things that happened between the Zhu family and the Gu family. Thinking this, everyone stopped worrying about what Zhao Xiaoqi had said earlier. After Zhao Xiaoqi finished speaking, no one agreed with her and she frowned. But she was smart and didn't insist on the topic. Inside, she felt disgusted with the beautiful woman who had just left in a cart. She always thought that being sent to this remote place was a privilege for her. She believed her looks were good, and she was the most beautiful girl in 10 miles. In fact, that was true a long time ago. But since she saw Zhu Zai that day, Zhao Xiaoqi started to worry about her appearance. She couldn't believe that a countrywoman could be fairer and more beautiful than her. Even worse, she saw that top handsome man in the village, and it turned out to be Zhu Zai's man. Zhao Xiaoqi hated her even more. But she always kept a gentle image outside, so until today, she finally found a chance to talk about Zhu Zai. Unexpectedly, it didn't work well. Zhao Xiaoqi looked upset and left. Soon after, everyone else dispersed. Zhou Cheng and Miao Chuang finally came out from a quiet corner. They've finally moved out. We can move in tonight, Zhou Cheng said happily, his wrinkles easing a bit. Miao Chuang also said softly, yes, I saw there are 3 fruit trees in their yard. I'll pick some tonight to help cool off. Their trees look really healthy. Okay. The two planned well, but after moving into the stone house, they were in for a big surprise. It was still the same stone house, but also not the same house. The firewood in the corner was gone, as were the farming tools. The fruit trees in the yard were gone, and so were the vegetables in the back garden. Inside the house, the furniture was gone, the bedding was gone, even the bed mats were gone. Everything was gone. All of it. The entire stone house was now just stones and dirt. The most valuable thing was probably that bed. Zhou Qing thought they might take away many things, but he didn't expect it to be so thorough, like a thief stealing everything, leaving nothing behind. It was simply devastating. Heartbreaking.
Crazy.
Zhou Cheng was so angry, he was breathing heavily, glaring at the 3 holes where the fruit trees used to be. Miao Chuang also couldn't stay calm and gentle anymore. He had thought they could at least keep 3 fruit trees, but there was nothing left. It was a pointless scheme. Zhu Zai sat on the ox cart, swinging his legs. Zhu Changyi looked at the torn-up bed mat on the cart, speechless. Little aunt, your family clearly has everything they need. Why did they even take that broken bed mat? Why not? I just don't want to leave anything for those scoundrels. Zhu Changming, a silly little nephew, immediately agreed. Yes, little Anne is right. We shouldn't leave them anything. We didn't even tear out the stove, that's already showing kindness. Zhu Changyi, that's a bit too much, don't you think? Zhu Zai, it's not necessary to go that far. Bao had a day off today and didn't go to school. Gu Jinghuai specially came back on his bike to pick them up after work. At this moment, the 3 little ones were excited, taking turns asking Gu Jinghuai to take them for a ride. Gu Jinghuai, I came to pick up my wife, but ended up taking the kids for a spin. They arrived in the county before dark. That night, Everyone stayed in a small Western-style building. The next day, Zhu Changming and the others went back home, and Zhu Zai tidied up and took his things to his mother-in-law's small courtyard. Gu Jinghuai and the three men unloaded the goods from the ox cart, while Zhu Zai went to cook for everyone. It was the first day of moving in, so even though time was tight, Zhu Zai planned to make something nice. He secretly took out a roast chicken and a roast duck from the space, claiming Gu Jinghuai had bought them earlier and stored them away. They cooked 4 or 5 more vegetable dishes, made a pot of plain rice porridge, and took out dozens of plain steamed buns from the space. Everyone enjoyed a hearty and delicious dinner by the bright candlelight. When Zhu Changming and his companion arrived at the county town, it was already getting dark, and they didn't have time to look closely at the houses. They only knew that their young aunt's new home was big and beautiful. It wasn't until the next morning, when they woke up and went to see the 3-story Western-style house again, that they realized how much they had learned. Such a house, beautiful beyond what they had ever imagined. Last night, they had actually lived in a house like that. Zhu Changming remained calm, but Zhu Changyi was so excited he was almost silly. After breakfast, the two of them, full of excitement, prepared to go home. Zhu Zai had already secretly fed the 2 old yellow oxen earlier, using plant roots from the space to feed them. The oxen ate eagerly, their eyes wide with joy. When Zhu Changming and Zhu Changyi came to lead the oxen onto the cart, the 2 old oxen suddenly showed stubborn donkey-like stubbornness and refused to move. Zhu Zai felt very embarrassed. She definitely didn't mean to trick the oxen into staying. She just thought that since the 2 men had worked hard yesterday, she wanted to give them some extra food. Gu Jinghuai saw his wife trying to hide her guilt and knew she must have done something mischievous. So he went over to help Zhu Changming and Zhu Changyi pull the oxen. At the same time, he secretly stuffed some leaves from the space into the oxen's mouths. After a long while, the old oxen finally calmed down and followed Zhu Changming and his companion. The small Western-style house was now quiet, leaving only a family of 5 and Grandma Yu. "Grandma, why don't you come live with us? There are plenty of rooms, and it would be more convenient." Grandma Yu left expressionless, her tone cold and stiff. "I can't get used to these Western things. Hurry up and move my luggage here." What she didn't say was that she had probably gotten used to living alone all these years. She didn't like big, empty spaces. She always felt scared and lonely inside. The small courtyard just outside was perfect. Zhu Zai knew Grandma Yu had a strange temper, so she didn't insist. She was fine with whatever she wanted to do. After all, she was still her patron. The small courtyard was about 200 meters from the Western-style house. Not too close, but not too far. Zhu Zai thought that in the future, when the children brought food, they should pack it in a lunchbox. She changed a new mattress for Grandma Yu. The thick mattress was softer and more comfortable than the thin one before. Grandma Yu didn't ask where she got the cotton. Anyway, she no longer lacked money and could buy wherever she wanted. The big quilt was the one that Gu Jingfang had taken away at first and then was taken back by second sister-in-law Zhu. It was very warm to use in winter. Zhu Zai also took out a thin quilt for Grandma Yu to use in summer. The tables, chairs, and stools in the room were still empty. These weren't urgent, so she planned to let Zhu Changming make them slowly later. Besides, Grandma Yu's most valuable belonging was her sewing basket. This was also bought by Zhu Zai for her. It changed from a simple version with only black thread and needles to a luxurious one with 10 different kinds of thread. After tidying everything up, Zhu Zai told her sons to stay here and keep Grandma Yu company. She and Gu Jinghuai went home first. "In a few days after we finish packing, I want to tell my parents and ask them to come quietly and hold a housewarming party. Do you want to invite anyone?" Gu Jinghuai thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, no need to invite anyone." About buying the house, besides those who already know, it's better not to let more people find out. For now, we should keep a low profile. "Yeah, I think so too. But remember to invite Brother Gao. After all, he was the one who introduced us to the house."
All right.
His wife had been in contact with that strong man named Gao, but she never said she wanted to take him to the black market. He was usually busy with work, and on his days off, he didn't have time to spend more with his wife, so he never thought about going to the black market to find that Gao. But not looking for him didn't mean he didn't care. He just didn't dare to say anything. Just in time during the housewarming, he also wanted to meet this man whose name he only knew. And then, see who was better. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghuai was thinking about competing with the man, while Zhu Zai was already worried about Daba's school situation. Later, Daba will go to school in the countryside, and we'll live in the county town. It's too inconvenient. Should we let him stay at Grandma's house and pick him up during holidays? Or transfer him to the county school? Gu Jinghuai hesitated for a moment and said, I think it's better for him to stay at Grandma's house. If he lives there, it will be more convenient for us to support his parents later. My parents wouldn't feel embarrassed, just a bit uncomfortable inside. Also, we have a good reason to go back and visit, even if the trip is long. Otherwise, bringing him back and then taking the whole family, there would be a different matter. Moreover, since we just bought this small house, we need to be careful. We still have a rural household registration, so it's best not to do anything unnecessary or complicated. Okay, you're right. Let's talk to him properly tonight. If he doesn't want to, we will try to explain things to him. Zhu Zai always sees educating children as a big challenge. Tonight, after cooking his favorite celery stir-fry with lily bulbs for De Bao, she watched him happily finish eating before seriously bringing up the issue. De Bao, you should know I don't want you to leave me either, but you need to go to school. Our family doesn't have a house in the village now, so you can only stay at Grandma's house. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for you to travel back and forth every day. But I promise, during holidays, I will come to pick you up and bring you home, okay? Zhu Zai carefully watched De Bao, afraid to miss even a tiny expression on his face. However, her eldest son frowned slightly and worriedly said, Mom, don't worry about me. I'm fine wherever I am.
It will be hard for you, though.
This place is unfamiliar, and you need to look after the second and third brothers. They're still not easy to manage, and De Bao is really worried about you. Zhu Zai's nose suddenly felt sore. Oh my, what kind of angel baby is this? If I had 100 more like him, I wouldn't mind at all. She suddenly crouched down and hugged De Bao tightly. Oh, my little one, Mom loves you.
Don't worry about me.
I can handle it. You don't need to feel uncomfortable at Grandma's house. I will give Grandma money and bring your snacks and food over. Don't feel like you're a burden. Everything you eat and use is paid for by me. Just focus on studying happily there. De Bao held her back with his small hands, patting her twice, and said, Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of myself. You also need to take care of yourself. The conversation ended smoothly in less than half an hour. Zhu Zai was deeply moved. But before she could savor her son's understanding and obedience, she heard a sharp crying sound coming from the next room.
Oh.
Sob sob. What's wrong? What's going on? Zhu Zai hurried over to check. Bao, with small hands rubbing his eyes, was crying loudly and complaining. Mom, Big Brother said, he's leaving home. He won't live here anymore. It'll just be me and Bao watching the house.
Ah, sobi.
Bao doesn't want to go. He wants Big Brother. Bao looked at Bao crying, looked around as if feeling it was not right to stay silent, and also started crying loudly, stretching his neck and wailing. But his crying was fake. It was just for show, not real tears. Thunder without rain, not a single tear shed. Zhu Zai watched, feeling both amused and helpless. She guessed the story's beginning but not the ending. Big Brother didn't cry, but Bao and Bao did. All the energy saved from the older brother was used to comfort Bao. Big Brother also looked a bit lost. He came to remind Bao to take good care of his younger brother and help their mother, so why was he crying now? Zhu Zai gently patted Big Brother's little head to comfort him. Don't cry anymore. Listen to Mom. Big Brother isn't leaving forever, and he will come back. He just needs to go to school in the village, and it's not easy to come back every day. The journey is so far, and you wouldn't want him to travel back and forth every day, right? Bao sniffled and said, Then, can Dad ride the bike to pick up Big Brother? Gu Jinghuai. You're quite willing to let me do that. Zhu Zai was also a bit tipsy, thinking that your sweet way of calling Dad was just fine, but when it mattered, you were happy to push him out. Yes, riding a bike takes time too. Even if your dad can sleep less, your brother is growing taller now. If he doesn't get enough sleep, he might become a little shorty later. Do you really want to see your brother become a little shorty because he didn't sleep enough? Bao immediately said, No, no little shorty. Let big brother sleep more. Exactly. So, during school days, big brother will stay at grandma's house, but during holidays, your dad can go pick him up. Okay then, Gu Jinghuai. After hearing this conversation between you two, I feel like having a heart attack years in advance. Zhu Zai explained the reasoning to Bao, and the rest was up to Bao to comfort him. As for the mischievous San Bao, who was pretending to cry, he fell silent as soon as Bao stopped talking. Bao gently wiped Bao's tears and softly said, Be good, Bao. Big brother hasn't left home forever. I will come back every holiday. Bao pouted and reluctantly made a request. Then, next time you come back, you should play with me for a while. Bring me small gifts. Stop scolding me so much. Okay, big brother, from now on, don't push me to study, okay? Having gained many benefits, Bao became more demanding. Bao immediately changed to a serious face and said, No, you can't skip studying. The teacher said, learning is like rowing against the current. If you stop, you fall behind. Bao, you mustn't slack off or let yourself go. I can let you do other things, but not studying. Bao's excited expression, which was caused by Bao promising to fulfill many of his requests, seemed to fade. Okay, I understand, Bao said. Bao patted Bao's head and comforted him. Don't worry, I will reward you. San Bao, standing nearby, looked from left to right, then finally focused on Bao's small hand resting on Bao's head. Big brother, he meant don't forget about me too. Bao turned to look at his younger brother, who was still trying to speak, and felt a little touched. San Bao, be good. Big brother won't forget you. I didn't expect you to love learning so much. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to count. Bao's eyes widened in surprise. My good brothers, you truly are my loyal little brothers, even learning together with me. San Bao still looked lively and energetic. He didn't know why, but he just wanted Big Brother to also pat his head. Both Big Brother and Second Brother looked at him with bright, shining eyes. Zhu Zai was very confident about the interaction among the three brothers and didn't worry about any misunderstandings that might arise. Anyway, with Bao around, the whole family would be fine. After Zhu Zongzhong and Zhu Zongyi returned home, they quietly told their family about Zhu Zai moving into a small mansion. Of course, they spoke in a hush, closing the door to keep it secret. The whole family first felt genuinely happy for Zhu Zai. Then, Mrs. Yao and Old Master Zhu kept reminding everyone not to tell others about Zhu Zai living in a small Western-style house. No matter how much her son-in-law had, whether it was fair or not, having a house like that was a big deal. In any case, at this time, they had to stay low-key. The next day, Gu Jinghuai went to work, while Bao was still on holiday. Since they lived in the county town, Gu Jinghuai no longer needed to ride his bike. He could sleep a little longer in the morning, prepare breakfast for the kids, and then head to work. After breakfast, Zhu Zai carried her lunchbox and took the second and third children to her mother-in-law's house. She then prepared to ride her bike to take Bao back to Yu's village. Of course, the second child also wanted to go back, but Zhu Zai couldn't take all three kids at once. She had to coax and persuade the second child to play at her mother-in-law's house for now, and planned to bring them all back together next time with their father. Zhu Zai didn't feel guilty about asking her father to help. After a moment of hesitation, she thought about how Bao was subtly influencing them to believe that their mother was weak. So, she agreed to Zhu Zai's plan. Yes, better to let Dad do the hard work than Mom. Since Bao had school the next day, she decided to send him off early today, and also talk to her family. Zhu Zai went inside, brought a big watermelon, 2 roasted chickens wrapped in oil paper to keep their scent, 5 pounds of pork belly, 10 pounds of rice, and 20 salted duck eggs. She packed everything carefully, secured it to the back of her bike, placed Bao on the front rack, and rode her bike toward Yu's village. As she entered the village, she heard what sounded like a commotion. As she went further inside, Zhu Zai realized it was the voice of second sister-in-law Zhu. Who was she arguing with? Mom, it's second aunt. I heard that too. Let's go back to Grandma's house first and see what's going on. In the countryside, there was no concept of taking days off or not. The most important thing was to finish the work in the fields. Second sister-in-law Zhu usually worked in the fields, so why was she arguing in the village today? Just as Zhu Zai reached the gate of Zhu's house, she saw Yu Yuelon holding the big girl, looking a bit nervous as she peeked outside. As soon as she saw Zhu Zai, Yu Yuelon's eyes lit up. Little auntie, quick. Second aunt is arguing with someone. Who is she arguing with? Why? Zhu Zai didn't worry, like Yu Yuelon. She thought her second aunt was playing the main character in a drama, able to handle anyone alone. No one could take advantage of her. Yu Yuelon said. Second aunt argued with an old couple who just returned to the village. The wife said you're stingy, and that they moved away, even taking the trees. When second aunt heard, she scolded her so much she hid inside and didn't dare come out. The old man was shouting about going to the village committee.
Grandma already went to talk to second aunt.
I'm worried the village committee might come soon. They say that old couple has someone backing them. Hearing this, Zhu Zai tidied up her things and said, You stay at home and watch the house. I'll go see what's happening. Then she headed to the stone house to find out. Debeo was very caring, and at times like this, he couldn't stay out. He followed his mother quickly. When they arrived at the stone house, they saw second sister-in-law standing outside, loudly scolding. Do you have no shame? After leaving for decades and coming back, you pushed the original residents out. It's only been a few days, and you've cleared the way for yourselves. Are you not satisfied? Did you plant that tree? Did you grow the vegetables in the backyard? Our Zhu family girl planted the trees and grew the vegetables herself. Do we need your permission? Always staring at what others hold. What's this? Stealing from others and then stealing inanimate objects too. Your bad habits are ingrained. You're so old, but you still can't change. What's wrong with you? Earlier, Miao Chuang was also outside arguing with her, but second sister-in-law was so fierce and fearless, every sentence stabbing her deeply. So, she quietly went inside and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhu Zai walked over and held second sister-in-law's arm. Second sister-in-law, let's go home. Don't bother with such people. Then she whispered in her ear, That's enough. Have you vented your anger? Let's go home quickly. I bought some meat. I'll cook something nice for you to make up for it. Filled with anger, second sister-in-law was calmed by her little sister-in-law. She said a few more words, then took advantage of the situation and left. After Zhou Cheng helped old Manu into his house, only a few curious people remained outside. Old Manu pretended to be calm and said, Come on, it's nothing serious. All right, don't always come to me with such small matters. I need to lead everyone in building our community. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Old Manu walked away much faster than when he arrived. Zhou Cheng was angry and had a toothache but couldn't do anything about it. These snobbish people, I'll deal with you someday. Humph, just wait and see. Miao Chuang heard the noise outside and went out to the yard. Why are you only just coming back? Don't you know that the troublemaker was just cursing outside for a long time? Hearing Miao Chuang's complaint, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but reply. If you hadn't spoken so carelessly and let her hear, would she have caused trouble? Don't forget why we came here. What's the use of worrying about those fruit trees and vegetables? The important thing is, be quiet. Are you crazy? What if someone hears us? Zhou Cheng was also very angry and almost blurted out something. Miao Chuang interrupted him, and his reason gradually returned. All right, I understand. You go and cook dinner. After we eat, we need to find a way to handle things today. Then the old couple went back inside. Their conversation just now was in the yard. Although the gate was closed, their voices could still be heard outside. When old Manu left, most people had already gone. It was a hot day, and there was no entertainment. Who wanted to stand outside the stone house and look at the big stone? But some people still had the free time. For some reason, Zhao Xiaoqi stayed behind to watch the scene. After everyone else left, she didn't go. She overheard the old couple's conversation. Zhao Xiaoqi accidentally learned a secret and became very excited. What were they up to? She really wanted to know more. She was eager to find out, but she also knew that the harder a secret was to discover, the more important it was. Over the next few days, she kept sneaking outside the stone house to listen. Since Zhou Cheng and Miao Chuiying's ears were blocked, she just had to be careful, and they never noticed her. To learn that secret, she even shortened her visits with old Gu Si. Zuzi took Debeo to her mother's house, bringing out the supplies, which would be their food for the next week. Mrs. Yao was unhappy and said, "Debeo is my own grandson. He's so small, and he lives here, but he can't eat much. Why do you need to bring so much food?" Sister-in-law Zhuer teased her with a smile. Little sister-in-law is worried about starving Debeo, so she's bringing some good food to bribe your mother. Zuzi stepped closer to sister-in-law Zhuer, holding her arm and smiling. "You're wrong. I'm just worried about my second sister-in-law. If she runs out of supplies later, I bought some in advance to help." "Bah. You silly girl. Always joking with me." Sister-in-law Zhuo laughed and reached to pinch Zuzi, who ran to hide behind sister-in-law Zhu. The family laughed and played together. By noon, the men returned. Zuzi cut open a watermelon and shared it with everyone. Second brother Zhu sighed. "In this whole village, only our family has a little sister. During summer, we get to eat watermelon twice a year." Big brother Zhu added, "That's right, it's all thanks to our little sister." Third brother Zhu nodded in agreement. Zuzi smiled and said, "Don't say that. Actually, I think I owe a lot to my older brothers and sisters-in-law. In the future, you all need to help me watch the kids more. We live in the county town, and it's not easy for Debeo to go to and from school every day. I left him here during school." Second brother Zhu said, "We talked about that before, but we were worried you and your husband wouldn't want the kids to be apart, so we didn't mention it in front of you." Big brother Zhu agreed. "Yes. Later, let Changzhong take Debeo. He definitely won't let him get bullied." The Zhu family took care of everything, and Zuzi felt at ease. At noon, they tore apart 2 roast chickens to share as extra food. Mrs. Yao wanted to eat them one by one, but Zuzi disagreed. There were many people at home, and if they divided 1 chicken among everyone, there might only be a small piece left. That wouldn't be enough to eat, just a few bites. "All right, Mom. Don't say anything about me. I also brought a piece of pork belly. If you want to eat it slowly later, go ahead and cut that piece." Mrs. Yao had no choice but to accept her generous, somewhat extravagant daughter. Zuzi also packed a lunchbox for her mother-in-law, leaving breakfast for her, as well as for an elderly person and 2 children. She was even afraid that the children might cause trouble, so her mother-in-law couldn't watch them, and she left 6 pieces of date cake to entertain the children. Therefore, she stayed at the Zhu family until the afternoon when the weather cooled down, then rode her bicycle home. As she rode away, Debeo clearly felt that he didn't want to leave home, but he accepted this arrangement. Still, he kept watching Zhu Zai's bike leave for a very long time. He thought that was the first time he understood the meaning of parting. After that day, Debeo started staying at the Zhu family's house. Yao was worried she might treat her eldest grandson unfairly, so Zhu Zai's gifts were all for Debeo to eat. But this couldn't go on. Over time, it might ruin the relationship among Debeo and his brothers and sisters. Moreover, Zhu Zai had already told Debeo that she would bring food every week, and he shouldn't be stingy about sharing with his older siblings. So, Debeo tried hard to persuade Yao to share with his brothers and sisters. When Debeo, with a serious face, urged Yao to do so, Yao unexpectedly felt a bit nervous and instinctively wanted to listen to him. As a result, the children from the Zhu family, including Zhu Qianqian, started to improve their meals. No matter what kind of dry food they had for school, there was always meat or eggs in the dishes. Gu Jinghuai still paid for the team, and Zhu Zai arranged for someone to go every morning to fetch a jar of goat milk to boil for the children. They also brought back tea leaves and honey. A week later, when Zhu Zai rode her bike to pick up Debeo and talked to her family about hosting a small housewarming banquet, she said it casually. It would just be a family meal to celebrate the new home. But now, with farm work still ongoing, they couldn't invite the whole family of over 10 people to take leave and come. That would make village chief Yu worry again. Yao agreed verbally, but the next day, She only asked Zhu Changming and his wife to bring Debao and some children, including Zhu Changzhong, to join. Zhu Changyi and Chun Mei had work to do, but they could come out for lunch at Zhu Zai's place. As for the adults, Yao thought they could go another time if there was a chance. At this point, it was better not to make things too complicated for her daughter. Apart from the Zhu family, Zhu Zai only invited Gao Dazhuang. The matter of buying the house was something only he knew about. As for Gu Jinghuai's colleagues, he didn't invite anyone, not even Team Leader Li or Team Leader Wang. Zhu Zai cooked lunch himself. Roast chicken, sweet and sour ribs, shredded cabbage, steamed fish, spicy and sour potato strips, braised tofu, stir-fried beans, green pepper and small pork stir-fry, garlic eggplant, and cucumber salad. Finally, he made tomato and egg soup. 10 dishes and 1 soup, all colorful and fragrant. By the time Zhu's family arrived, Zhu Zai had finished preparing everything. Seeing the 3-story small Western-style house, the Zhu family was very surprised and amazed. Especially Yu Yuelon and Zhu Jinjin. Perhaps girls just like beautiful things. Before eating, the two of them circled around the house several times. Zhu Qianqian led Dia, walking slowly behind them. Dia's big eyes were full of love for this beautiful house. Soon, Gu Jinghuai returned with Zhu Changyi and Chen Mei. Gu Jinghuai and Zhu Changyi both work at the steel factory, but their jobs are different, so they usually don't see each other. Today, Gu Jinghuai was going to his house for dinner. After finishing his morning work, he waited at the factory gate. They went to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick up Chen Mei, then headed to the small house together. At the door, they met Gao Dazhuang, who had also come. This was Gu Jinghuai's first time seeing Gao Dazhuang. He didn't know who this person was, but he was standing in front of his house, holding a big watermelon and carrying a bag of peaches. He loudly called out, "Sister Zhu, I'm here." Among the people present, except for Zhu Jinjin, most were quite polite. Everyone was surprised to see someone with such a loud voice for the first time. Then they remembered Zhu Zai's earlier instructions and realized this was probably the guest. They quickly showed smiles and genuine friendliness so that he could see their warm hospitality. Zhu Zai stepped out, smiling, and said, "Brother Gao, please speak more softly. I can't hear you. It's hot outside, come in quickly." "Hey, how did you meet each other?" Gu Jinghuai slowly walked to Zhu Zai's side, subtly squeezing between them, and gently said, "We met at the door, Brother Gao." After answering Zhu Zai's question, Gu Jinghuai also greeted Gao Dazhuang. Gao Dazhuang was very easygoing and didn't realize anything. He casually smiled and said, "Brother-in-law." Hearing brother-in-law made Gu Jinghuai feel very happy and relaxed. Seeing Gao Dazhuang's attitude, Gu Jinghuai no longer felt jealous of his wife's business partner, whom he had never met. His appearance definitely wasn't to his wife's taste. His personality definitely wasn't to her liking either. "Gao Dazhuang, are you looking down on my looks?" Luckily, Gao Dazhuang didn't know how proud Gu Jinghuai was inside. If he had, his angry expression would have been even more intimidating. After a few polite words, everyone quickly went inside. They all took seats and exchanged pleasantries. Zhu Zai's cooking was excellent, especially with enough spices in the room, making the dishes very tasty. Gao Dazhuang couldn't stop eating and kept praising. "Zhu sister, your cooking is really good. Brother-in-law, you're so lucky. You'll have good food from now on. It's delicious, really delicious." Since Gao Dazhuang was the only real guest today, Zhu Changming and others all sat with him, drinking wine. He ate and drank until he was full and very happy. During the meal, Yu Yuelon suddenly put down her chopsticks, covered her mouth, and ran outside. Zhu Changming's face changed. He quickly followed her. Zhu Zai said, "You all eat first. I'll go see what's wrong." Yu Yuelon was outside the yard, unable to hold back her vomiting. "Yuelon, how are you? Are you okay? Did you eat something bad? Should we go to the hospital?" Yu Yuelon vomited twice more and said, "Little aunt, I'm fine. I just smelled that roast chicken and felt like vomiting. I came outside for some fresh air and I feel better now." Zhu Zai's brow furrowed and asked, "When is your due date? Has it been delayed this month?" As soon as she said this, Zhu Changming and Yu Yuelon froze. The couple looked at each other, their eyes shining with joy and excitement. Zhu Changming struggled to speak clearly. Little aunt, don't delay it. Hurry back inside to eat. After dinner, take your wife to the county hospital to see a doctor. You'll find out what's going on. Oh, I understand, little aunt. Zhu Changming excitedly helped Yu Yuelon into the house. Zhu Zai reminded again, your wife can't eat spicy food right now. Later, I'll prepare something light for her. Yes, I know, little aunt. Yu Yuelon was clearly very happy and a bit dazed, staying silent the whole time. After returning to the house, they didn't make a big fuss, just saying that Yu Yuelon might have a sensitive stomach, so she was eating light food. Everyone saw this and didn't ask many questions, but they did show concern for Yu Yuelon.